Hello everybody and welcome to the ultimate every Fox era American Dad episode reviewed video thing. As you can see, this has a more hearty timestamp attached to it, so I'm not going to waste too much time on the front end. But this is the definitive review of the Fox era. This is all my previous videos touched up and improved for your viewing pleasure, as well as a little present for all my dadders out there at the end. So without further ado, this is American Dad in Review. On February 6, 2005, Stan Smith would hop out of bed and say "Good morning, USA" for the very first time. The second full-fledged series, created by Seth MacFarlane, tells the story of Stan, a CIA agent, Francine, his wife, their kids, Steve and Haley, Haley's on and off boyfriend Jeff, and Klaus, their pet goldfish with the mind of a German man trapped inside of it, and who could forget Roger the Alien. Your classic family dynamic that would go on to be the 9th longest running American scripted series of all time, and the 3rd longest American animated show, running behind only The Simpsons and Family Guy. And yet, you really don't hear a ton of people talk about this show. So how has it lasted this long? What makes the show so memorable to the people that do watch it? And what is the overall appeal of American Dad? So with over 300 episodes, 18 seasons, and too many Roger personas to count, I'm gonna take a look from season to season, from the Fox to the TBS eras, and see why American Dad has lasted so long and is such a classic. This is American Dad in Review. I know I hyped the series a lot just in the intro, but it should be said I am a bit of a biased reviewer. Personally, I love the show. I didn't when it first came out, but it definitely grew on me like it did most of America. And I'll be honest, I've rewatched the show quite a few times, but of all the seasons, the first one is actually probably the one I watched the least. When American Dad first started, it was very much a critique of the political environment in a post-9/11 America. It was an important commentary and satire for the time, but with any idea like this, some of those comments haven't aged well. And yet in the first season, there are our first inklings of that magic formula that the series will develop over time. Where other series of the time would fall off due to their commentary wearing thin, like Little Bush. Remember Little Bush? American Dad knew when to pivot into something else. Unfortunately, that's just not in this season. But despite how dated some of these episodes may feel, there's still a ton of potential here to appreciate. Also, I thought we had more time before we had to talk about two of probably the most problematic episodes the series has ever produced, but we'll get there. We'll survive, we'll get through it, and I promise it gets better. Also, we're going to be going by the Hulu release of these seasons rather than the box sets, because technically, the first season would only be the first 7 episodes, and the second season would be a much heartier 16. And it really won't be an issue again until we get into the TBS era, where the ideas of seasons gets a little complicated. So you get a heartier 23 episode run right out the gate, and we will look at where the series was at the original season 1 conclusion, but I feel it has a more complete conclusion with the quote-unquote season 2 finale as a stopping point. So grab your pecan sandies, mix a Roy Rogers, and enjoy. It's a pilot. I will say the newspaper gags at the start of the episodes are a fun touch that I admittedly do miss, but they'll be replaced by something a little more evergreen as the series goes on. However, the series opens with the family around the kitchen table and sets up the dynamics incredibly well. Haley being in community college and Steve being... Okay. Steve is pretty weird in the pilot, and you can tell Scott Grimes hadn't perfected the voice just yet. Klaus is uncomfortable, and it's also D. Bradley Baker is still figuring out how to play a German fish. That being said, Seth and Rachel MacFarlane nail the voices for Stan, Roger, and Haley respectively, and Wendy Shaw plays Francine perfectly. Her delivery is seriously one of the strongest of the series right out the gate, and she never really slows down. No matter what situation Francine is in or how she's told to play the character, she nails it every single time. They also set up that Roger saved Stan in Area 51, and now he lives in their attic under the constant fear that if Stan's work found out about him, they'd all get arrested and Roger would probably end up dissected. It's actually a really clever twist on, say, the old ALF formula. There is a reason for Roger to don his personas, but also gives him the freedom to still be an alien, and that will be important later on. They also show off how Haley is very anti-war and quote-unquote liberal compared to her hyper-conservative father. Yet despite this, he still loves his daughter, and you get the feeling that they're a family unit. She's not like Meg, where the whole family objectively hates her, And that's a very important note. No matter how much the family may disagree in some episodes, you never feel like they hate each other or wouldn't defend one another. It's subtle, but that feeling is still there in the pilot. Also, Scott Grimes may still be figuring out the voice, but the more jarring thing is the animators are still nailing down Steve's design. He's a weird little noodle boy in the pilot, and it can be very distracting, but that's pretty quickly rectified. The pilot also uses cutaways like Family Guy did, and they would later go the way of the dodo. But for now, they're fine. They're dated, they could deter people from enjoying the show, but they're fine. They definitely felt like pushing the envelope more than traditional jokes. Stan, also unlike other animated dads, isn't stupid. He may be tone-deaf, bullheaded, and overly confident, but he's still a CIA agent, and they showcase that perfectly, even if the CIA is treated and shown as a sort of boys' club. We also get our first introduction to Steve's best friends, Snot, Barry, and Toshi, who, while they'll get more growth later on, are pretty fleshed out in their identities from the get-go. They're just 4 loser nerds, and they shine because of it. Stan decides to get Steve a dog to try and impress the girls because Steve's contemplating joining the military, and yeah, he gets a dog alright. And then Stan proceeds to accidentally put it down. They also revealed that Klaus was an Olympic skier, and despite it being a cutaway, it would actually be part of the canon, weirdly enough. Jeff is also introduced in the pilot, and fun fact, Jeff Fisher is voiced by, get this, Jeff Fisher. That's neat, right? Man, you guys are gonna have so many Snapple facts by the end of this. Stan also, in an attempt to get his son Steve a date, kidnaps Hilary Duff, and he's just so desperate that he's willing to corrupt a student election to make Steve president just so that he can get a girl. The pilot would also give us one of the best characters in the whole show, Principal Lewis, played by the infinitely talented and vastly underappreciated Kevin Michael Richardson. You want to talk quality? You want to talk one of the best actors of the modern age? It's Kevin Michael Richardson. The man is an absolute legend, and he has no reason to go so hard on a character that should otherwise have been forgotten, but his performance causes this big character to become a major player as the show ages. Truly, the man needs all the Oscars, Emmys, Tonys, Saturn Awards, and Nickelodeon's Kids' Choice Awards the world can throw at him. He's a legend that's probably voiced some of your favorite characters from when you were a kid, and he's been an institution in American Dad from the very beginning. Anyway, Steve goes mad with power as the student class president, going so far as to replace periods with the word Steve, just because he can. The subplot, the B-plot as it were, has Roger writing papers for Haley in exchange for junk food as he gets put on a diet and eventually gets lost in the sauce as it were. It's fine. It shows how lazy Haley is and how Roger will do anything to get what he wants. Anyway, Steve locks the school down after his new girlfriend refuses to kiss him, and Stan fears that he might be gay. Like I said, the series is 17 years old at the time of writing this. It's got some growing to do. It's all about understanding the context of the time it came out. Francine also delivers an absolutely mortifying monologue about having a crush on her algebra teacher that shows that behind her usual smiling demeanor, there's definitely more to Francine to explore than meets the eye. Stan decides to fix Steve's issue by deporting his girlfriend's entire family with one phone call, and again, I cannot emphasize this enough, different time. Eventually, Steve gets Roger's help to get a date in exchange for Twinkies, and after Roger shoots his goo, the pilot ends. All in all, for a pilot, it's honestly one of the strongest episodes of the entire first season. The writing is terrific, the jokes are sharp, and the dialogue just feels super fluid. Other than, again, the dated commentary, which will go away with time, the pilot is a solid example of the potential the show had and how it was willing to challenge the usual status quo. While there were other shows like Oblongs or Mission Hill that tried to do something different and barely lasted a season, American Dad would find that golden groove to teeter on between traditional and absurd. I'm definitely not going to go this in depth on every episode, but it's important to understand the pilot and the initial concept as we head into the rest of the series. This is how the show was pitched to America. This is what we were promised, and the rest of it is how the show was delivered. The first episode after the pilot, Threat Levels, opens with our first introduction to longtime co-anchors and gay partners, Greg and Terry, who will become series staples and as the show goes on, some of the strongest characters in the show. They announce that the terror level has gone down. Some background for this. After 9/11, America would regularly broadcast about the terror level, or the threat of an attack on American soil, with red being a higher threat level and blue being a lower level with a spectrum in between. This was usually talked about on the world news and was part of the breaking news cycle that would go on to be a mainstay of news media going forward, though over time, threat levels as a whole would be talked about less and less. They still exist today, but they're much less reported on, as they usually stoked unnecessary fear. Anyway, back to the show. With the threat level dropping, the CIA relaxes just a bit, and Stan brings home a thermos with a biohazard label, drinks from it, and the family gets put on lockdown. They're given 24 hours to live, and Haley was outside. This is when Haley runs in to try and be with her family, and Steve blows into the suit, infecting her and dooming her to unalive too. Roger also begins to plan a massive renovation of the house after the Smiths are no longer alive, as he is immune to human diseases. They watch the first season of 24 on DVD, which was a show at the time that, you guessed it, takes 24 hours to go through the first season. Turns out the virus was inert and they were all going to survive. Now that they know they're going to survive, Francine begins to feel unfulfilled, and she decides to become a real estate agent a whole 2 years before King of the Hill had Peggy do it, and 6 years after The Simpsons did it. She sells the house across the way from the Smiths to Greg and Terry, and Stan does not take it well. Not because they're gay, but because they're reporters, members of the liberal media. Minor note, this is the first appearance of Dick and the rest of the CIA crew, who pop up from time to time. Stan begins to feel emasculated when Francine starts earning more than him as an agent, while Steve and his friends try to make Girls Gone Wild videos so that they can get their game station. Stan hangs out with Greg and Terry and decides to shut down the real estate agency. Steve fails on the porn front and decides to film bum fights. Stan hears Steve and Haley fighting over the homeless shelter turned bum fighting ring and decides to step in to make it a proper bum fighting ring so that he can make more money than Francine and maintain his idea of masculinity. However, when the homeless unionize, he has to fight the man with no name to maintain the sport. The episode also ends with Stan respecting that Francine wants to work and learning how to accept her success, and then immediately sabotaging the entire jobs market to get her out of her job. Threat levels really has nothing to do with the threat levels at the start of the episode, and is really just Stan feeling threatened by the change in the status quo, which is admittedly very smart. It's a fine episode, but it doesn't really rise above the sum of its parts. No one really grows, and ultimately, it's an episode you could watch and immediately forget, but it isn't a waste of time. It's a solid 6 out of 10. It's a Stan and Haley episode. Haley dyes her hair and Stan tells her to change it or to listen to him, and that's the episode. Haley not listening to Stan, and Stan takes drastic measures. It's the first episode where we see Roger trying on wigs, so that's neat. The B story has Steve and the gang looking for dates for their Aloha dance. While Barry still sounds off, Scott Grimes has really cemented the Steve voice and really starts to shine. Jeff gets invited to dinner to meet Stan and Francine, and they have a good time before Stan abducts Haley from a house party. Haley runs away from home and moves in with Jeff, who lives in his van. Steve has Roger pretend to be his sister as a burn victim to get a girlfriend. Haley works at a strip joint to try and cover her $85 community college tuition, and when Stan runs into her dancing while going to lunch with his coworkers, he freaks out. Stan and Jeff fight to get her back. Ultimately, Stan and Haley have a new mutual respect for one another, and while he gives her more room, still has the CIA surveil her while she's on a date. Stan Knows Best is a necessary episode for this kind of character dynamic, and has been done time and time again. It's fine. Unlike threat levels, it just kind of treads water until the end and just feels like padding. Its only real merit is the proper introduction of Jeff and Roger wearing wigs. It's a 5 out of 10. Stan forgets his anniversary and instead goes on a fishing trip. And Jeff tries to get Haley to go to Burning Man. Fun fact, this is actually the first appearance of Sir Patrick Stewart as Avery Bullock, the director of the CIA and Stan's boss. And the B story is Steve getting a date, if he can find a date, for the girl's friend, Jewel. Stan remembers the anniversary too late and takes Francine to the CIA to wipe her memory. However, instead of erasing the last 20 hours, they erase the last 20 years of her memory. And so she forgets who Stan is, and they have to fall in love all over again. They recreate her old life, and yeah, that's the story. It's kinda nice to see how they first got together and how Francine was a wild party girl compared to Stan still being an upright CIA agent even back then, but that's about it. They run over a raccoon, he mercy unalives it, they fell in love, bing bang boom, that's the story. Haley drives her younger mom around, and Stan tries to recreate that scene with an adorable, unkillable raccoon and fails miserably. Steve gets Roger to pose as a friend to get Jewel a date, and it's actually the first time Roger goes out in a disguise, which is incredibly basic compared to what we get later on. The date does not go well. Stan hunts down Francine, who is throwing a rager, while Haley tries to keep her rebel mom in line. Jeff ends up taking Francine to Burning Man, and Haley and Stan go to get them back. Klaus tags along. Roger gets found out as an alien and knocks both Jewel and Steve's girlfriend out, and they eventually will erase their memories. Stan saves Francine from a literal Burning Man, and she gets her memory back through shock. I guess it's more background on Jeff. It was nice to see Stan and Francine's origin story, but again, the episode was vapid and forgettable. You have to remember, this is the first season, and they're still figuring things out, which is why the next episode hits so much harder. This episode was an okay 6 out of 10, but it leads directly into... That's right, it's Roger Codger. The episode opens on Stan on a top secret mission where we see him being incredibly competent on a test course, showing that again, he's not a bumbling idiot, just unaware. Anyway, his course time was beaten by a new agent named Duper. Stan decides to host Deputy Director Bullock for dinner to get on his good side, and it's actually the first time we learn Bullock's wife is being held hostage in Fallujah. Patrick Stewart is absolutely hamming it up in this role, and you can tell he's having fun with it. Stan shows Duper eating a falafel, and Bullock loves his attempts at sabotage. Stan struggles to keep Roger away from Director Bullock, resulting in the director slipping on Roger's goo and hurting his back. Stan lashes out at Roger for not caring and being lazy, and wishes that Roger was gone. Roger expels goo and collapses on the ground completely unresponsive, and Stan thinks he's dead, so he dumps his body in a burger joint dumpster. When Roger comes to at the dump, he comes up with his first proper disguise. We also get the first introduction of Father Donovan, played by the legendary Martin Mull, as Francine begins to question her faith when he tells her pets like Roger won't get into heaven. Roger gets mistaken for an old woman and is put on a retirement home bus headed for a tour of DC with Gertie. We get a flashback to how Roger saved Stan at Area 51 when Stan realized Roger didn't actually pose a threat to anyone and had been living on Earth for decades before he got caught. Roger could have run off, but instead threw Stan down the chute to save him, and then they brought Roger into his home. Stan begins to feel regret for dumping his body and decides to fix it when he discovers Roger is alive and well in Washington, D.C. The family finds Roger, and he says he's ready to sacrifice himself for the family, which shows how much he cares, and as the CIA is about to bang down the door, they replace him with Gertie and help Roger escape to live with the family once more, which helps Francine believe in God yet again. All in all, it's probably the strongest episode since the pilot and shows that they were willing to take a gamble on Roger having his own story, and it paid off. It's also the first time we effectively see not only an A and B story, but also a C and a somewhat D story as well. We do have the conflict of Stan being considered a lady or weak for having emotions, juxtaposed with Roger touring DC and running from the CIA, but we also get Francine losing her faith, and very briefly have Steve having Klaus as a faux father figure. They're smaller, almost vignettes, but they do tie back to the original story, and ultimately I'd say this is the episode that is the best early realization of American Dad formula that would come into existence. A very, very strong 8 out of 10. It's the first introduction of Tuttle! He's played by acting icon Richard Kind! Tuttle is a treasure. Anyway, Francine wants to throw a house party to interact with her neighbors, but is afraid of Stan going full CIA on them, and proceeds to go full CIA on them when he finds out that the new neighbors are Iranian. Look, it was 2005. It gets better, I promise, but yeah, he tries to strip search the Mamaris. The B story involves Steve joining Ranger Scouts, and we see the first time Seth Green would guest star on the series. Turns out the Ranger Scouts smoke, drink, and party, and Steve falls in love with it. Steve accidentally lights a gazebo on fire, causing Stan to freak out and think the Mamaris are attacking everyone when they're just eating burgers. Steve feels guilty about the gazebo and tries to leave the Scouts when he finds out they'll unalive him if he does. There's a C story of Roger trying to see if he's got any powers, which is also kind of there with Klaus assisting, but it's just kind of okay, and it doesn't really go anywhere until it becomes one of the most important scenes in all of American Dad. Anyways, Stan goes to jail for racially profiling, gets out, and then proceeds to lock all of his neighbors up under 24/7 surveillance at a pool party in his backyard. Weirdly enough, I think this is the first time we actually see their backyard and that they have a pool. It's kinda neat. I guess the one positive of this episode is that all of Stan's behavior is seen as outrageous, and they don't shy away from showing he's in the wrong. Francine and Haley are both emboldened by the entire neighborhood to free the Mamaris, and Francine even goes out of her way to turn it into a pool party to try and downplay the active hostage situation. And in the end, Stan does seem somewhat remorseful, but until that point, it is a bit of an uncomfortable watch. However, after Steve and Roger blow out the electrical grid from crashing into it, we find out what Roger's special power is. He lays golden gem-encrusted turds that drive otherwise good people insane. It really is a shame that the first Golden Turd episode is Homeland Insecurity, so I can't even recommend skipping the episode because it's so imperative to the Golden Turd storyline. Which is a sentence that if I had even an ounce of self-respect, I wouldn't say. Only American Dad can make a Golden Turd compelling television, and it's wild. None of the bit is taken as a joke, and that's what makes it so funny. You have an electrical worker that unalives his best friend and steals the turd only to run off and find out his wife was cheating on him, all sandwiched between the actual plot of the episode. It almost feels like they knew they needed something to hook the audience again, and admittedly the second half of the episode is a lot stronger when Haley and Francine turn the torture into a pool party, and Stan thinks he was brainwashed into destroying the electrical grid and starts torturing himself in the shed. The episode is overall pretty rough and a product of its time, but even despite all that, it tries to end on a satirical and sharp turn. The show is still trying to find its stride, and again, while I wish I could say skip it, the Golden Turd persists through all 300 plus episodes of the series and is integral to the overall show. It's a 3 out of 10, saved only by the turd. Remember how I said this had 2 of the worst episodes in the series? The worst part? This isn't even one of them. It's a church episode. Stan is in competition with his neighbor and races him to church every week. We also find out Francine wants to kill George Clooney. That's neat. After the deacon chokes on communion, Stan begins to compete with his neighbor for the position that he didn't even want until his neighbor showed that he was interested. Meanwhile, Roger is going through his reproductive cycle, causing him to lactate. Yeah, this is an episode. Francine decides to make potato salad for the wake and Roger eats it all. In a panic, Roger makes a replacement and they're all out of mayo. And you can see where this is going. So yeah, it's Roger's breast milk in the potato salad. Aren't you glad this is the quote-unquote season finale? Stan Smith hires Karl Rove to help him win the deacon election and a wolf howls every time his name is said. Stan begins to milk Roger for potato salad. This was animated. Still not the worst episodes. I guess in a plus, it's still not great, but it's not like overtly offensive. D. Bradley Baker also starts to lock down the voice of Klaus, so it starts to balance out. The B story has Steve dating Betsy, the daughter of Stan's neighbor, Chuck, while Roger is force-fed and milked also Stan can win deaconship. A job, again, he didn't even want. Roger collapses after choking, and Steve gives him CPR. Steve, after giving Roger CPR, ends up getting pregnant with an alien spawn. Stan struggles to figure out what to do, and they end up going to Mexico. After coming back, Steve kisses Betsy and is no longer pregnant. Betsy becomes the new alien host and moves away to Iowa, while Stan pretends to be possessed to lose the deacon position. I guess in like one positive of this does introduce Molly Shannon as a recurring character who does play Chuck's wife. It's nice, I guess. It's kind of neat. It's just I wish she was used on a better scenario than this. Yeah, this episode is 100% skippable. This is just, there's nothing there. The jokes haven't aged well, it doesn't have any real story importance, and it's just a miss on almost every character. Francine shines surprisingly well, and I think that's just Wendy Schaal crushing it like usual. Steve obviously gets the short end of the stick, and ultimately it's just, yeah, it's a lot, but like a lot of nothing. I had potato salad for lunch before watching this episode just because I didn't remember, and I have never regretted a decision more. This was rough. And so that's it. That would have been season 1. What a roller coaster. And regardless of how you feel about Deacon Stan Jesus Man, you have to admit it's a pretty weird place to end a season. Even just switching it and Homeland Insecurity so the season finale lined up with the start of the Golden Turd epic, which still feels weird to say, would have probably been the better route to go. And hey, you may have loved these episodes, and that's totally cool. It's just like a disclaimer, everyone's going to like different episodes, and there's a personal charm to a lot of them that makes some resonate to people more than others. I know my favorite episodes are definitely not going to be everyone else's favorites, but even so, just these 7 episodes, we're nowhere close to the actual end. We're not even a third of the way into the season, and in all honesty, other than one significant dip, this second chunk is full of some incredibly funny American Dad. And hey, if you're enjoying it so far, consider subscribing or joining the Discord. We're always looking to meet new people. And so, without further ado, let's jump into the second half, or what could be considered the other second season. Admittedly, I'm embarrassed I'm just now talking about this and not back in threat levels, especially since I mentioned King of the Hill, but Dick is by and far one of the best supporting characters in the whole show, and it's in large part to the always terrific performance done by Stephen Root, who is an absolute legend. You'd probably recognize him as Bill or Buck Strickland in King of the Hill, or as Barry's handler in, well, Barry. Anyway, a fantastic actor that I just need to call out for a moment. This episode sees the deputy director leaving the CIA due to terminal cancer, and Stan is determined to get his job. I appreciate that the Duper conflict isn't really played out throughout the season or anything, and it's really just the one time the other agent is mentioned as a rival for Stan, despite him still being around the office. They seem to have found a coexistence that I appreciate. Stan is sent to get Bullock's dry cleaning while Jeff and Haley go on a breakup hike so Haley can pursue a more challenging partner. The family goes to the CIA carnival, and honestly, it has some of the strongest sight gags of the season. This is where Haley decides to challenge Avery and throw quips. Klaus also has a nice little bit where throughout the episode he does DVD commentary, and it's just great. The B story is Steve and Roger taking Dick Cheney's BlackBerry and using it to prank world leaders. It's admittedly the best B story so far, and it really lands. While they're doing that, Stan makes a surprise visit to Bullock's to show how determined he is to get the promotion, and that's when he runs into a half-naked Haley. That's right, it's a Haley and Avery episode. Haley and Avery start to sleep together, and Bullock is more than happy to talk promotion with Stan so long as he's cool with it. Meanwhile, Jeff loses it, but is still the passive stoner he's always been. Stan decides to train Jeff to be more assertive and dominant to win back his daughter's love. So he ties him to a post and tortures him until he stands up for himself. They also made some surprisingly evergreen comments about Joe Rogan, which I kind of appreciated. Also, Patrick Stewart's singing is it's just the best. The B story with Roger and Steve is just the absolute best and really shows that the writers figured out how to do one of the best dynamics in the show. Well, where you had Peter and Brian and then Stewie and Brian in Family Guy, in American Dad you really have this revolving door where all roads will eventually end at Roger. But the strongest pairings are usually Stan and Roger, Francine and Roger, and of course the boy and his alien, Steve and Roger. The way they play off each other is phenomenal, and this is our first real showcase of what that looks like when it really works. Haley then proceeds to dump Bullock over the phone live on C-SPAN TV in what is probably the funniest scene in the show yet, and Avery promises Stan his promotion if he unalives Jeff. Meanwhile, Argentina star 69 Steve and Roger, which is both hilarious and hilariously dated. Avery and Stan start to hunt Jeff in the woods, and he steals the SUV to get away. They make their way to a diner where Avery proceeds to throw Jeff through a booth, but when Avery insults Haley, Stan snaps and they go straight giant chicken fight, while Klaus narrates it again like it's DVD commentary. Bullock pretends that he staged the diner fight just to get away, and I don't even have a witty commentary here, it's just incredible. When he's coughing up blood on the waitress and then hurls himself through a glass window, it's just, oh, it's amazing. It really is. The episode ends with an in-loving memory of Tran Jimmy Ng, the character they'd mentioned earlier on. There's been some reports that an animator actually knew an officer named Tran Jimmy Ng who died in a car accident, but I can't really find anything that 100% validates it. If it's true, that's really wholesome and sweet, and if it isn't and it's just there for the gag, it's really clever. Overall, this is by and far the best episode of the season so far. An easy 9 out of 10. And if you're not hooked on the story or the character after watching Bullocks to Stan, you're probably not going to enjoy the show at all. Patrick Stewart is incredible, and it legitimately feels like the writers understand the characters and how they want to write them moving forward. Basically, if you want to get someone into the show that's never seen it before and want to show them some of the first season's charm, show them Bullocks to Stan. The episode opens with a Simple Life parody. The Simple Life was a show on Fox that followed Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie, two socialites, as they interacted with normal everyday people. The early 2000s was a wild west of reality TV. Why am I bringing this up? Well, that's because this episode is about Stan discovering the joys of... Steve comes to Stan with a permission slip for him to sign so he can take sex ed, and Stan decides he should teach Steve sex ed instead. And when Steve brings up self-gratification, Stan shows him a scare film. The B story is a much more interesting plot. Roger is going to get his bartending license. This would actually be the start of Roger's Place, which would be an institution of later episodes. Steve, trying to combat his urges, takes up woodworking with his dad, and after using a hot poker, accidentally stabbing through the wood into his dad's poker, which causes him to be injured and needs a special cream to take care of his new burn, and yeah, you see where this is going. Moderation matters is the moral of the story. There's not a ton to talk about in this episode, and to try and not get age restricted, I'm not gonna get into the nitty gritty of it, but the TLDR is Stan gets addicted, blames TV, takes over the TV station, and puts on clean programming, before giving Steve the talk on broadcast television and basically retconning everything other than, again, Roger's Place. It's not a bad episode, and it does have some solid jokes, but overall, it's just okay. It's like a 6.5 out of 10. Now this is a good episode. Stan has to hunt a cyber bad guy who leaves notes in what they think is Elvish, but when you see it, it's very obviously hiragana, a form of Japanese alphabet. But for the sake of this episode, it's Elvish. Anyway, Stan can't translate it, but Steve can. And so Stan has to learn from his son and his friends' nerdy ways. It's our first real look at Barry, Snot, and Toshi as characters and how they work as foils to Steve. Stan wants Steve to be more manly and play in the father-son baseball game, but when he sees he's horrible at sports, he finds a pro to replace him. It's the first in a long line of episodes of Stan having to come to terms with Steve being a nerd, and honestly, it's a pretty strong first showing of that idea. Yeah, it's going to be a frequently reused trope, but it makes sense for the characters to have that constant clash. He still loves Steve, but he also wants him to be more like him, or as we'll later find out, more like how he wanted to be. The B story focuses on Roger getting a job to interact with people by being a Jumbo Juice mascot and handing out coupons until he runs into the Taco King, who proceeds to beat him up and down the block. I don't want to give too much of the episode away, but it really is phenomenal, with a special guest appearance by Stephen Colbert and the antagonist being named Dan Weber, who is actually one of the writers on the show. There's a lot to really love about this episode, and it cements that formula we've seen starting to take shape since Bullocks to Stan. It's a healthy 8.5 out of 5, and a solid first season outing that honestly, yeah, you've seen the episode idea before, but how it's handled is just terrific. Just another final brief aside, while most people may know Stephen Colbert exclusively from his run on The Colbert Report or Late Night, he did actually used to do a fair share of voice acting, and his role as Phil Ken Sebin in Harvey Birdman is easily one of the best characters Adult Swim ever produced. I should probably talk about Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law at some point, since it's also just incredible. Should I have reviewed the 36 episode series before the one with over 300? Probably. The CIA says Stan's a family man and can't take on dangerous missions anymore. Stan tries to prove he's still a dangerous agent when he plants a bomb in Bullock's office, but when he panics at the last minute, the office is saved by Duper, which just shows how effective Duper is, even if he's not being focused on. When his quote-unquote dad dies suddenly, his real father, Jack, reappears in his life as a super spy. The B story follows Steve cleaning out his fake dead grandpa's apartment and runs into his old neighbor, who he begins to make out violently with. And after telling his friends, Snot also goes to meet up with her. It's an episode. It's the first but definitely not the last appearance of Jack, and spoiler, Jack is not a good guy. He basically tricks Stan into robbing a museum with him and runs off. It's fine. There isn't much to talk about in this episode since it's a pretty cut and dry story that really doesn't have a ton of jokes. It really just focuses on the Jack and Stan story. Though there's a part where Stan beats up a museum security guard that's just... it's just pretty great. Fun fact, Jack is actually voiced by Darren Norris, who you'd probably recognize as Timmy Turner's dad and Cosmo in Fairly Odd Parents, or in a more obscure role, the narrator from Street Fighter 2V. Look, this is an anime channel. I'm gonna at least mention Street Fighter 2V at least once. Overall, it's fine. It's like a 6 out of 10. Okay, so we're here. Remember how I said there were 2 bad episodes to the season? Well, here they are. Stan of Arabia Part 1 and 2 are just... yeah, we'll get into it. Stan and his co-workers have to plan a birthday party for their boss Avery Bullock. Stan forgets Francine has a play on the same day as his birthday, and when he forbids her from doing it, she walks off in a rage. And after Haley sees the newest Michael Moore movie where he's sold out, see, I told you, super dated episodes. She believes there's no more integrity in America. Francine skips the birthday saying that marriages are an equal partnership, the audacity. Then Stan unalives Jay Leno. It's a wild 5 minutes just to get to the meat of the episode. Anyway, Stan now has to roast his boss instead of Jay Leno, and it goes as well as you'd think. Weirdly enough, it keeps the canon of the series though, even mentioning that his wife is still a hostage in Fallujah, and his preference for chubby Asian women, which, and I can't believe I'm saying this, will come up later on in later seasons. Plural. Stan gets tossed out, and this is where we get our first song of the series. Is it the best song of the series? No, we're not there. We're not there yet. But we'll get there, I promise. Yeah, this is a 2-parter, which is also one of only a handful of 2-parters in the entire series. And it's a weird pseudo-musical about Stan wishing his wife was more subservient and less of an independent woman, despite the fact she's already a stay-at-home mom. Alright, so I feel like this is kind of the perfect place to talk about this, because there's not a whole lot more to talk about across the 2 episodes, but this is a perfect example of Stan being the active antagonist of the episode. Homer or Peter usually cause issues because of their bumbling shenanigans, not their overt biases. Stan is a smart man. We're shown this several times throughout the series. He's a competent agent most of the time and has a very almost obnoxious confidence. While they will dial down the politics and his heavy conservative leanings as the show goes on, just like how they flesh out the rest of the family, there's still a trend of Stan very much being the antagonist of quite a few episodes, and it actually kinda works. Whether it's bullying his own son or sabotaging Roger, while on paper these sound like horrible things to do, from a writing and character perspective, it 100% works as something Stan would do or Stan would think. You're given so many episodes to relate to or appreciate who Stan is, but there's always that barrier where you're reminded that, hey, he's not a perfect guy. He still carries some of his weird stances and overall is pretty insufferable sometimes, which just shows how talented the writers are in writing him. Honestly, as far as likability goes, each character has a swing at being an active or passive antagonist, and it helps build them as a character even if you aren't cheering for them. And what is an active or inactive antagonist? It's pretty simple. A passive antagonist is where that character's actions cause an event that becomes a hurdle for the family, where more often than not, they either don't realize they did it, or they face it with the family to overcome the threat. And an active antagonist is one that throughout the episode or piece of media in general, they're actively going against the rest of the group and fighting back. Can you tell I don't want to talk about these episodes? I just went into a tangent about literary devices, and I don't even read. Anyway, at the end of Stan's song, admittedly there's a really funny joke where a terrified family fears for their life as he finishes singing on top of their dinner table. Like, at the end of the day, it's a well-written episode, it's just very much a product of its time. Stan gets a promotion from Bullock for his roast, and he and his family get relocated to Saudi Arabia. The family have to figure out their new lives in Saudi Arabia, with Stan getting a second wife named Thundercat, Roger struggling with living in a dry country, Haley meeting a guy who hints that he's a bad guy, and Steve finds the joys of the bazaar. Stan also gets assigned to protect an oil pipeline. Stan learns of the moral police and how women should be subservient to their husbands in the country, and yeah, this was 2005. Francine tries to leave without Stan and gets taken back immediately. Roger gets sold by Steve to buy a car and grenades. Haley runs with the virtual police, and yeah, it's a lot. By the end of the episode, Stan is enjoying Saudi Arabia. Bullock offers him his job back, and he refuses it right as Steve gets into an accident. Francine is getting her face smashed in by Thundercat. Haley is running through alleys, and Stan lights their passports on fire, renouncing their citizenship. That's just the first part. Part 2 picks up at the end of, we literally just talked about it. He's Stan of Arabia now. He even says he's Stan of Arabia. Steve is stranded in the desert, Roger is sent to be the wife of a sheik, and this is the first time we see a full-on disguise for Roger, but still no persona. Haley finds a guy that she relates to, but he hints that he's a bad guy associated with a certain Middle Eastern organization. Look, it's a musical episode, and you can't expect me to not dance around demonetization. You know what I'm talking about. When Francine finds out that Bullock offered Stan his job back and he refused, she screams and loses it. Roger, living in luxury, is enjoying being able to drink again, and when Francine breaks out into song, she gets arrested by the virtue police. It's really important that Francine does this song because it really shows off her character and just her inherent rebellion. She could have been a very passive wife, but instead she chooses to actually fight for her rights. Roger basically does an Arabian Nights thing to get out of sleeping with their new husband by telling him the plot of 80s and 90s TV shows. Steve is visited by God as they disguise themselves as Angelina Jolie, played by Odile Corso. Haley wakes up to see that the man she slept with is marching to the US Embassy, and when she goes to stop him, she finds out he's not a bad guy, he just works at Shawarma King, and proceeds to beat him up for lying to her. Francine is sentenced to unaliving by stoning and gets taken away. Stan argues that marriage is an equal partnership and asks to be stoned with Francine. Steve becomes a prophet, and when he says that God is a woman, he also gets sentenced to stoning. Haley also gets sentenced, and as they're just about to be taken out, President Bush descends and starts airdropping democracy, and Stan realizes he's about to not live anymore. However, thanks to Roger getting a favor from their husband, they're saved and taken back to America. It ends on a song about how America isn't the worst place in the world, and that's it. That's the end. It's got jokes, it's not without some merit, but overall it's a product of its time, and they never shied away from reminding you that the show is satire. You're supposed to laugh at Stan's views, it's just more beat you over the head in the earlier episodes, and when they dial it down, his actual character starts to shine more through. Overall, it's admittedly not the worst episode or episodes of the season, just the least well-aged. Honestly, all things considered, I think that Deacon Stan Jesus Man is probably the worst episode of all the ones we're going to talk about. Stan has his gun club over, and we actually have the B story set up before the A story. Steve eats Roger's cookie, and he vows revenge. After Terry's car gets broken into, Stan shows off his gun collection, and he and Haley clash over gun control and gun rights. It's a phenomenal episode. I love Stanny Get Your Gun. We're going to go more in depth on it, I promise, but just this is the palate cleanser. This could very well be one of, if not the best episode of this season. The commentary is sharp, the satire is biting, the characters are well done, and the A and B stories are handled just brilliantly. I didn't even rate Stan of Arabia. It'd probably be like a 4 or 5 out of 10 altogether, but this is a solid 9. Did you know paprika is just crushed red pepper? I didn't either. Anyway, it's the same dynamic as Stan Knows Best, with it being a Haley and Stan episode, but the nice thing is, you see that they actively love each other and care about one another, even if they disagree. Anyway, Francine shows off some old videos of Stan and Haley, and Roger comes up with the perfect scheme by convincing Steve he was adopted to get revenge, as he isn't seen in any of those videos. When forced to bond, Stan takes Haley to NGA Land, a gun-themed music park, and it's just terrific. We also get our introduction to Bobby the Bullet. After he riles kids up to take out A.C. Lewis, Haley jumps on a table and starts to sing, enchanting the kids with anti-gun rhetoric. Her display gets them kicked out of the amusement park and Stan's NGA card revoked. Roger then proceeds to burn all of Steve's old childhood photos to push the adoption scheme. Stan then stages a break-in so that when Haley comes in and sees the family tied up, she shoots and thinks she unalived the burglar, only to find out that it was all a setup. When she confronts him, she fires off the blanks, and then when she aims it at her dad and pulls the trigger, an actual bullet fires off and lodges itself in his spine, paralyzing him for life. Haley begins to feel incredibly guilty and starts taking care of her dad for 3 days straight and tricking out his new wheelchair. Stan also tells Haley he wants to be an activist before Steve drops a bookcase on him and makes out with his sister. Stan goes to the NGA and tells them he wants to be a pro-gun activist, and Haley, out of guilt, agrees to sing for them. This sets Bobby the Bullet off as he jumps out the window. Steve goes to meet his birth parents, and Roger reveals he pranked him, as they very real people that were very excited to have their son back watch in horror as Steve absolutely loves the prank, which again just shows that Roger and Steve is one of the best commendations in the whole show. After, Haley sings a song about having Mrs. Claus hostage, and Haley switching to her original song when Stan realizes how much she's compromising her morals just to make him happy, Bobby the Bullet tries to take her out, which causes Stan to take the shot for her, which pushes the old bullet out of his spine and cures his paralyzation, because we have to return to the status quo. However, you really get to see Stan and Haley love and support each other. You can tell they have an actual healthy relationship, unlike, again, Meg and Peter. The episode is absolutely magical. I know I already gave it a 9 out of 10, but I really can't stress enough, this was one of the first episodes that left me dry wheezing and crying out of laughter as a kid. The first season may still be figuring things out, but when they hit highs, man, those are stratospheric highs. You ever see Sunset Boulevard? Probably not. It's a neo-noir crime movie that opens with the main character unalive in a pool. Star Trek opens with what looks like Steve unresponsive in a pool of cherry jello. We then get a flashback that shows us how we got there. Basically, Steve writes a bestseller about Roger as a stupid alien for a kid's book, and his new success has his whole family clamoring for his approval. Like, that's the whole story. It is the first introduction of Mr. Beauregard, voiced by the legendary Leslie Jordan, and he would end up being a recurring character. I'm not going to go in depth on this episode, not because there isn't anything to talk about, but because it's something that needs to be seen to be enjoyed. It's a strong 8.5 out of 10 and really exemplifies how American Dad trusts its audience to get the jokes. And even if you don't get every joke, the more you come back and rewatch, the stronger an episode will become. It's just phenomenal, and even if you weren't forced to study noir cinema and Billy Wilder or their impact on Ernst Lubitsch in college, you can still appreciate the effort that went into it. It also has Bryan Cranston as the book publisher, which would actually be a recurring thing as he guest starred on Family Guy and was a semi-regular on Cleveland Show as well. Another brief aside, as the series goes on, the writers have deviated further and further away from cutaway gags and instead just embraces that life can be nonsensical for this family. They have an alien that lives in their attic and a talking goldfish. They can do anything without cutting to famous person doing random thing. And that's not an attack on Family Guy at all. That formula worked and still works for that show. But American Dad had to differentiate itself, especially with Family Guy's surging popularity in the mid-2000s. 2005 to 2008 really was a golden age for McFarlane's shows, and in a few more seasons you'll find out why. We also get Captain Monty in this episode, so that's nice. He's delightful. He's like if James Lipton worked at a Long John Silver's. Francine is tired of doing everything the same way every week and runs into the Ladybugs with her friend Linda Mamari, which is the first time we've seen her since Home Insecurity. The Ladybugs are very much a foil on the Desperate Housewives idea, which was a show at the time, and when a woman is found not alive, Francine takes that woman's dog to play with. The B story is about Steve finding and reading Haley's journal and her locking him and Klaus in the closet. When Francine brings home the small dog, the C story begins, where Stan actually starts to bond with it once it runs back home and survives the harrows of the concrete jungle. Francine would go on to go to the art gallery and ends up in a closet with a valet, which makes the ladies think that she had an affair, making her Ladybug material. And Francine decides to go all in and becomes a member of the Ladybugs while coming up with more and more crazy affair ideas. Small note, but it's also the first appearance of Les Pantaloons Fancy, which will be a recurring restaurant throughout the series. There's not really anything else to talk about this episode. Francine betrays Linda's trust by hanging out with the Ladybugs. Roger eats dog treats to get Fussy to like him over Stan to mess with him for the B or C story. And yeah, Steve and Klaus are still locked in the closet. The Ladybugs unalive former members, and Fussy was owned by a former Ladybug. It's fine, it's like a 7 out of 10, and ultimately if you don't enjoy it, that's okay. It's something I like to call a floater episode. It doesn't have anything that makes it inherently stand out, but it's not bad by any means, it's fine. Katie is voiced by Sandra Oh, so that's kinda neat, and Molly Shannon does return for her character as well, and I mean, they're both always great. Haley rescues a monkey from a lab while Stan and Roger start to fight about how Roger broke his TV. After Stan bungles a weapons demonstration due to the aforementioned monkey stealing his weapons manual, ends up without a job, and the Mamaris overhear him yelling at Roger thinking it's Francine. Linda also reveals she's into Francine, which was hinted at in the previous episode. It's an interesting idea, but it doesn't really go anywhere. Roger also gets a disguise to take Stan to the Big Buy to get a new TV. They get into an accident and Stan ends up on house arrest, and that gives us the big reveal of the episode. Stan basically ends up becoming Roger, and Roger has to go out and get a job and actually starts to wear real disguises, starting our steady descent into Roger's personas. Obviously, people get the wrong idea and think Stan is abusive and a horrible individual, and this is where people start going, "He is!" But you know, more so than usual. And it teaches Roger the importance of work and how hard it is to make it. He teams up with a car salesman played by Andy Richter, who is also just fantastic. Sort in the same vein as Star Trek, there's not a ton that should be said, and I will say if you are uncomfortable with domestic situations, feel free to skip this episode. While it is used as a joke, it can be triggering for some people, and that's okay. All in all, it's an effective episode that has a lot of solid jokes, and it's a pretty decent 7.5 out of 10. When the family goes to a mall after Stan gets a bonus, Francine sees a kiosk for sale and remembers her dream of running a kiosk business and wanting to open a muffin shop. Stan doesn't give her the money for her dream and leaves her devastated. The B story finds Haley trying to protest and sabotage the deforestation behind the mall, where she meets Arborius, the environmentalist who lives in a pot. The C story is Steve and his friends going to see The Soiling, a werewolf movie, and as they're walking at night, a wolf attacks Steve to get his muffins and runs off, and he thinks he's going to turn into a werewolf and has to deal with his upcoming transformation. There's also actually a D story as well about Roger finding the same wolf that attacked Steve and using Francine's muffins to lure him back to the house, and you see what's going on. It's got a lot of different vignettes that overlap at different points, but it finds Francine buying the kiosk behind Stan's back, using some of his bonus to follow her dreams, and she quickly pays him back. I'm not going to break down every element of this episode, but I really want to talk about one thing. After Francine starts working and Stan is given an ultimatum, he has to decide between giving Klaus a body or order out. And he chooses to give Klaus a new body, which he proceeds to use to try and pick up Francine. Surprisingly enough, this is actually the first main plot Klaus is a part of. Especially looking back, it's wild that it wasn't until the 18th episode that he got a focus, but he's a sizable inclusion to the roster of potential narrative characters. The rest of the episode is solid and manages to tell 4 stories concurrently in a great style. It's a strong 8 out of 10. This episode starts with a very interesting turn. We see Stan in high school, and he's the same kind of pimply nerd he judged Steve for being. It may not seem like much, but it's incredibly important from a character standpoint. Take everything we've learned about Stan this season, and it really helps piece together who he is and why he's like that. The flashbacks we get of Stan aren't justifying his stances, but they do explain why he has them. He was the nerd that couldn't get a date to prom, whose dad abandoned him, and he repressed those memories and emotions while taking on an artificially hypermasculine identity through working at the CIA. And that's not even me reading into it that much. It's literally the plot points of previous episodes. And as we've seen, even though it's an episodic show, if you watch it in order, you start to unravel the layers and see how complex the characters are becoming. There may be different interpretations of the characters' past, but they always have the same traits. Francine was always a party girl before she met Stan. Stan was always a nerd before he joined the CIA. And Steve and Haley actually have growth as characters as the story progresses. Even Klaus's history as an Olympic skier isn't forgotten. Literally the only character that doesn't really have that is Roger, and we'll get into why that's okay later on. Broad strokes of it though, is that with Roger taking on so many different personas, he doesn't need to have that cemented past or interactions. You know his character. He's a drama queen, but still cares for the family in his own way. It'll be revealed later that he's over 1600 years old, and from a writing perspective, he just has the freedom to be whatever the writers need him to be, whether that be a supporting or antagonistic role to whatever the family are doing that episode. I know I'm going off on a bit of a tangent, but it's really neat to see, especially compared to say The Simpsons, where backstories have to change every few seasons, or Family Guy, where they largely stay the same and don't have a ton of depth. American Dad invests in the characters and your love/knowledge of them to tell heartier, funnier stories. Anyway, yeah, the episode opens on a flashback of Stan getting bullied at prom and vowing revenge by bringing his homecoming queen in 20 years. We then get a flash forward to them heading to Francine's reunion, where Stan is excited to go and be with the homecoming queen. The B story has Roger and Steve firing water balloons at a pizza delivery guy that is basically just Jesus. Roger proceeds to blow up his car with a mortar, and they proceed to use Francine's car to deliver his pizzas, while Haley, Jeff, and Klaus enjoy some brownies. At the reunion, Francine introduces her best friend, Quacky, who is played by the always fantastic John Cryer, which I'm pretty sure but not 100% on is a Pretty in Pink reference, but even if it wasn't, it's still great to hear him. He's a wonderfully talented actor. Anyway, they discover that there were missing votes, and Francine didn't actually win Homecoming Queen, and it was Betty Sue instead. Stan decides to take Betty Sue to the dance instead of Francine because she wasn't Homecoming Queen. And yeah, he learns that it doesn't matter and he's just happy to be with her. Honestly, the second half of the A story is really rough to watch because it's just, it's Stan giving into his bullied past while having his body double entertain Francine. Ultimately, the whole episode is like a 6, maybe a 5 out of 10. And while it's important for Stan's character, the best parts of the episode are Haley, Jeff, and Klaus eating brownies and Steve interacting with Mitch/Jesus, the pizza delivery guy. That being said, Bill the body double is great, and it won't be the last we even see of him. Roger and Stan go for a wild night out after Stan goes to a bachelor party uninvited and ends up doing a Rogerism, where they share their greatest secrets and learn everything to know about each other through alien magic and will eventually compete in Best Buddies. That's the short and sweet of it. The B story is Steve and Haley working together to break up Steve's crush Trudy from her boyfriend Miles so they can catch them on the rebound. Fun fact, Trudy is played by Jenny Garth and Miles was played by her then husband, Peter Fasinelli. Why am I bringing this up? Because there's not much else to bring up. It's a funny episode, but it just kind of plays the same as Rough Trade, only in that it's Roger and Stan learning more about each other and learning how to get along. It's not the last time, and it's not the first time. It's got a lot of funny moments, and it's definitely worth the watch. And in all fairness, it does play into the idea of Stan struggling to admit he has an actual friend, which comes again from being bullied or being abandoned his whole life and not having that inherently while growing up. It's a neat idea that is handled well. It's also nice to see Steve and Haley getting along and having their own story, even if it's, breaking up a couple for no good reason. It's an 8 out of 10 that is definitely worth the watch. It's also the return of the real estate agent from the Threat Levels episode where her hands got cut off. See? Continuity! It also has special guests Wendy Jo Sieber and Peter Scolari from the show Bosom Buddies. I think this might be my shortest episode review yet. Can you kind of tell I'm burning out? This is the longest season of the entire batch. But there's a light at the end of the tunnel, folks. I promise. The episode is really terrific and has a ton of quality bits, especially the limo scene, but overall, it's just a blur. After Haley makes a video about her mom, Francine is mortified that she thinks she hasn't done anything with her life and vows to do something to change that. She gets an offshore degree as a doctor and begins to help a disabled group of burglars in their various heists and schemes. The B story is Stan trying to make Steve popular with a super pill, but he gives him giant breasts instead. Yeah, look, remember how I said you could skip Deacon Stan Jesus Man? You can skip this one too. It's Stan trying to live vicariously through Steve and Francine trying to look impressive to Haley. It's like a 4 out of 10. It's kind of funny, but overall it's a forgettable nothing episode. It's not as bad as Deacon Stan and at least has a good reconciliation between Stan and Steve, but overall, eh. It's another Steve and Stan episode, but this time featuring Barry of all people. That's right, folks, it's a Barry episode. We get a Barry episode before we get a Toshi or even a Snot episode, and honestly, it's a really solid episode. Steve is bored by Stan's work, and Stan, in turn, feels rejected by his son. Meanwhile, the B story is Haley protesting for Eskimo rights, with Roger using it as an excuse to run off to the community college campus and get wasted, and after downing an entire keg Stan solo, he becomes an honorary pledge. When Steve has Barry over and he actually shows some interest in what Stan does, Stan quickly attaches to how interested he was, even taking him to the Mint instead of Steve. Stan then tells Barry he doesn't need his vitamins, which is his greatest mistake he could ever make. See, Barry is psychotic without his meds, and takes on this weird British accent. He would go on to frame Steve to steal his family away from him and send him to an oil refinery turned reformatory. Steve has to use his dad's techniques to escape and prove that Barry is the problem after Barry buries Francine alive. It's a good episode for showing Steve learning to appreciate Stan's knowledge and actually learning something from him, as well as adding some depth to their relationship. Barry also gets some development that gets touched on. The Roger and Haley B story doesn't really go anywhere and it just kind of spins its wheels, but ultimately it's a good 7.5 out of 10 episode. And here we are, the season finale. It's Francine's birthday, and what does she want for her birthday? To break George Clooney's heart for stealing the scene in a TV show she was on. And Stan decides to help her make her dream come true by flying her out and coming up with a giant ornate plan to take him down. The B story has Haley getting sick while Roger and Steve start up a winery in the backyard while Stan and Francine are away. Of course, Stan ends up becoming friends with George Clooney and tries to sabotage the plan as a way to maintain his friendship. It's an awkwardly dated episode since Clooney has since gotten married, and fun fact, Richard Kind, the voice of Tuttle in American Dad, is actually a real-life friend of George Clooney famously. Just a neat fact. Ultimately, it's a great episode and a wonderful way to wrap the season, showing how much Stan really does love Francine at the end of the day, and is willing to travel across the world to make her wildest dreams come true. It's a solid 8 out of 10 conclusion to the whole of the first season. A much more poignant conclusion than, say, Deacon Stan, Jesus Man. And there we go, we are done! Ultimately, what a ride this has been. Looking at the pilot and then at Tears of a Clooney, it is night and day where the series was and where it's going. There's also been less and less commentary as the show has gone on, and it'll only get better from here. Whew, I'm sorry, this has just been... this has been a struggle to get through. This was the biggest chunk of the show we're going to be tackling at one time, and there's just so much more that we get to cover. I just want to thank all of you for making it this far. If you're interested in seeing where the series goes, please make sure to subscribe so you get notifications whenever a new video comes out. Hopefully I should have these coming out pretty frequently, and we've also got a Twitch where I've been doing some streaming, and a Discord so that we can all engage and talk about our favorite episodes, or any anime news that matters to you. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you next time for Season 2 proper. The season when things really take off, and has some of my favorite episodes of the entire series. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. And here we are, Season 2, or 3, depending on how you look at it. It's the next batch of episodes retrospective! Being said, after revisiting these episodes, I have to say there was more growing pains in this season than I remembered. That's not to say there aren't amazing episodes too, there's just a lot more peaks and valleys as the series is still trying to find its legs. We're going to see the idea of experimental narrative pushed a lot farther, and honestly, the second season is way more out there than the second seasons of, say, Family Guy or The Simpsons. There's definitely just a ton of absurdity that makes this such an iconic season. And the second season is very much a sharp incline in quality from what we saw in the first season. Though I will say, this is your content warning. There's some very uncomfortable topics shown in the second season, including ED, racism, homophobia, etc. that, we do have to talk about all of the season, and we can't ignore these elements, especially so early on in the show. And they will be phased out as the series goes on. I just want people to be aware it's there before going too in-depth. And without further ado, we're off to Season 2. Down to watch these episodes, I kept coming up with excuses to not watch it yet, because I had to watch the first 2 episodes of the season, and I'm just not a huge fan of either episode. Though I will say this is probably the funnier of the 2, it's not really much of an achievement. But Camp Refugi starts with, geez. What an episode to start a season with. Camp Refugi. I don't know. I feel like there's a better episode order out there, but I digress. Camp Refugi opens with Steve getting out for summer break. Only he's running from Stan, who's hunting him down to send him to summer camp. His mom saving him from his Terminator-esque fate. Steve doesn't want to go camping and focuses on gardening, while Stan wants him to experience the same joys he had when he was a kid. We also see Roger play a hard-boiled PI, who is probably the blueprint for a more famous lake-themed detective later down the line. But we're getting personas right out the gate this season, which admittedly is a nice touch. Anyway, Stan sends Steve to a refugee camp by accident, and yeah, that's the whole episode. Stan and Haley go to get Steve back and do humanitarian work respectively, and then look, skip this episode. You don't need anything out of it, and it's Stan at his honestly most racist. It's a lot, and sure, it's funny with Roger personas, but even that could be considered too much as it transforms into a very intense B story about Roger playing a college professor and Francine pretending to be his wife as they go to some pretty dark places. It's meant to be shocking in a funny way because at the end of the day it's all fake, but yeah, no, this is not an episode I'd really recommend. There are comedic points, but overall, the season starts with a 4 out of 10. There's parts where I want to be oh, it's just a lighthearted play on Stan being bigoted or not understanding and just being stupid and racist. But he thinks the rebel army attacking the camp is a panty raid, and you can't suspend your disbelief for that. Stan is a CIA agent. He's had experience in Africa, and him acting like a total idiot just feels so out of place compared to the agent we've seen in the first season. It's mind-boggling. They have an Olympic game between refugees and rebels, and it's just so unnecessary. It's by far probably the worst episode of the entire season, which means we're getting it out of the way as it leads directly into I just wanted to insert this here because I had a ton of people reach out in defense of the American Dad After School special. It is incredible that this episode has had such an impact on people that have struggled with EDs. Please understand that these rankings are just totally personal based. You can absolutely love any episodes that I may hate, and that's the magic of this show. Admittedly, I am a little aggressive in my review. I do apologize for that, again, seeing how people have felt about the show going on. There were 2 episodes that actually got any amount of feedback, and I would be remiss to not talk about it because it did only embolden my love for the show. So please understand, I mean absolutely no disrespect to American Dad After School special, and I am so glad it had such a positive effect. That being said, please enjoy. Hey, pulled a little sneaky on ya. Oh, okay, yeah, no, we're not out of the woods yet. Okay, so I feel like a liar saying season 2 has a lot of great episodes, and then proceed to have to talk about the American Dad After School special. But here we are. Anyway, Steve is escaping through the vents to get out of gym class when he runs into Debbie, the overweight goth girl that he then begins to date. She's played by Lizzie Kaplan and will be a somewhat recurring character over the next few seasons. Steve starts bragging about Debbie to his family, and they get excited to meet her. Stan fastens an exploding neck brace around Steve's neck, and if he doesn't ask Debbie out in the next 24 minutes, he's going to unalive. And luckily for him, she says yes. Like, Steve and Debbie really are a very cute couple, and it's great to see Steve happy and exploring, what brings him joy. It's important for his growth as a character, but as she's walking up to see the family for dinner, Stan hustles everyone to the panic room when he discovers she's fat. He just treats her like an animal, while the B story finds Roger seeing her as a female Mr. Belvedere. But yeah, Stan is super fat phobic, and when the family calls him out on it and says that he's not in perfect shape himself and he should be more accepting of others, he develops an ED and begins starving himself. He invents a fake personal trainer, and he thinks his family is sabotaging his diet and trying to get him to put on more weight when he's literally skin and bones. It's a very unsettling episode that feels so out of place. Like, even the B story of Roger stalking Steve and Debbie and imagining himself as her boyfriend is just creepy. It's another, 4, maybe even 3 out of 10. Skip it. Move on. There's just nothing to love about this episode. Like, Steve feels like he has to break up with Debbie to help his dad heal, and Roger plans to get her on the rebound, and Stan learns how to hide food he's supposed to be eating. This is just, there's no lower point in this season than the first 2 episodes. And I promise, after this, it is smooth sailing up to the peak. There might be some dips, but overall, everything after this point is just quality. Failure is not a factory-installed option. Feels like such a breath of fresh air coming off of those previous episodes. The episode opens with Stan showing that he's a master negotiator. He looks over a bomb-based bad guy and is able to pinpoint his weak points to exploit them to get information out of him regarding the location of a bad guy's cell. And I think that's why I have such a problem with the first 2 episodes. They're in direct contrast of a character that we've seen built up so far. Stan is not stupid. He's ignorant, he's bullheaded, and absolutely more than a little prejudiced currently, but he's not stupid. He's a skilled agent that traditionally has a level head on his shoulders, and it's that subversion that makes this episode work where the other 2 don't. This actually focuses on that subversion of the character and reestablishes it right at the beginning of the episode. Stan is a clever negotiator and talented agent. The B story is Steve and the gang trying to get together with basically girl versions of themselves, however, they only date boys with cars. Meanwhile, Francine wants a new car, and Stan decides to go down to the dealership and negotiate, but gets tripped up by the salesman who bests him. He proceeds to buy not 1, not 2, but 20 cars, including Francine's old one from the dealer, while Roger hooks up a movie projector in the attic. Essentially, Steve comes up with an idea to have the girls over and hang out in all the new cars, while Roger sets up an impromptu drive-in theater, projecting on the side of the house. All while Stan loses his edge and gives a bad guy state secrets and has to go and train with his master in Nepal, leaving the family to fend for themselves. When he returns with new sage wisdom, he's ready to take back the cars. And honestly, while they've struggled with Stan throughout this season already, and he's going to be the focus of most of the episodes going forward, the rest of the family is pretty cemented now. Scott Grimes has Steve almost perfectly fleshed out to how he sounds today, Wendy Shaw delivers on Francine perfectly, and even Klaus has a lot more personality compared to the first and second seasons. There's noted improvements that are there, they've just been hidden so far. Like even in the after school special, while Haley and Stan may have had their differences and he insults her several times throughout the episode, she still loves him and tries to get him help. Stan goes to confront the dealership and comes back with a blimp before running off and leaving the family yet again, only now they have to struggle to make ends meet even more. Francine and Haley clean and do whatever it takes to get by. Francine finds Stan living out of one of the cars he bought and slowly losing his mind. However, the camera pans away to follow a power truck. But Why? Oh, why it's the continuation of the Golden Turd storyline. We continue our journey with the electrician who proceeds to drive onto train tracks as a train is coming through. When a police detective investigates the wreckage, he finds the Golden Turd and stashes it away. He and his wife fight over it, and as she's trying to encourage him to keep the evidence and use it to set them up for life, he decides to turn the turd in and face the music. The last shot, however, is of the wife poisoning his tea. Another huge fun fact about this episode is that Eddie, the detective, is actually played by legendary actor Beau Bridges, who is also the brother of the actor Jeff Bridges, and his wife Marilyn is played by Swoosie Kurtz, who you probably recognize as the mom on Mike and Molly, but even Stan's mom later in the series. Both give incredible performances that take you out of the comedy you've been watching, and it seriously needs to be celebrated how dynamic they are. After we cut back, the boys are having another date when the cars start to get repoed when they can't make payments on them. The repo man is actually played by John DiMaggio, which is just fantastic. Like, American Dad has a pretty star-studded roster, and there's some even wilder castings as we go deeper in. The family finds Stan homeless and camped out in front of the grocery store when they run to the car salesman and he confronts him in front of the family, telling him how he ruined his life. This causes the man to get them into the fem wagon that Francine initially wanted at a discount and get them off the hook for all the other auto loans. Stan reveals that this was all part of his plan as he schemed on the plane ride back with David Mamet of Glengarry Glen Ross fame. This devastates his family as Haley starts to cry and he does his victory lap. Stan is a smart man. No one ever accused him of being a good person, but he is a smart man nonetheless. The episode shines because of all of his nonsensical actions have real-world consequences, and the family has to deal with them. They're not afraid to take those darker routes that The Simpsons would never take. They're still experimenting, and ultimately, this is a solid 8.5 out of 10 episode, and one of the best of the season because of how well it balances all the characters. Stan is selfish, egotistical, and manipulative, but he is good at what he does. I think it's very important that when we talk about Lincoln Lover, we need to acknowledge the fact that this episode would actually go on to be nominated for a GLAAD Award for its representation of the LGBTQ community and the issues they faced back in 2006. It's a very important milestone for American Dad, and it's very important that while it would win Emmys down the line, it's very poignant that a series like American Dad would even be nominated for something like this. Anyway, it's another Stan episode, but this time featuring Greg and Terry in their first episode as prominent features. Stan takes Steve to the Langley Conservative Republicans and they go through a sorting process to make sure neither of them is a gay. Yeah, again, this was 06. Basically, there are gay Republicans that want a voice at the RNC, and yeah, it really paints Stan as super homophobic. Initially. Also, still really kinda racist. Like, I know it's still the second season, but I promise he does get better as they experiment with Stan more and more. After seeing a weird artistic depiction of Abraham Lincoln's life, Stan decides to write a new play to revitalize the GOP for the future Republicans of the country, like his son, Steve. And so he makes a play from the angle of Lincoln's bodyguard, Captain David Derrickson, who, unknown to Stan, was Lincoln's lover. Hence the title. Stan also doesn't know that Greg and Terry are gay and thinks they're just two eligible bachelors that live together. It's also the first mention of Gwen, Francine's hot sister that we won't probably see for like another 6 seasons. Anyway, Stan begins to perform in the show and it quickly attracts a large gay audience and starts to really take off. And I think that's where a very important distinction needs to come in. When I say Stan is homophobic or Stan is racist, I mean just Stan. The show as a whole isn't trying to bash gay people or build a toxic narrative. They're showing that Stan is a biased and bigoted individual a lot of the time, and yes, can be heavy-handed in the GOP talking points. Stan gets approached by his neighbor Greg and a couple of other log cabin Republicans to speak on their behalf at the Republican National Convention, or the RNC, and he accepts, not knowing it's a gay group. However, when he goes to their meeting and sees they're gay, he begins to freak out before trying to get Greg out of there, and Greg tells him that he and Terry are very much in a relationship. This actually leads into a surprisingly well-done musical number about the log cabin Republican. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and talk about American Dad as a paragon of representation, it's still a far cry from proper, modern depictions. But for its time, it's a much more forward-thinking take than you'd get from animated properties of the time, like, Drawn Together. I don't know, it's just wild that a song like We're Red and We're Gay came out in a political landscape like 2006. And after the song, Stan seems to have turned over a new leaf on gay people, so long as they're still Republican, because they're allowing him to speak at the convention on their behalf, while Steve is suspicious of the whole thing. It's poignant that Steve has a problem with the situation when it's very obvious his hatred of gay people, or even the disdain for anything non-Republican, has been coded and fostered by Stan, and not by his inherent prejudice. Steve is a nerdy gardening kid that just wants to do whatever's fun for him, but here he is molded by what his dad and the group his dad is a part of encourage. Steve leaks a picture of Stan with Pat Robertson at an anti-gay palooza to get him kicked out of the group, and he proceeds to try and sleep with Terry to prove he's gay enough to speak at the RNC. He goes out to dinner with Terry, they dance at the club, and when they kiss, Stan doesn't feel anything, and Terry explains that being gay isn't a choice. Steve proceeds to try and make a blockade at the RNC to keep the log cabin Republicans out, while Stan goes to talk in front of the whole convention. He proceeds to go on to say that he was wrong, and that he taught his son wrong. He then tells the convention to not hate gay people, but rather to hate Democrats, because they chose to be Democrats, and you can't choose being gay. It's actually a really rousing speech, encouraging gay people to make a change in the RNC, and it's just, it's not the kind of message you'd expect to be delivered as everyone starts welcoming each other into the folds. Lincoln Lover is a complicated episode. It's got a lot of layers that I'm probably not properly equipped to discuss, but it's definitely not the representation you'd expect to see on broadcast TV in the 2000s. The jokes are really solid, and the part about Stan just loving confetti and struggling to find it gets me every single time. I get that it isn't an episode for everyone, and it's definitely not everyone's cup of tea, and it could very well be a divisive episode, but it is a solid 8 out of 10 in my book. Stop me if you've heard this one before. It's a Stan and Francine episode, where Francine is tired of Stan wanting to do the same old thing over and over and over again. Yeah, it's literally just the setup for Not Particularly Desperate Housewives, except instead of murderous housewives, the end result is actually street racing with a Vin Diesel type. Anyway, the episode continues with Haley breaking up with Jeff because he's smothering her, and honestly, the most interesting thing about the episode is Steve as Agathor in this weird MMO world, as it establishes him as the de facto leader of his group, and he's mad with nerd power. The B story is really just focused around Steve's character perishing in game, and Haley and Jeff have to come back together and team up to save Agathor, whose one weakness is having his name said backwards. The great thing about this is how they animate the game in a completely different, way more detailed style. It's wild that they're doing such creative ideas barely a quarter into the season. Like, it is so cool, and I'm gonna nerd out about it because it's the only time in the entire series that it happens. It shows American Dad was going to push every boundary it could as it continued to experiment. And I will say this much, unlike Not Particularly Desperate Housewives, when Stan finds out Francine is bored and in a rut, he actually tries to recapture her passion by having Roger refit his SUV to be a muscle car. He's actively trying to rekindle their romance because he doesn't want to lose her. It's actually really sweet. Stan begins street racing by beating a minority person, quotation marks, in a race, and he and Francine keep racing until they run up against the Vin Diesel type shown earlier in the episode, who beats him off camera, and Francine bet 50 grand on the race. Francine is held as collateral until Stan can find a way to pay up. Like, sure, the segments of Roger's failed robberies are great, but the animation of Jeff and Haley going to save Agathor is just so captivating. Like, you forget the A story because the B story is just so unique. I will say, though, the final chase for Stan and Francine actually uses some pretty decent 3D graphics for the time. Like, overall, it's an impressive visual spectacle of an episode that you would not expect from American Dad, much less from the second season. It's a fantastic 8 out of 10 that has to be a must-watch for anyone watching through the series. Debbie is back, and Stan still doesn't like her. That is, until she shows an interest in guns and he starts to come around on her. However, when Francine finds out Debbie made Steve his lunch, she begins to lash out. The B story follows Roger joining community college with Haley, and they run into Ethan, played by the amazing and always talented Elijah Wood. However, instead of becoming a student, Roger tries his hand at becoming a professor. Francine then begins to plant drugs on Steve, and so he breaks up with Francine. She then starts to believe life would be better with another baby and starts doing anything she can to make that happen. Honestly, the episode is okay. Stan gets a weird Japanese vasectomy, which will be brought up later on, while Francine hunts for frozen sperm. All while Ethan becomes obsessed with Roger's empty lessons and decides to unalive his father. Ultimately, the episode is like a 6 out of 10. Really just watch it for a really knockout performance by Elijah Wood and not much else. Obviously, he's done more voice acting since this with, Over the Garden Wall and things like that. But this is him fresh off of Lord of the Rings, and he gives just a chillingly great delivery. Oh, and Debbie breaks up with Steve, so there's also that. Two ice-themed episodes, one after another. It's a fun touch. This episode opens with Klaus as a human grandpa in the future, telling his grandson a story of Stan Smith, the man with a winter secret, a la the Princess Bride style. Though in his story, he's still a fish. It's our third Stan and Francine episode in a row, and this one focuses on Stan leaving during the winter for long periods of time, only to come back injured. The B story involves Steve and the gang getting a mail-order bride by accident. All while Klaus actually explains what a side story and framing device are, which is hyper meta for the time. Like, to give you an example of where we are in time, this episode came out the same week as Chick Cancer, an episode of Family Guy where Peter falls in love with tragic romance movies and Stewie dates a child actor. For them to use a futuristic Klaus to tell an otherwise uneventful story about Stan being an ice skater and Steve and the crew dealing with a mail-order bride, it allows them to elevate the episode to being more than just the sum of its parts. The episode itself is okay. It's solidly funny and easily an 8 out of 10, but it's just really important to note how experimental they were already getting and how much more they were going to deviate from the norm. And while American Dad did move away from the cutaway gags it did early in the first season, it doesn't stop itself from going the absolute absurdist route possible, with Stan keeping a knight employed to keep his secret from his family. It's a wonderful episode that should be celebrated for its creative storytelling for its time. I did also want to talk about this briefly. Throughout the entirety of Season 2, there are actually only 2 episodes that Stan isn't the main character of, and we'll actually be getting into one of them as we go into... A brief note before we begin. Sadly, between writing the first and second season scripts, Leslie Jordan, the voice of Beauregard, did tragically pass. He was able to bring one of Langley's most eccentric and fashionable characters to life with true precision and panache. I only bring it up because he's a big part of this episode, and it sings because of his involvement. The episode opens with Klaus saving Francine as the house is shot up, only to reveal that he isn't Klaus. He's Max Hammer, Mexican vampire hunter. Oh, and his car is also a sub that takes them to the lost city of Atlantis. And yeah, it's all a dream, which really hammers in the patheticness of Klaus's situation. It's another episode where Steve believes in his dad wholeheartedly and thinks he knows everything, which obviously no one could, and he obviously doesn't. And while Steve is doing his research on fossils, we cut to something just absolutely magic. What's eating Gilbert Grape with squirrels? The two squirrel brothers, played by the very soon-to-be super famous John Krasinski of The Office fame, and John Galecki, who not a year later would go on to star in one of the longest-running sitcoms of all time, The Big Bang Theory, though he also had a healthy run on Roseanne. What makes this B story so great is it's not a cutaway. It's a full-on side story. Where the golden turd is serialized and shows up over and over and over again, American Dad isn't afraid to add these stories that are absolutely impacted by and impact the family, but also are just doing their own thing. I don't know, there's a magic to the squirrel what's eating Gilbert Grape story, because it just feels so right, you know? It walks that trapeze wire with pure elegance. I know they say if you explain a joke, it stops making the joke funny, but like, there isn't a joke there. The joke is literally, it's what's eating Gilbert Grape with squirrels. That's it. That's the whole thing. And you know, that's just really great. Anyway, a squirrel chews through the internet cable right as Steve was doing his project, and Roger was trading in silver on the stock market to buy a popcorn maker. Wow, Roger sounds really, really smart and put together this episode. Is this what character growth looks like? Spoilers, it isn't. There's also this recurring gag of Stan going and putting sparklers in his food that it's just so nonchalant, and I didn't remember it when I decided to revisit the episodes, and I don't know why. It's so dumb in the best way. Anyway, Steve asks his dad for help as he eats a bowl of spaghetti with the aforementioned sparklers in it, and Steve ends up giving a report about the breaking of the human-dinosaur treaty in 8000 BC. Yeah, this is a Stan as the dumbest man in the room episode. There always seems to be a village idiot character, and each character spends time in the role. Sometimes Francine is the dumbest character, sometimes it's Steve, other times it's Jeff, it's mostly Jeff. But this episode, it's Stan, and I gotta be honest, once they figure out what makes a good dumb Stan episode, they're kind of my favorite ones. Like, I know I said he's not usually stupid, but I think this is an episode where I'm okay with it. And it makes sense. They just take it to an absurd level, like we'll see later on. And I actually really love when Stan is just genuinely stupid, but in a wholesome way, like you'll see as we head down the road. Roger tells Steve his dad is an idiot, and they team up to trick Stan into giving them what they want. They then start mocking him, and when Stan grounds Steve, he and Roger decide to run away to New York City to make it big as a stockbroker and basic cable writer, as their intellect can no longer be shackled in little old Langley. Francine begins to worry, but Stan knows they couldn't have gotten far with only the $1,600 he paid Steve for this quarter's kid tax. I love Idiot Stan. Anyway, they see movement in the treehouse and believe the two are hiding there and decide to teach Steve and Roger a lesson. It's actually the two squirrels, and the two hit New York ready to make it big. We're reintroduced to Beauregard Le Fontaine as Francine takes brownies up to the treehouse, which are quickly devoured by the squirrel family. Steve pitches his idea to comedy powerhouse of the time, Jon Stewart, who plays himself, and it's just like, again, the star power in the second season of American Dad alone is just super impressive. Yes, the argument can be made that a lot of these are before the actors became bigger, but it's just great to see, and it's only going to go up from here. And as you'd expect, yeah, Steve is just a kid, and Roger is used to the Hollywood Stock Exchange and is in fact still an intergalactic idiot. We cut back to the Gilbert squirrels, and Mama Squirrel has crossed the Rainbow Bridge. Roger and Steve then begin to struggle in New York, and when the treehouse is struck by lightning, the family breaks down thinking they've passed. The Squirrel brothers must now find a new home as the sun sets. Stan and Francine and Haley are devastated and decide to use Steve's college fund to grieve. Steve and Roger begin to remake Midnight Cowboy when they're picked up by Beauregard, who is happy to pay them to mock their intellect, circling back to the beginning of the episode. And so Steve beats up Beauregard and takes his money as the two get on a bus to go home. The family reconciles, and the Squirrel brothers face a bright future. This is a solid Fox-era American Dad. It's a brilliant 9.5 out of 10 that just hits all the right notes to sing as an episode. They're writing the characters more sharply, and they're pinpointing how far they can go. I love this episode, and I think it really shows an elevated form of comedy. This really was an episode that I don't know. It feels like it cut closest to the core of what American Dad is today. It's our first Christmas episode! American Dad will be very notorious with how it experiments wildly with their Christmas episodes, but this one, all things considered, is pretty by the numbers. It's Christmas. Roger feels like a failure since he's been on the planet since 47 and lives in an attic, and the Christmas function that the family was attending is shut down for being a religious display on public property, which throws Stan into a fit, yelling about the rapture. They go to the mall, and a clerk wishes Stan a happy holidays instead of Merry Christmas, and he pulls a gun on him and blames it on Jane Fonda. All of this after buying Roger a cheap cassette of these disco hit. Like, Like, this is a very biting satire of the war on Christmas idea, and it's hilarious how it pivots from that to Stan being visited by the ghost of Christmas past, who takes him back to 1970 to see himself as a kid and learn the true meaning of Christmas. Only instead of going and seeing himself, he cheeses it to go and take out Jane Fonda before she can ruin Christmas, in the process having the cassette of disco hits fall into Roger of the Time's possession. The ghost of Christmas past appears before Francine and recruits her to help her find Stan, and I just have to say, Lisa Kudrow does an amazing job as the ghost of Christmas past. This is her hot off of Friends, and you can tell she had fun with the character. It really brings a much needed energy to the episode. Like, remember how I said it's by the numbers? Because Stan got Martin Scorsese off drugs and Russia takes over the US, so Stan has to go back to the past and make Taxi Driver. It's all the natural progression of things. Anyway, he failed and now he has to do a Reagan Hilton Hotel incident. Say it with me now. Natural progression. Get used to this. American Dad knows how to make a good Christmas special. And as Stan gets ready to pull the trigger, he realizes the most important part about Christmas is the family you spend it with. Overall, it's a great start to the craziness of the American Dad holiday specials. It's just a fun ride and a very strong 8 out of 10. An episode like Bush Comes to Dinner can become more and more dated as time goes on, but I think this one gets a pass because it's just so plain and cheesy. Like, it opens with Stan having to write an essay for a chance to have President George W. Bush come to his house for dinner. That's the whole premise of the episode, and it just has fun with it. Smartly, it's a Stan and Haley episode where Haley is obviously against the Republican president's ideas. It's also our first introduction to the pillow gun. The B story features the hilarious story of Roger trying to harvest Steve's kidney to buy Dollywood. He then goes on to hunt one of the FBI's most wanted, Bin Laden, to get the bounty to buy Dollywood. Classic Steve and Roger. And then, like the title suggests, Bush comes to dinner. Chris Cox does a great Bush impression that really adds to the overall comic angle. Like, the episode is literally Roger gets Bush drunk, and Stan and Haley mend their relationship while tracking him down, and Stan finds a new respect for his daughter and understands that she's not a lost cause, and that you can't give up on your kids, and that everyone grows differently. And like, that's what American Dad does so well. It makes an episode like Bush Comes to Dinner about the importance of supporting one another, juxtaposed with Roger and Steve torturing a completely random guy they think is Bin Laden in their diabolical backless chair. I think what makes the episode much more evergreen than other presidential episodes where, say, Cartoon Dad is chosen to come to the White House and wacky hijinks ensue, it's that it's a much more tame idea of a president interacting on the show, like, say, King of the Hill or The Simpsons. Bush gets drunk and runs off, and Haley and Stan have to get him. That's it. It's genuinely a really wholesome episode that's worth checking out. A solid 8.5 out of 10. The CIA is getting a ping pong table! And because of it, Stan finds himself moved to the bathroom for his new office, feeling horribly disrespected and unacknowledged. On the way home, he sees Paco, Greg and Terry's dog walker, in his front yard, who Haley will reveal she's dating, and Stan decides to follow his passion of making celebration teddy bears with Paco's family's help. I'm kind of glossing over the episode because it centers around the Smith family taking advantage of undocumented immigrants as a means of cheap labor, and yeah, it can be a little jarring seeing their basement as a sweatshop. It has funny moments, but it is ultimately a very skippable episode. Overall, unlike, say, Camper Fugi or the After School Special, it's still about like a 7 out of 10. It isn't bad, it's from a different time. The B story of Roger joining and taking over Steve's band is admittedly very funny, and the final musical number is very sweet. Fun fact, Scott Grimes, the voice of Steve, actually sings. And the first song we hear Steve sing is in fact one that Scott Grimes made, Livin' on the Run. It's also the first appearance of Akiko, so, you know, that's cool. It's a Steve and Roger episode. When Steve needs to study for his exam and Roger wants to watch his Lifetime movie, they start to grow apart. The B story has Stan taking Francine to the Mr. Pibb factory to celebrate their favorite drink of all time, only to find out they're shutting down, and thus they have to begin a cross-country campaign to bring back Mr. Pibb. Patton Oswalt plays the museum guide. After Steve and Roger break up, Roger does another musical number, and it's actually very sweet, showing the two of them had been together for years. And you could see that Steve really was just growing up, but that they were still friends. It's a really well done song that just would feel out of place in any other show. Roger meets a new young boy that gives him the attention he wants, and starts to slip into an abusive relationship that Steve needs to save him from. The B story shines, and it's really sweet to see Stan and Francine bonding over something they both love. However, that's really all there is to talk about in the episode. It's a good Roger and Steve story, but it's just a reverse E.T. that goes on for just a little too long. I don't know. I've never personally been a huge fan of the episode. Overall, it's like a 5 or a 6 out of 10. And where A.T. fails, Black Mystery Month thrives. To this day, Black Mystery Month is one of my favorite episodes of all time. It does everything it sets out to do with expert precision that makes it one of the shining beacons of the season. Like, we'll get into it, but overall, it's a 10 out of 10. The episode opens with Steve getting an assignment for Black History Month to do a report on a prolific black inventor, and he chooses to do it on George Washington Carver, while Roger and Haley get into a betting game of Jenga, or as they say in South America, Henga, for the B story. Steve's investigations into George Washington Carver lead him down a complex rabbit hole full of conspiracy theories about a shadowy organization known as the Illuminati. The story boils down to Stan and Steve unraveling a peanut-based presidential-sized conspiracy while the rest of the family plays Jenga. It's that kind of dichotomy that makes American Dad shine. Totally nonsense ideas coupled with the totally mundane ones with an eccentric twist. Black Mystery Month knows how absurd American Dad can be for you to still believe these things are possible in their everyday lives. And I feel like if an episode like this were to come out in, say, Season 1, or even earlier in Season 2, it just wouldn't have the same staying power it currently has. It feels like all the absurd plots led up to this and got you ready to be taken for a ride. And as we'll see finishing up this season, Black Mystery Month is one of those very important renaissance in the writing of American Dad. You can see that because of its success, or that format it developed, elements that worked in it will be shown off in future seasons to come. I don't want to go too in-depth on the episode since it would ruin a lot of the sight gags, but the episode is phenomenal, and it's one of, if not the best episode of the entire season. And George Washington Carver did not, in fact, invent peanut butter. It's our first appearance of Buckle! It's a sliding scale of Stan being an idiot this episode, where the family all makes fun of him for screwing up, and then when he gets a test warning of nuclear war, he takes it seriously and scrambles to get his family to the woods. However, when he finds out it's fake, he realizes he can't tell them, otherwise they'd mock him. The family is discovered by the aforementioned Buckle, who helps them survive in the woods as he's a former Disney Imagineer turned survivalist. But when the family finds out it's not a real threat, they mock Stan and go back to their lives with Buckle's stock family to get close to Haley and the first interaction with people he's had in years. The B story has Roger marrying a Jewish woman to get a blender, and the more he tries to weasel out of the wedding to take the blender and run, the deeper he slips. His fiancée being Shari, who would later go on to marry Buckle, and they'd live their lives on Cherry Street as Stan's new neighbors. The episode is okay. It's perfectly fine. If you've never seen it before, watch it. And if you've seen it before and revisit it and start to get bored once the family gets back from the forest, that's honestly perfectly normal. Honestly, I felt the episode dragged a bit in the second half, and while it does have some pretty funny jokes, it can't hold a candle to Black Mystery Month. Though Shari is played by Lisa Edelstein, who you'd probably recognize as Dr. Cuddy on House, and her parents are played by the late Liz Sheridan and Elliot Gould, it's still overall like a 6 out of 10?
Deputy Director Bullock is stressed and keeping everyone to work late night after night, so the agents all agree via the super secret nose-goes rules that Stan should find a woman for Bullock, and so he asks Francine, who warns him that if it doesn't work out, she'll say the 4 words he hates hearing. I told you so. The B story follows Roger, who feels self-conscious after a kid mocks him for not having a nose. So Steve and Haley get him a celebrity nose kit, which has dud after dud until he finds the Kevin Bacon. Meanwhile, Avery and Francine's friend hit it off, and as the two couples go their separate ways, Stan feels like everything is going great until Bullock calls him to come over and shows that he unalived her thinking she was an enemy agent by mistake. Stan is then ordered to dispose of the body. All while Roger milks the fact that people think he's Kevin Bacon for as much as he can. Stan struggles to keep the Melinda incident under wraps. And when Francine goes to Bullock to find out what happened to Melinda, he puts a hit out on her, and so Stan has to find a way to frame Francine so she doesn't end up dead. Yeah, that's the episode. Overall, it's okay. It's definitely not the lowest point of the season at all, but it definitely isn't the highest. It's just like a 6 or a 7 out of 10, with probably one of the best singular jokes of the whole season, with the car adjustment scene. Stan feels emasculated when he discovers Francine's sex garden is the largest in North America, and he's only slept with Francine his entire life. Meanwhile, Steve gets addicted to an energy drink. Francine gets Stan to sleep with someone else, and he ends up marrying her and throwing the family into chaos. It's an episode. There's really not a ton to talk about with it, and there's not a lot to even really recommend. Again, it's not the worst episode compared to, say, Camp Refugi or the After School Special, but it does go to show, as the series goes on, the weaker episodes of the show still end up being pretty solid. Like, around this point in the last season, we were near Helping Handies, a totally forgettable episode that doesn't really have any saving graces. This episode at least has some pretty stellar one-off jokes that managed to stick in my head even after all these years. It's a 6 out of 10. Paget Brewster actually plays Stan's date, Joanna, and it's just great to see her doing stuff. The CIA is being surprise audited, so Stan takes home a ton of surveillance equipment and starts spying on his neighbors, discovering they badmouth him constantly. The B story involves Roger and Steve trying to swindle their way through life by using Steve as an injury dummy, and Roger collecting the money. What could possibly go wrong? Stan tries to be more and more popular with the stolen information he's acquired, and when the neighborhood still hates him, he gets them all sent to a motel and has to be taught that people just badmouth one another. I guess it's okay. It's a 5 out of 10 that doesn't really do anything. I mean, again, out of all the episodes in the season, we're at the point that most of the episodes are solid and stand up well over time. It's been 16 years since the season aired, and it's wild that well over half the episodes are still great. This one just feels like a season 1 episode. It feels like something you'd see around Deacon Stan Jesus Man, not after, Black Mystery Month, or even Irregarding Steve. I don't know, it just feels like a weak appetizer leading into the last 2 episodes of the season that are just so dynamite. They honestly make it so forgettable. The episode opens with Stan giving a deposition as we get a flashback to what happened. Stan goes to pick up Steve and his friends from gym class and sees them running around tickling each other and decides they need to be more manly. The B story has Roger asking Haley to pretend that she's his girlfriend so he can make the girl at the liquor store jealous. After Stan fails to make the boys more manly, he knows what he needs to do, so he finds a bunch of steer and has them lead a cattle drive through Langley. Cows have mad cow disease, and as he eats them, he steadily loses his sanity as Steve and the group have to man up and take charge of the situation. All while Roger continues playing Haley and Francine against one another as he keeps flirting with them to eventually get them into a slap fight that he can film and potentially win a t-shirt. I'm glossing over the episode, but not because it's not funny, but because the story at the base of it is just so simple, and they strap so many great jokes onto it. The episode is easily an 8.5 out of 10 and has some of the best delivery of the whole season. It's a great Stan and Steve episode that ultimately leads into... Okay. I love Black Mystery Month. It's by far one of my favorite episodes of the entire season. But Joint Custody? Joint Custody is still, after over 300 episodes, in my top 5 episodes of all time. And it's a Jeff episode of all things. The episode opens with Stan frustrated that Jeff lives in his van on his front lawn. It's actually one of the few times Jeff has shown up this entire season. Stan has Jeff's van destroyed, and so Haley moves him into the house, driving Stan insane until he discovers that he has a warrant for his arrest in Florida and decides to turn him in, with Roger giving chase. The B story has Steve getting electrocuted and thinking he has the gift to see where Francine's keys are, and so they tear up the house trying to find his vision. Obviously, they spend most of the episode on the A story with them running into Jeff's dad, played by the legendary Clancy Brown, who you'd recognize as Mr. Krabs or the Kurgan in Highlander, alongside so many other classic roles. His dad framed Jeff and decides he's going to turn his own son in for the reward money. The entire episode shows Stan that Jeff had his own hurdles to overcome, and he really starts to feel for him. It's a necessary and even touching episode that starts to show the softening of Stan. Obviously, we'll get Stan and Jeff episodes like this, but I think Joint Custody is the best example of how to play the dynamic. Like, as far as a finale goes, this one clears Tears of a Clooney by and far. It's one of the best and competently constructed episodes of American Dad yet, and it's just another solid 10 out of 10 that needs to be seen, appreciated, and then watched again. And there we have it! Another 19 episodes down and another season out of the way as we continue working our way through the Fox era. We had some lows and some highs, but overall, Season 2 is just an across-the-board improvement compared to Season 1, and gives us that steady incline to the amazing episodes we'll get later down the line. Where Season 1 was looking for the formula that, worked, Season 2 is all about finding the pairings that work best, how to bring out the sharpest writing, and making American Dad really stand as its own show. Even the animation, even though it's another series made by Seth MacFarlane, it makes a point of looking different from Family Guy as opposed to, say, The Cleveland Show. Overall, the best episode has to be Joint Custody, and the worst episode is probably either the After School Special or Camp Refugi. But that's where we stand, just 40 episodes into the series with another 300 plus to go. So make sure to tune in next season as we tackle the shortest, but probably the most jam-packed season of quality. And if you liked what you've seen, please consider subscribing, joining our Twitch or Discord communities, and telling your friends. I love making these, and I hope to see you all in Season 3! Emilio! It's Season 3! The shortest season of the entire show, but definitely one of the most foundational going forward. The first two seasons were very much trial and error, but as we go through this season, you'll find that they nail it week after week. Like, I'm going to be 100% biased here and say that Season 3 is really the heart of what we know American Dad as today. You'll see them pulling away from the political commentary and satire and playing much more into the character dynamics. Where Seasons 1 and 2 have episodes that make you curl up into your own skin in parts, Season 3 really irons out all those wrinkles and gives us the most crisp American Dad season yet. So, what works, what fails, and what kind of Roger personas are we going to see? Join us as we dive in to Season 3! Ah yes, the goo. I'm sorry, I'm just so giddy! Like Season 1 and 2, I dreaded having to talk about some of the episodes, but this season, not a single episode I regretted watching. It actually felt great to revisit each and every one of them, especially Vacation Goo, which is one of the strongest episodes of a season packed full of quality. It's a Francine episode, wildly enough, as she begins to feel like the family is drifting apart, so she starts a tradition of Sunday night dinners. However, as everyone keeps bailing out on them or acting miserable, Stan offers a classic Smith family vacation, where they all go out and bond. The family hugs in an oasis when Roger appears in their vision, and Francine, Haley, and Steve wake up to realize Stan has been putting them in memory-altering goo while he watches sports. I gotta say, we also see Klaus delivering a lot more lines than usual, and he's
actively being included more into the story, even if he still hasn't gotten an episode since Finances with Wolves back in the first season. The B story actually has Roger going out and interacting with humans in disguise as he auditions to be on Ghost Whisperer and then Medium. Ghost Whisperer and Medium were dramas of the time, both involving the idea the main character could talk to ghosts. They went on for entirely too long. Go on, Ghost Whisperer and Medium fans. At me. I dare you. Exactly. That's what I thought. Anyway, Roger auditions for a role and ends up getting it while the family promises to take a real vacation, and sure enough, Steve throws the family in the goo to have a delightfully devilish evening with the boys. Both Stan and Steve believing that sometimes you need a vacation away from your family. Roger struggles to cry on cue and it jeopardizes his part. Like, remember back in Four Little Words when a kid mocks Roger for not having a nose? Here in the first episode of the season, we're seeing Roger not only auditioning as a woman, but getting the role, and no one comments on the nose or anything like that. It's like people are becoming face blind to Roger being an alien, an element that'll be played on much later on. This episode is also the first time we hear Parker say anything. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Parker will go on to be in more episodes than Debbie, Steve's on-again, off-again girlfriend, which is frankly just baffling. Anyway, Haley throws the family into the goo so she and Jeff can shades it up, showing that everyone but Francine just wants to be away from each other. Francine starts to cry as the family decides to genuinely go on a cruise together. The family pack their bags and head out onto the cruise, where Steve gets a girlfriend, the family has a genuinely wonderful time, and Roger is performing nightly. Francine thinks everything is going too well and thinks she's been thrown in the goo. Turns out the family was just getting along, and now they're lost at sea, drifting to an island where they think they're being hunted for sport, only to discover they'd found an island resort. I'm glossing over the bulk of the back half of the episode because it's just kind of there as a way to deliver some really terrific jokes. Like, overall, this is a stellar way to kick off a season and is the strongest starter yet. It's a 9.5 out of 10, maybe even a 10 out of 10, as just quintessential American Dad. It's not even like a top 5 episode personally, but Vacation Goo hits all the right notes both comedically and thematically. We have Stan as slightly oblivious but still clever, Francine as the dedicated mom and matriarch, Steve being just awkward and nerdy but never in an aggressive way, and we've seen how Roger interacting with people has started to become more and more natural. Vacation Goo shows the writers have started to fine-tune the formula we'd see going forward as we slide into one of the biggest star-studded episodes yet. The episode opens with Stan monologuing as he drives with someone begging to get out of the trunk. We then flash back to how it all started. The episode is very much treated like a mob movie a la Goodfellas, where Francine is disappointed when their house isn't chosen for the parade of homes, and then Chuck White and his wife make fun of them at Les Pantaloons Fancy, like one does. Stan tries to impress the maitre d' with him being with the CIA and gets thrown out. And it's really funny how they turn the tables. Like, that's the joke. A used car salesman is more powerful than a CIA agent for some reason. The B story follows Haley signing up to be a nude model only to have Roger paint her in the class. Again, we see Roger actually going out and interacting with people just because. He just wants to hang out with people, and the writers are growing more and more loose with where he can go. He's also started to take on more personas that, while not named, are still iconic. He's not just going out in his Uncle Roger getup or anything. Anyway, we find out Francine is disappointed that Stan isn't a somebody, and he sullenly walks down the street to find his car being ticketed after hanging up with his estranged half-brother that I'm sure we'll never hear about again. As he tries to talk to the meter officer who calls him out, he proceeds to beat him up and is sentenced to community service as a, get this, meter maid. Stan then goes mad with power, abusing his privilege as a meter maid. This gets him investigated by Agent Turlington, played by Academy Award-winning actor Forrest Whitaker. He would go on to be a somewhat recurring character in several more seasons on various assignments. It's just, man, completely inconsequential joke characters played by actors that were even just huge at the time. There's a genuine love in these early seasons, especially season 3, and it's just a shining beacon because of it. Micro also has a cameo. The B story continues with Roger auctioning off Haley's nude portrait and Steve eventually buying it, having no idea it's a picture of Haley. Overall, the episode is a 9 out of 10 that continues to showcase really sharp comedy, great one-off jokes, a terrific understanding of the characters, and it's just, yeah, still at the top of the curve. Season 3 has yet to disappoint, which is fantastic since the third episode is... Dope and Faith! An episode where the B story outshines the A story like a frickin' supernova ready to blow. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The family is at church at a funeral with the legendary Father Donovan still played by the amazing Martin Mull. Anyway, they start to raffle off the dead man's stuff, and Stan wins a couple's paddle boat when he realizes he doesn't have another friend to go with. Stan tries to find a friend, and after failing to hang out with his boss, leaves downtrodden. The B story starts with Steve hanging with Roger at the carnival, where they're called over by a fortune teller played by Eartha frickin' Kitt, Catwoman, Yzma, a legend of the silver screen. It would be one of the last roles she had before she tragically passed later that same year. When the fortune teller tells Steve he's special, he brags to Roger that he thinks he's more special than him. And so, Roger concocts a scheme. Meanwhile, Stan goes to pray for a friend, and Brett Morris appears, played by Jay Thomas. They begin to have a whirlwind relationship where they're constantly getting along until Brett tells Stan he's atheist, and Stan can't believe it. Determined to convert his friend by any means necessary, even going so far as to burn down his office to make him believe, eventually pushing Brett to Satanism and yada 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 yada. Stan is a weirdly religious, sometimes character that tries to bully people into his way of living, and it'll pop up quite a bit more as the series goes on, but it's so much less important than the B story, which might be the best B story of the season. Steve has been reading Harry Potter, so Roger decides to trick him into thinking he's going to Hogwarts and sends him to a drug dealer's house where he works with the members, thinking he's at a school of witchcraft and wizardry, while Roger goes off his gourd. Dope and Faith is a 8.5, 9 out of 10, easy. Only because the B story goes insane with a massive firefight and some of the best delivered jokes of the season. There's so much to love about it that you just plain forget the A story in comparison. It's not that it's bad, it's just like how in Dungeons and Wagons, the B story is this grand visual spectacle, and the A story is just okay in comparison. The A story of Dope and Faith is totally inoffensive and has a lot of solid jokes, but you watch it for the B story, which is just brilliant. Lávate las manos! It's the first appearance of Francine's family. We learn she was adopted by a Chinese couple. Mama is played by Amy Hill, who has been in countless projects, and once you hear her voice, you can typically pick her out of a crowd. Cat in the Hat, Avatar, Kung Fu Panda, Moms, Preacher, King of the Hill. She's got dozens of credits to her name, and she's become a massive icon. Baba is played by T. Ma, who also has a very storied career that's occurred throughout the years, including Rush Hour. The two would reprise their roles several more times throughout the show. The episode opens with the family getting a surprise visit from the aforementioned Ma, and Baba, and Stan not taking it well. However, it's nice to see Francine's adopted parents loving their daughter and her actually having a pretty healthy relationship with them compared to Stan's more than tense relationship with Jack and his very weird relationship with his mom shown later in the season. It's a weird bit of normal in a way. Her parents decide to stay for a while, where we also find out that Gwen is their biological daughter, and yeah, Gwen is Gwen. The B story follows Steve after getting fireworks from Baba, impressing a girl by hurting Barry with one. We then cut back to Stan growing more and more frustrated with his in-laws, and he decides to go and find Francine's biological parents to bring them back so he can have them as in-laws instead. When he tracks them down, he finds out that they're absolutely loaded, and the whole reason they got rid of Francine was because they didn't have a seat on their plane for her. Yeah, her biological parents are actually pretty horrible, but Stan wants them anyway because I guess they're richer? When Steve finds out Roger is fireproof, he tries to use it to impress girls by blowing him up and proceeds to blow off his own thumb. After they eventually end up at the house, which has caught fire thanks to duck fat catching fire, Baba saves Stan after Francine's biological parents abandon him, and he begins to appreciate her family more. Ultimately, it's another Stan is just kinda racist episode. It's not bad at all, and it's got its funny moments, but the stories are just kind of okay after the first 3 episodes. I'd say it's comfortably like a 7.5 out of 10, and the funniest part is, this is the closest we get to a bad episode this season, and even that rivals some of the best episodes of the first 2. It's a solid episode worth seeing if you haven't seen it before, but if you don't really revisit it all that often, that's totally respectable. We're a 4th into the season, and it's all been strong, but how will the rest hold up? Not gonna lie, pretty frickin' well. It's our first intro skip. This packed episode opens with Haley having a nightmare where she's coloring in an American flag in a classroom as a little girl gets shocked every time she draws outside the lines. TLDR, Stan had Haley trained as a sleeper agent, however she took it as a message that she shouldn't conform and refuses to settle down, breaking up with Jeff in the process, yet again. She decides to move to Paris and explore her dreams. Bullock tells Stan that if he doesn't use her trigger phrase, everything will be fine. Otherwise, if they're not taken out of the trance after 7 days, they lose self-control. They then are joined by Senator Shepard, who is struggling to find a wife for his very effeminate son. Stan uses the phrase, gets Haley to marry him, and bing bang boom, turns out in 7 days the sleeper agents then turn on their handlers and try to unalive them. There's sweet moments, and Stan and Haley ultimately show that deep down they love each other and he just wants the best for her. I know this is the second time I've just kinda skirted over the A story, but this B story is monumental. Historic even. After watching an episode of Tex and Mex primetime TV detectives, Steve and Roger decide to make a detective agency. That's right, folks! Halius is the first introduction of Wheels and the Leg Man. This recurring bit will be a focus of so many great episodes down the line, and to think it all started with this one episode where they argue about their dynamic and eventually go to find their own partners before getting back together like the true crime solvers they are. Fake detective agency, real cases. Wheels and the Leg Man always have a leg up on any mystery. It's much in the same vein as Dope and Faith, where the B story overshadows the A story, but I think the A story does a better job of standing out as opposed to Stan and Brett's friendship. Stan and Haley episodes are traditionally pretty strong. Maybe it's because of Seth and Rachel McFarlane just nailing their performances, maybe it's because they just have really sharp dialogue. Either way, Halius is a very strong 9 out of 10 that would be the firebrand of a wheelchair-accessible legacy. Senator Shepard's son, Dill, would also make a few more appearances later on in the show. The 40-Year-Old Virgin was a Judd Apatow movie that starred Steve Carell as, 40-Year-Old Virgin. It was a hugely successful comedy of the 2000s. The 42-Year-Old Virgin is just a really weird dynamic retelling of the movie where Stan has never unalived anyone as an agent, instantly losing the respect of his son and Francine, while Haley loves that he's never taken a life. Roger, disguised as Chili, because he's got ice in his veins, alongside Stan's CIA poker buddies, are determined to help him finally unalive someone. The B story is Steve acting out and a new neighbor being stalking him, as he was a convicted sex bad guy that plans to abduct Steve and his friend. All of this culminating in a water park showdown where Stan is ready to face his fears and finally take a life. I know I'm being super short with this episode, but it's because the premise is just so closely tied to the 40-Year-Old Virgin that it doesn't really need a ton of explanation. The strongest part of the episode is the dialogue and how the characters play off each other. I know it's a high bar, but I think it's the most emotive Roger has been up to this episode. We get knockout performances from everyone, and I mean there are jokes I still think about and regularly quote to this day. It's an episode that can feel weird to watch if you don't understand the context, but it still hits all those sweet notes you'd expect from American Dad. It's a strong 9.5 out of 10, and a shining beacon of just more of that experimentation that American Dad does so well. Unfortunately, it's followed by... Alright, this might be the worst episode of the season. Still not a bad episode, but the worst episode. What does Lincoln Lover and Surrogate have in common? Why they both focus on Stan being super homophobic. The episode opens with Stan raising the flag outside with the family and shooting a bald eagle when he waves over Greg and Terry to remind them that he's cool with the man-on-man crowd, in his words, before they announce that they're going to try and have their own family via in vitro fertilization,
and then he starts to go into a huff. The B story follows Steve and Roger throwing a sleeping Klaus down a water park slide and him vowing revenge. That's right, Klaus is a focus of the B story, and is arguably the best Klaus story we've gotten so far, that just shines brighter because it's attached to the A story that is largely forgettable. Francine agrees to be a surrogate for Greg and Terry, and Stan eventually steals the baby, drives it cross country, and then after encountering a lesbian couple played by Jane Lynch, who would also show up in the next episode, and Leisha Haley, raising a happy family, kidnapping them, and then, of course, has his realization. It's weird that American Dad of all shows is having this conversation in 2008 about same-sex couples raising kids, but I think what makes this episode work better than, say, Camp Refugi or Threat Levels is that they're very obvious with how Stan is in the wrong. He's so over the top with it that it makes sense that he'd have a change of heart, and it's really well done. Much like Lincoln Lover, it has a lot of nuance that makes it shine just a bit brighter than other examples from the time. The episode as a whole is still well written and has a lot of great one-off jokes. It's just very much an episode from a different time. And yet all of this is juxtaposed with Steve and Roger going insane, fearing retribution from Klaus, literally starving themselves in the attic, waiting for him to get his revenge, all for him to, just forget about it. Overall, all things considered, it's still gonna be about a 7 out of 10. It's our second Christmas episode! Stan is disappointed with how the family decorated for Christmas, even though they did a wonderful job, and decides to go and get a new tree on Christmas Eve so that he can find the perfect one while forcing the family to wait in the car. Stan gets crushed under the tree and goes to heaven, where he has to plead his case in heaven court in order to come back to life and save his family with the help of an angel trying to get her wings, played by Paget Brewster. And her father, the judge, is played by the legendary J.K. Simmons. Pretty cool, right? Anyway, Stan holds God hostage with a heaven gun and learns that he doesn't know everything, and the reason of the season is spending it with your family. And it's the exact same message as the last season. Personally, I prefer this episode to the first Christmas special, just because it's much more streamlined. Where Best Christmas Story Never Told has an A and B story, they seem to get in each other's way rather than build on one another. Almost like they didn't have enough material to fill the runtime. The Most Adequate Christmas Ever has just the one story and it sticks to it, really trying to hammer in that Stan is a know-it-all that needs to appreciate what he has. It actually feels like a full-on Christmas special, even including a Godfather element with Jesus' birthday party in heaven. They had an idea and they fully realized it. The Most Adequate Christmas Ever is just an evolution of the Christmas formula, and a strong 8 out of 10. It's another vignette episode that really checks all the boxes of a 10 out of 10 episode. It opens with Steve pursuing backup dancing and Roger turning Stan's study into a Turkish bath, only to run to Francine to defend him once he gets caught. Stan accuses Roger of being selfish, and when Francine fights back, he shows how many different times Roger has done this. The episode is really important because it pseudo-retcons the idea that Roger's been hiding for years. He's been interacting with people on Earth for the last 60 years, and we're really starting to see a much more expressive idea of Roger going from a side to a main character. Sort of like what happened with Brian in as Family Guy continued on. Only difference is, people like Roger. Meanwhile, Klaus and Haley get into an extreme game of truth or dare. Francine and Roger stage a kidnapping to show that Stan really does care about Roger. However, Stan is actually aware it was them from the beginning because he checked the caller ID when she called. Again, sometimes in some episodes he's really smart. Sometimes he's an idiot. And they're great about showing you on an episode-by-episode basis, near the beginning really, what we're actually going to be working with. Anyway, after this, Roger drives Francine insane with how insanely selfish he is, and starts to ignore him until he decides to turn things around. However, the more helpful he is, the sicker he becomes as the hateful bile continues to build in his body. When the family realizes that he needs to be mean and selfish rather than die, they encourage him to keep mocking them and he quickly begins to heal. It's a great episode that has terrific writing, some of the strongest interpretations of the characters yet, and is an episode I can never get tired of watching. It's just so so well done, and I can't stop gushing about it. Stan and Francine love each other, it feels like Haley at least treats Klaus like a friend, and Steve has so many eccentric hobbies. I mean, the delivery of their dialogue is just on point. I know I keep coming back to it, but it can't be understated how much the voice cast brings to the show. Because they commit to their lines so wholeheartedly, their delivery gets stronger by the episode. Franny 911 is a special level of episode that shines as one of the strongest Francine-centric episodes of American Dad that shows just how whole of a character she really is. So, tearjerker. Where Family Guy has the Blue Harvest Star Wars specials and Cleveland Show would have the Die Hard parody, American Dad decides to parody just James Bond-esque movies where they have Stan as an American spy who has to stop Tearjerker, played by Roger, from replacing celebrities with robots and creating the most Oscar-worthy movie ever, Oscar Gold. That would be so sad it would make the audience cry until they died. Francine plays the femme fatale, sex pun to come, and we see Klaus as a human again. That's really all about it to get into with Tearjerker. It's not that it's bad or anything, just boils down to, it's James Bond but American Dad. I actually really enjoyed Tearjerker, and I appreciate that they tried to make it unique. They weren't just trying to throw Stan into a James Bond movie and mock it continuously. They were trying to actually elevate it, and that's kinda what makes it shine. From Greg and Terry being Roger's henchmen to the Oscar Gold trailer, and even the boat tour of the secret villain lair, there are so many things that work in the episode, and it still stands up after all this time. We'll revisit the tearjerker idea with For Black Eyes Only later on, but this is just more evidence of the start of the transition American Dad would have to more and more experimental episodes. Looking back on Season 2 and 1, Season 3 really does feel like a natural improvement of everything brought to the table. They're not coasting or resting on it just being a Seth MacFarlane show. Season 3 has really been about American Dad developing itself as its own thing, and I really have to celebrate that. Tearjerker is an excellent 8.5 out of 10. We get introduced to Hercules, a butcher who Francine visits regularly, and as Francine and Stan are enjoying themselves, Stan's mom calls to let him know she'd been dumped. Again. Stan's mom is played by the legendary Swoosie Kurtz, who was actually back in Failures and Not a Factory-Installed Option in the Golden Turd scene, but now she'd be a series somewhat regular. Francine is weirded out by the relationship between Stan and his mom, and honestly, you can't really blame her. The B story focuses around Klaus wanting to be held and Steve helping him until he develops ick. Small note, but this would be the first time we see the changing closet where Roger keeps his disguises, and it ever so subtly sets up the near infinite option of costumes and characters at his disposal. When Francine tricks Roger into walking in on Stan and his mom in the bath, he quickly comes around and agrees to help Francine fix whatever is going on. Basically, Stan has been kidnapping his mom's boyfriends and stranding them on an island so they wouldn't hurt his mom. Eventually, his mother puts her foot down, marries Hercules, and they all move on. The stories are actually just okay. It's the jokes that sell the episode, though. It's not bad enough to skip, and definitely not a bad episode overall. The dialogue is still phenomenal, but it would probably still be just a 7.5, maybe 8 out of 10. It's nice to see Klaus still has that toxic manipulative side to him that will be played on later as the series goes on. Like, we're not losing elements from these characters, they're not dropping parts of themselves as we get deeper in. They're just getting more fleshed out, and that's a great extra touch, especially when we look at... Widowmaker! Francine gets jealous when another CIA wife admits that her missing husband would share everything with her, while Stan intentionally keeps Francine in the dark. When Francine confronts him about it, Roger appears to offer to help him open up as Dr. Roger Smith, which would be the prototype for the later Roger Sona of Dr. Penguin. It's also the first time we see Roger really playing up the cartoon character angle, where he can travel at near light speed for the sake of a joke. It's smart that they usually keep this restricted just to Roger, because they can usually explain it away with some alien hand-waving. The bee story focuses on Steve feeding his bees, and when the queen gets out of her jar and gets swatted by Haley, who had no idea what was going on, he runs off in tears, vowing revenge. When Stan and Francine go to therapy, we also get our first appearance of Clip Clop, Roger's horse Sona. Eventually, Stan pretends to break and opens up to Francine about everything, even lying to her that he unalived her friend's husband for leaking classified information, and now she has to live with that guilt. I actually really like this episode, because it shows off that Stan is a very clever agent, and there's a reason deep down for why he's the way he is. It's also just nice to see Stan and Francine actively trying to get along. Like, it's all because Francine wants to know more about Stan, and it's just that dynamic that makes them feel like a real couple. I don't know, I keep coming back to it, but the family dynamic really is one of the strongest in any animated comedy. The only one I think might come close is Bob's Burgers, because both series at least understand the core idea of them being family. A lot of episodes of Family Guy feel like the family is more roommates than a proper family, but American Dad, even if it's not overtly part of the narrative, it has those small things sprinkled in that remind you at the end of the day, they love one another. Anyway, Steve fails in his revenge plot, Stan comes clean to Francine, and they find a solid middle ground. The episode as a whole, I'd say, is probably around 8 to 8.5 out of 10, and honestly, I gotta say, I really love this season. We open in a Cold War flashback where Stan is outsmarted by a Russian spy known as Sergei, and is thrown in a Russian prison. We then flash forward to present day where Stan is on the lookout for Sergei, only to discover he's his new neighbor after the Berlin Wall fell. Sergei would end up being a recurring character, but for this episode he's the main antagonist. Steve wants Stan's help with his rocket contest, and he continues to blow him off while bragging about how great capitalism is. Meanwhile, Roger saves Klaus and they decide to go backpacking through Europe to try and cheer him up. Sergei begins to tutor Steve and help him build a better rocket than anything Stan could build, and in turn tries to corrupt Steve into a communist, like how his family was corrupted by the evil capitalist ways. All culminating in an amazing rocket contest where capitalism and communism clash one final time, all while Roger and Klaus have their first ever adventure together. And while Roger and Klaus will give us some of the worst stories in the series, cough cough, Clodger, cough cough, it's a very important and well done B story. It's not writing them out of the episode, it's showcasing that they're characters now that can stand on their own and don't need one of the core four to play off of. They've managed to subtly evolve these characters while you may not have realized it, and the longer the show goes on, the better you can describe their personalities. There's not much to say about the episode since it's mostly a commentary on capitalism v communism in a very satirical approach with a very solid and entertaining B story. That being said, again, the jokes are really well written, and there's a lot to love about the episode. It's a very strong and very important 9 out of 10. Other than the quick intro and Halius, this is actually our first subverted intro where the episode starts from within the intro sequence, something the show would continue to experiment with. Obviously not something it alone does or has done in the past, since Family Guy and The Simpsons have also both done it, but it's still neat to see for the first time in such a wild show. As Stan is singing the intro and grabs the paper, he sees a picture of Roger on the cover, and when he confronts him, he reveals he's been selling pictures of himself as acclaimed photojournalist Parker Peters. He's then hired by the CIA to hunt himself down with Stan as his assistant, who frantically tries to get him to sneak away again so that he and his family don't get punished for aiding and abetting him. The A story is an alien in a disguise helping the CIA find himself, with Stan as his assistant. The B story is Francine absolutely hating left-handed people. Remember what I said about the charm of American Dad? It'll give you a super out there and eccentric A story and couple it with a very down-to-earth B story that comes with a wild angle to it. Office Spaceman might very well be the best episode of the season. It has everything in perfect amounts. Great jokes, great characters. Roger is at his best written in this episode. You can really tell they were pushing the envelope of what would work. This episode is over a decade old now, and I can still quote it almost verbatim because I have seen it easily over 30 times. Office Spaceman may very well be my favorite Fox-era American Dad episode, bar none. It's not a matter of it being a 10 out of 10 episode. It's not just the best American Dad has ever been. It's probably the strongest 23 animated minutes of comedy on broadcast television ever. That's right. I'd put Office Spaceman against any episode of Family Guy, Simpsons, Bob's Burgers, Duncanville, whatever, and I would say it comes out on top. This is how you write animated comedy. Office Spaceman is excellence, and a shining beacon of how strong this season truly is. When Stan sees Haley got a nose piercing and Steve is trying to date his vacuum cleaner, he leaves for work super stressed and ends up in a giant accident on the interstate. When he's brought back to life, he realizes he has to think about his legacy and is determined to find the treasure buried underneath his house. The treasure, of course, being Oliver North's gold. Who was Oliver North? Why should I tell you when the show does a brilliant job of telling you through a Schoolhouse Rock song? The B story follows Roger trying to be harassed at work to get a settlement as Laura Vanderbooben. The family begins to fear for Stan's sanity as he starts to dig up the basement and search for Ollie's gold, as Greg and Terry film his descent into madness. Stan, however, absolutely finds the gold, but has to give it up when his makeshift cave collapses on him. No one is willing to harass Roger until he makes a persona to do it for himself. And again, that's as far as the story really goes. But the devolution of the family without Stan's guidance shows that they do need him around, and the overall message of your family being your legacy is a really kind of sweet and sure, it's something Stan seems to be taught at least twice a season, it's still nice to see. There's always that old saying that the greatest crime Final Fantasy VIII ever committed was that it came out after Final Fantasy VII. Stanny Slickers 2 perfectly holds up in the shadow of Office Spaceman. It's experimental, it's still super sharp with the writing, and it's another 10 out of 10 that just keeps delivering on what we've been promised. At this point in the past 2 seasons, I was burnt out and trying to fight through it. But now that we're this deep into season 3 with only one more episode to go, I kinda don't want it to end. There's just so much to love as we head into the finale. It's spring break! Woo! Francine has to go to take care of Baba, while leaving Stan to take care of the house and kids. The B story is Roger turning the house into an MTV spring break stage, where he does everything to become the king of spring break. The C story is Steve having Carmen Selectra go through a long list of demands before she can take his virginity. While the massive spring break festivities are going on, Stan finds a spring break buddy and a college girl, and the two begin to hang out, making Stan feel young again. However, when spring break is over, Stan tries to keep it going when Francine confronts him and learns to humor him from time to time and make him feel special. Because sometimes you just want to be seen. It's a very sweet episode when it's all said and done, and it's very much another Stan and Francine finding what makes them as a couple work. As season finales go, I'd say it's not as strong as Joint Custody, but it may be the better Stan and Francine vehicle when compared to, say, Tears of a Clooney. It's got a lot of great elements that really keep it together as we wrap up on a dynamite 9 out of 10. And that's season 3! Overall, even with Surrogate being the lowest point of the season, talk about constant quality. Banger episode after banger episode that shows that American Dad has found that sweet spot and is sticking to a winning formula. We're getting the sharpest dialogue yet, the wittiest jokes, and honestly the strongest ideas of what each character is than we've gotten ever before this. We got to see Roger take a more bold step out of the house and actively engage with all kinds of different people as an integral part of almost every episode. We get Klaus actually being used as more than just an occasional ancillary character, and they're getting more and more screen time. I know we're only 3 seasons in, but I can't overstate just how solid season 3 is. Even looking at the seasons to come, it's hard to find another one that has the most pound-for-pound comedy and quality packed into it. This may very well be the pinnacle of the Fox era, and that's very high praise. I'll obviously look back at the end of it and see if my opinion has changed, but with so many great elements, it's a very hard season to top. But how did you like the third season? What were your favorite and least favorite episodes? Agree or disagree with my ratings? Let me know in the comments below. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, subscribe, and tell your friends. Join our Discord or check us out on Twitch. That's gonna do it for Season 3. I'm gonna put it behind me as we turn the corner once more into Season 4. Goodbye, everybody. Welcome back, fellow dadders, or if this is your first time joining us, welcome. I know I hyped Season 3 up and talked about how great it was as an overall season, but that's not to say episode quality dipped in Season 4. Just as a whole, there's more valleys than Season 3, and that can probably be attributed to the longer season order. Also, you'll notice something with the intros as we head into Season 4. Season 4 actually does away with the newspaper scene, truly the end of a satirical era. This would set the norm for the intro going forward. Season 4 actually has the second longest number of episodes of the Fox era, as these fluctuate a lot more than the TBS era would. It still has a ton of great episodes that were a delight to revisit, and we get all kinds of phenomenal recurring jokes and evolutions of character traits, especially with Roger. So let's get to it. We're almost halfway through the Fox era. How much higher can American Dad soar here in Season 4? It's Roger's birthday, and he's turning 1600! And he's spying on the family to see what they're planning for his party, while Klaus brags about finally being mobile in a hamster wheel. Season 4 wastes no time diving even more into the absurdity of Roger, and by making him 1600, it really just gives them the ability to write him however they need to. And so as they're planning Roger's big party, Steve reveals that he got his first pubic hair, and now he's a man. And when Stan and Francine shuffle away in stunned silence, Roger feels neglected. Stan and Francine begin to panic because they remember how bad it was when Haley had to go through puberty, and Steve gets a newfound confidence and actually tries to pick up Lisa Silver again. Meanwhile, Francine goes to meet the CIA scientist, which, and I can't believe, and can believe I'm saying this, will be massive recurring characters that will actually get entire TBS era episodes based on them. They're great. Anyway, she exchanges brownies for a serum to make Steve a kid again. And yeah, this really showcases that American Dad formula we've talked about before, where there's an outlandish story coupled with a B story with a wild twist. Francine went too aggressive with the aging Steve, coupled with Roger being jealous of him getting more attention than his 1600th birthday. There's really not much more to talk about with this episode. It's perfectly fine and has a ton of solid comedic bits that show they know how to write the show by now. It's not as strong as, say, Vacation Goo, but it does work as a season premiere. I don't know, I know I keep circling back to the American Dad versus Family Guy argument, but even with the pube flowing in the wind at the end of the episode, there's just such a magic and heart to the series that you wouldn't get out of Family Guy. Here they have the CIA plot device that helps the family explore the fears and joys of aging and ends on an albeit twisted joke, but a joke nonetheless. Season 4, Episode 1 of Family Guy is North by North Quahog, where Peter and Lois steal a movie from Mel Gibson to reignite their sex life. And the episode of Family Guy that aired on the same day as 1600 Candles was actually Love Blacktually, an episode where Brian the dog finds his girlfriend cheating on him with Cleveland. I don't know, it just feels more complete in comparison. Anyway, 1600 Candles is a hearty 8 out of 10 that leads directly into one of the most foundational episodes of the whole series. Now, we've talked about foundational episodes of American Dad before. Benchmarks that would change how American Dad is written forever. Experimental episodes that really help the series as a whole shine. And I would argue the one that got away is one of, if not the most foundational episodes of the entire series. The episode opens with Roger drunkenly hobbling into an intervention where the family complain about him running around in his personas and blowing them off. Steve even saying that he's afraid to face the fact the real him is an inconsiderate jerk, so he hides behind his personas. We see this cavalcade of personas, and it's actually brilliant how quickly they just switch from one after another. The family then finds Simon Says and gets addicted to its enchanting four-color ways. But that's not the A story. No, that's a simple little B story. No, the A story is Roger's card getting declined and discovering that a mysterious person has maxed out his credit card limit, and he's determined to hunt them down. The mysterious entity is none other than Sidney Huffman, a rogue Roger persona that had taken on a mind of its own, a Bible-publishing, God-loving, Johnny Appleseed-respecting naval boy who eats Dentine ice and treats his lady nice. And so yeah, the A story is literally Roger hunting Roger as he loses control of his personas and has to find a way to make peace with them. It's a 10 out of 10 episode. It has humor, it has wit, it plays off of the elements we'd seen up to this point in the series, and all this can be compared to the Family Guy episode at the same time. I Dream of Jesus, where Jesus comes back to life and has wacky adventures with Peter. Stan and the family lose their mind over Simon, and Roger hunts down a figment of his own imagination given form, compared to Surfin' Bird. The One That Got Away sets up Roger personas and is such a brilliant deep dive into Roger himself, even if you may not realize it on a first watch. American Dad rarely falls back or takes a step back, and The One That Got Away is no different. And this isn't even the only 10 out of 10 of the season. It's wild that there's so many high quality episodes and we're still so early into the show. No. The one little word is no. Anyway, we open with Bullock and Jackson going to the executive dining room, where they're served by Emperor Penguins, while Stan and Dick get jealous of how close they are. A small but important note, Dick would actually change voice actors in the 4th season, from the great Stephen Root to the legendary David Koechner, who would continue to play him until present day. Meanwhile at home, Stan and Francine begin to prepare for their Valentine's Day getaway when Bullock comes to him asking him to babysit at the last minute. Bullock begins to abuse this, and Stan is desperate to impress his boss, while Francine babysits AJ, which causes Roger to get jealous of the new baby in the house. Roger is 1600 years old. Bullock then takes Stan out clubbing to help him find a plump Asian skank, his words. And that's really just the episode. Stan tries to help Bullock get over his wife, they get his wife back to try and fix the issue, but then he has to try and hide Coco, Bullock's Asian side piece. Isn't that neat? I don't know. The episode's like a 7 out of 10 that while it's great to get a Bullock-centric episode, it just doesn't do much. It becomes a bit much the longer the episode goes on. It's still not bad, it's just far from the high point that was The One That Got Away. Miriam is actually played by Jean Smart, so, you know, we learn things here. The episode opens with Steve practicing cello to impress a crush, and Haley taking Klaus on tour to see My Morning Jacket, which is actually a really neat bit of foreshadowing since they'd be featured in an episode in a later season. Anyway, Stan is training to become a pilot, and Francine forbids it when she tells him her previous fiancé was a pilot who disappeared and was only found alive after she'd found Stan and gotten engaged to him. Stan and Roger then begin to stage an event to see if Francine would choose him over her previous ex. It really plays on the idea of Stan's troubled childhood and needing to feel like he's someone's most important person in the world. It shows how fragile he is at the core of everything. Did he handle it well? No, absolutely not. But you can tell he did it because he loved Francine and wanted to make sure he was worth being chosen. It's flawed, but it does show character. We also get to see Roger's place again. The B story involves Steve and a seemingly friendly cat that gets run over and is just super hostile and violent towards him, but sweet to everyone else, which on paper isn't all that funny, except Scott Grimes' line delivery in season 4 is next level. I mean, the man is selling peak Steve at this point, and the anger in his voice is incredible. All the actors have cemented the voices and now are broadening them, but I think Steve really is a standout, especially since it's so drastically different from Scott Grimes' normal voice. Overall, the episode is a very solid watch and well worth the time. At the end of the episode, I mean, Francine is shown to be super clever. She knew Stan was spying on her to see how she'd react and decided to pretend to make him jealous. Like, they deserve each other, and it's handled just perfectly. It's an 8 out of 10 that lands more jokes than one little word and feels like a substantial step up. I actually went and watched some Family Guy episodes that came out at the same time period, and while people say that American Dad is the more nihilistic and darker of the two shows, I really think I have to disagree. American Dad strives to actually tell jokes, where Family Guy is just a transition from one cutaway gag to the next, episode after episode. I think as time has gone on, more people appreciate the work that has gone into American Dad through the years, but it's just wild to me that it was hailed as lesser compared to Surfin' Bird of all things. I don't know, I'm rambling. Best to just dive into the next episode, which is... Escape from Pearl Bailey. The episode opens with Steve and Debbie getting back together and making out in the bleachers, while Steve's friends awkwardly watch waiting for them to stop. As they walk off, they're mocked by the student council and Steve gets peeved. He decides that Debbie should run for student council president and pushes for her to run and beat out the popular kids. The Buffalo groomer is actually voiced by Tim Gunn of Project Runway fame. Steve begins to neglect his friends as he works to get Debbie elected. There is no B story. There really isn't even any mention of the other family members except for one very brief scene that acknowledges them. It's just a Steve episode, and it actually kinda works because of it. Anyway, on voting day, they make a website mocking Debbie, and Steve vows revenge by sabotaging the popular kids he thinks have ruined her run. We actually find out one of the popular girls, wildly enough, is Principal Lewis's daughter, though it's not really brought up ever again. And they actually called back to Toshi having a mail-order bride, but when Debbie finds out Steve has been doing all of this, she dumps him, and he and his friends have to escape from Pearl Bailey, warrior style, after Steve finds out his friends helped make the slam page about Debbie. It's a solid episode filled with a lot of movie references that may or may not be understood by modern audiences, since some of them were dated when the episode itself came out. That being said, I think you either love Escape or hate it. Personally, I've seen it enough times to be pretty indifferent to the whole thing, and overall, I'd say the episode critically is around like a 7.5 out of 10, and a solid experimental outing. This wasn't part of a series or set up as an alternate timeline, it's just a Steve-centric episode. That's the whole thing. It's just Steve. The episode opens with a reference to the CIA's body doubles before we hear that Jeff actually broke up with Haley, and she begins to lose it and has a catastrophic King Kong meltdown in a toy store, and they're told that if she has another meltdown like that, she'll end up in jail. The B story follows Steve and Roger going to Chinatown, and Steve being able to tell male and female chicks apart just by looking at them, and he and Roger get a summer job working for a hatchery. All while Stan starts cracking down on all prospective dates for Haley so that she doesn't have an aforementioned meltdown, which really does show he cares about her even if he could never tell her I love you. And then Francine walks in on Haley making out with Stan, who in reality is his body double Bill, while the real Stan found the hidden cookie dough. Haley talks about how she'd have the ultimate meltdown if Bill ever dumped her, and Stan tells Bill how hot Francine was, all while Steve saves the male chicks from being turned into chicken nuggets. Stan finds Bill trying to sleep with his wife and throws him out and has to pretend to be Bill to try and defuse their relationship so Haley doesn't blow up. Steve discovers Roger stole the chickens to open a chicken fighting ring and challenges him to a fight for their freedom. Anyway, Haley finds out it's Stan and he tells her he cares about her, and she starts to calm down instead of melting down, but then snaps and burns the forest down. It's another sweet Haley and Stan episode that shows again that Stan may struggle with showing emotion, but he does love his kids and his wife. All in all, it's a 7 out of 10 that is good the first few times you watch it. Also, Josh Gad was in it, so that's weird. It's the telethon episode! In order to save the CIA torture department, Stan puts on a telethon that he stole the idea of from Roger. Roger then begins to scheme to sabotage the entire thing as a means of getting back at him, Phantom of the Opera style, hence the name of the episode. The neat thing about this episode is, unlike Escape from Pearl Bailey, where it's a Steve-centric episode, everything happens around this telethon, and it involves as many characters as they could fit in one place. Greg, Terry, Irene Grossbard's sister, the Tiny Assassin and the This Doesn't Concern You Orchestra, Jeff, Steve, Snot, Barry, Toshi, and even a bear that had his itty-bitty brake lines cut on his tiny motorbike. We also see the return of Buckle and Shari. It's just really a phenomenal 10 out of 10 episode that showcases that they can swing the pendulum with real grace. They've spent the time investing in these characters. When you see them, you know what they're bringing to the episode, and between the different telethon segments and the Roger vs. Stan story, you get an episode that's elevated beyond the sum of its parts. I love Phantom of the Telethon, and it's easily one of my favorite episodes of all time. It's an episode that you could show someone that's never seen a single episode of American Dad and they'd still get it. This episode is a core spirit of what American Dad is. It's very much the same as, say, Tales from Springfield is to The Simpsons. It's all the characters at their absolute best, showcasing what makes the show so special. I have never met anyone that could hate Phantom of the Telethon. It may not be their favorite, but it could never be in a worst of list. If you hate Phantom of the Telethon, you hate American Dad. It's a shining beacon, and an episode you need to see for yourself to truly appreciate. Steve Steve discovers he has scoliosis in the school showers and needs a back brace to get it corrected, which gets him bullied at school. Stan reveals to him that he is actually bald as a way to make him feel less alone, and they bond over it until Steve finds out that Stan has been working to get it corrected at the CIA and decides to tell Francine his dirty secret. And where is Francine during all of this? Why, she's with Roger at a spa resort where they've snuck Haley in from a radio contest about Nickelback. However, they don't expect the spa to have one of their biggest investigators looking out for spa fraud. That's right, it's the return of Agent Turlington, still played by the amazing Forrest Whitaker. Roger and Francine have to pretend to be a couple and keep Haley hidden as Turlington is determined to get to the bottom of the case and make his departed dad proud. John Cryer returns to the show as the desk clerk, and this will be one of our first appearances of Lorraine, who'd be a recurring character played by the infinitely delightful Niecy Nash. The story of the episode isn't much to write home about, but it's the delivery and the creativity of the episode that makes it shine. It's a solid 9 out of 10 that can still hold up after all these years. I think that's what makes American Dad just so much more timeless as we get into these middle seasons. They're much more focused on just telling funny stories rather than shoving pop culture references left and right. They have a star-studded cast, but for the most part, special guests aren't playing themselves, and even when they are, it's so outlandish that it works in their universe. American Dad builds its world rather than limping from week to week. Stan finds out about a pill that removes the need to sleep from his coworker Dick and starts to take it as a way to avoid his family and find late-night hobbies to enjoy. When Francine finds out about it, she wants to understandably spend time with her husband, but when Stan blows her off, she decides to get into marine biology and hunt for the ever-elusive giant squid. The B story follows Steve and Roger writing a porno for one of Roger's old friends and arguing about what makes for a good porn. I can't believe I'm saying this, but this will actually be canonical. Stan finds that he misses Francine, and eventually the two reconcile 60,000 leagues under the sea. It's sweet to see Stan start to naturally miss Francine as she pursues her passions, and Steve and Roger stories are typically pretty strong, though I'd say this one is actually largely forgettable. The episode is a 7 out of 10 maybe, that just kinda goes on for a little too long. It's not bad by any stretch, but I'd be very surprised if Stan Time is anyone's favorite episode. It's perfectly middling, but the one-off jokes elevate it. Oh, what an episode. Roger gets caught having an affair as he pretends to be different members of different families, and the Smiths catch him when they decide to make a surprise visit to one of his stage plays. He keeps talking about how he has a problem and then doubles down as he goes on a family bender. Family Affair is a beautiful 10 out of 10 episode that centers around Roger perfectly. I guess there is a bit of a B story about Klaus being hyped about the fabulous Thunderbirds coming to town for a concert, but it's very minor in comparison, which gives them way more time to focus on some quality Roger story. It's also the first appearance of Reginald the Koala. He used to be nothing, now he's a koala, and he's cute as a button. We have Will Forte as a special guest and Ken Jeong, and overall Family Affair may be my favorite episode of the season. I love Family Affair even after all these years, and I keep coming back to and quoting it time and time again. It holds up with each rewatch, and you're always picking out new things the more you revisit it. Family Affair is one of those episodes that should be used to show anyone how brilliant American Dad can be. It shows how people have just stopped recognizing that Roger is an alien unless they need to for plot reasons, and I kinda like that that is the default. They just have so much more freedom with the characters now, and when freedoms are challenged, that's when we get episodes like Live and Let Fry, the trans fat episode. Yeah, there was a weird period in the 2000s where every show had a trans fats episode where trans fats are outlawed and either the characters smuggle trans fats in or struggle without their sweet, sweet grease. American Dad was no different, and good boy Steve, who is proud of being a scout, is manipulated by his dad into being effectively a grease mule, transporting trans fats across city lines and having an investigator come in to find out who's at the bottom of this diabolical grease ring. We're eating good this episode because it's yet another appearance of Agent Turlington. The B story has Roger pretending to be Klaus in order to collect the inheritance left to him by his late aunt. This ends up being a trap in order to capture Klaus. Yeah, neither story is particularly worthwhile, but the dialogue is still super sharp, and this is actually the first appearance of Cheezers, Stan's pocket mouse. The episode is like a 6 out of 10. That hasn't particularly aged well, but it still has some charm that makes it worth watching. Stan sees one of his neighbors using an above-ground sprinkler and decides to take it to the homeowners association for drastic action, celebrating how the bylaws work for him when it helps him keep the order. However, when Roger doesn't get the Roy Rogers he asked Stan to pick up the ingredients for, he becomes the homeowners association chairman and makes Stan's life a living hell, causing Stan to rebel against the very bylaws he swore to uphold. It's a really great Stan and Haley episode in that at first they're very much opposed, but not directly antagonistic towards one another, but as the episode goes on, Haley knows this new rebellious phase Stan is going through is new and difficult for him, so she helps guide him as they try to take the fight to Roger. Roger, on the other hand, is doing all this because he doesn't feel heard, and honestly, Roy Rogers McFreely might be one of his best personas yet, and the writers did a phenomenal job bringing him to life. We're also seeing a big deviation from having a traditional A and B story this season. Unlike, say, Escape from Pearl Bailey, Roy Rogers still includes most of the characters, but very much focuses on Stan, Haley, and Roger, and their squad of rebels. We also see Linda Mamari again, and this is the first appearance of Cilantro, the singer, that would pop up a few more times in the show. All in all, Roy Rogers McFreely is another timeless American Dad episode that has a solid 10 out of 10 written all over it. Stan's dad is back. That's right, Jack is out of jail and ready to bond with his son and grandson, but Stan justifiably doesn't trust him. Steve, desperate to bond with Stan, signed them up for a father-son bike race just for Stan to hide his secret shame that Jack never taught him how to ride a bike. Anyway, Jack moves into the house on house arrest and uses Stan being a CIA agent to get himself some leeway before his court date, where he ultimately runs off with Steve, and Stan learns how to ride a bike to go down to the courthouse and save his dad, ultimately failing. The A story is predictable and fine. The B story is the highlight of the episode, as it has Haley working as an intern at Roger's place under Roger and having to work for all of his different personas. But she eventually starts to play into the characters, eventually tricking Roger and getting her work credit signed. It's a solid B story, and you should watch the episode at least once, but just doesn't really do anything. I don't know, all things considered, it's maybe a 5 out of 10, and if I'm feeling generous on a full moon, maybe a 6 out of 10. Definitely far away from anything you could consider the strongest episode of the season. Seth Green is back for another guest spot, and still, this will not be the last time we'll see him. Bar Mitzvah Hustle opens with Steve and Debbie eating at the food court, and Steve shows off his new fart machine when Snot introduces Eitan, his Jewish study buddy, who starts to woo Debbie by showing off how mature he is compared to Steve. Meanwhile, Stan loses his phone while in vibrate mode, and Francine offers admittedly a really smart idea, where if you call your phone and put in a code, it would actually ring instead of staying on vibrate. I'm kinda mad we don't have that in present day. Anyway, we cut back to Steve and the gang in school, where Eitan put out a ton of invitations to his bar mitzvah, where Debbie ends up dumping Steve so she can be with someone more mature. And so after falling out of a window at Roger's place, he vows that he's going to take what's precious to Eitan and begins scheming to rob his bar mitzvah. And so Steve begins putting together a crack team, including Barry, Toshi, and his uncle Roger. When they raid the bar mitzvah, they really hammer in just how poor Snot is, and as they break the AC and make Eitan self-conscious about someone stealing his gifts, their scheme is in full swing. Steve switched the checks in Eitan's pocket into Snot's and gets caught stealing when he didn't do anything, and yeah, it all kinda just falls apart. Eitan brings Snot before the Beit Din, while Stan questions the depth of the B story script and walks off set. I love it. Judd Hirsch is also one of the rabbi judging Snot, which is just great. Steve sells his toys and throws Snot the best bar mitzvah possible as a way to make amends as the episode ends. All in all, Bar Mitzvah Hustle is a solid episode with a lot of charm. It's an 8.5 out of 10 that is a fun with the formula and isn't afraid to push the boundary of what makes an animated comedy work. After a mission goes sideways, Stan and his partner manage to escape and reveal to Francine he had a backup wife in case anything happened to her, which understandably upsets Francine. The B story is another thrilling case where Wheels and the Leg Man hunt for Haley's iPod Shuffle. The Shuffle was a tinier version of an iPod. An iPod is what people used to listen to music off of. Feel old yet? Not everybody knows what an iPod is anymore. Time comes for us all. Anyway, Stan reveals that his backup wife is Dr. Tenor, his dentist, played by the always great Amy Sedaris of Strangers with Candy and BoJack Horseman fame. And so Francine decides to get a backup husband of her own, and the two begin to compete. All while Wheels and the Leg Man go all in as they try to fight over who can be good cop and bad cop. Francine gets with Jim, who is played by Patrick Wilson, who you'd probably recognize from The Conjuring and Season 2 of Fargo. The man knows how to do comedy, I will give him that. It's also the second appearance of Reginald the Koala. He'll change voices soon, but it's still a delight to see that cute as a button agent. Anyway, Jim kicks Stan out of a helicopter so that he can be with Francine, while Reginald looks on in horror. Stan makes it home only to find Dr. Tenor is holding Francine hostage while Jim looks to finish the job. And as they fight off their backup spouses, they fall back in love while Wheels and the Leg Man hang it up for another episode. Honestly, Wife Insurance is a solid 9 out of 10 that has a ton of great elements. It's not the best Wheels and the Leg Man B story, but it still gives you all those great notes you've come to expect. Steve tries to bond with Stan when he discovers that Stan has been rebuilding a DeLorean from scratch and is only missing one of the Gulf Wing doors. And so, the father-son duo set out cross-country to go and get it as a chance to bond since Steve likes Back to the Future and Stan loves John DeLorean, inventor of the DeLorean. The B-story involves Francine, Haley, and Roger planning, well, a B-story. They try and figure out what they want to do while the boys are away, and ultimately get mind-freaked when Haley manages to get Chris Angel to freeze himself in their freezer. The story of the episode is pretty bare bones, but that's because it's used as a catalyst for a ton of fantastic jokes, including a great play on the tortoise and the hare, where the tortoise carries his friend's mangled corpse all the way to the finish line after Stan gets robbed by desert animals. The episode is a super solid 9.5 out of 10 that I keep coming back to over the years. Fantastic delivery, great dynamics, and again, just top-notch writing makes DeLorean's Story-Ann just another timeless adventure. There's so much crime in the desert! Stan hates losers and starts mocking them in front of Steve, inspiring Steve to join the football team with Roger's guidance. And when Stan becomes the coach of the football team, he quickly cuts Steve to make sure the team doesn't lose. This puts him and Roger on a quest to make a grown man cry by building up a team of nerds and challenging his father's team, ultimately beating them in a totally inconsequential way. The B story follows Francine preparing to have the ultimate bake-off against her mysterious pie rival Carlotta Monterey at the county fair, which ultimately turns out to just be Haley in disguise. After Stan loses to Steve, he begins to give up on living, and Steve has to teach him that it's okay to lose and cry, and that everyone does it and it doesn't make you lesser for it. A lesson we could all learn and follow, especially if we only have 100 followers on YouTube and think about giving up sometimes. The wild thing about this is, Roger is a big part of both the A and B stories in drastically different ways. It's also great seeing the nerd group and the weird Reverso World versions of Snot, Barry, and Toshi. Every Which Way But Lose is a 10 out of 10 episode that has a ton of charm and a lot of great moments that really hammers in how much the Smith family loves one another at the end of the day. Season 4 especially, now that we're heading into the home stretch, has shown time and again the magic of American Dad and why it's held up so well over the years. But I assure you, the best episodes are definitely not behind us, because I've decided we should talk about... Roger has been on the planet for a long time, and so the episode opens with a flashback of him going through history, bragging about how important he is, as he's the decider. The one that decides whether humanity lives or dies, and should anyone tip the scales, he'd make sure that no one would be spared his fury. The B story is Steve insulting Toshi, and so they decide to have a hot dog eating contest to see who has to eat in the later lunch period. When Stan finally calls Roger on his nonsense, they fly out to New Mexico to see Roger's ship, where it's discovered he wasn't a decider, he was a crash test dummy they didn't expect to survive, and his entire life's purpose goes up in smoke. He enters a deep depression that causes him to lose all hope until getting a job at a hot dog factory, where he gets his hands on a batch of bad hot dogs, and yeah, you see where this is going. Steve and Toshi almost eat the bad hot dogs, Roger just wants to feel important, and Stan realizes he needs to give him a chance to be himself. It's a 9 out of 10 episode that is just more really solid jokes that keep landing. Like, I know I keep fluffing up this season, but it can't be understated just how solid it really is. We're gonna get into episodes that are much more hit and miss, but for the most part, season 4 really is just jam-packed with quality. This would also be one of the first episodes Bob Odenkirk would guest star on, and man, I'm so excited to talk about his work in one of my favorite episodes of the whole series. We're still a little ways off from that one. At a pool party at Greg and Terry's, Stan gets embarrassed by Francine and pushes her in the pool and tries to figure out a way to get to one of Avery Bullock's parties. The B story involves Steve and the gang having to buy booze to get into a cool kid party, and yeah, they have to buy booze from Roger. Terry's father, Tank Bates, is coming to town, and so he and Greg have to pretend to not be gay, so Terry pretends that Francine is his wife and Greg and Stan are gay, which allows Stan to hang out at one of Bullock's parties with Greg, and that's where he finds out he's the embarrassing one for a change and sees what it's like to be in Francine's shoes. Terry comes out to his father, reconciles with Greg, and yeah, that's really just the episode. It's fine, it's not bad, it's not great, it's just kind of fine. It's got some good one-off jokes, and the jersey retiring ceremony is still pretty hysterical, but the episode ultimately just kind of feels weak after all this time. It's like a 6, maybe 7 out of 10. Stan is jealous when his work buddies brag about all the wacky adventures they get into when they have a guy's night out, when he's usually stuck inside with Francine. However, Francine gives her blessing for him to go out, and he eagerly runs off. The B story is Roger and Haley competing to see which one of them was the one that a guy at the mall was into, ultimately leading to him just looking for a girl to take to a pig party, where the guy with the ugliest girl wins, and Roger would go on to bring Haley to try and place in the competition. The B story is incredibly bland and skippable, but the A story is primo spice. It's literally just Stan and the boys having a wild night that quickly gets out of hand and ends up with them throwing people in the trunk and eventually dealing with a cartel, and Stan's best companion, Cheezers, saving the day. I know it sounds like I'm glossing over the episode, but it's not like there's a ton of story beats to the episode. It's just one comedic scene after another, with everything from Dick stealing his dog back from his ex-wife to Jackson falling in love with a prostitute. If Stan was written any weaker, this episode would fall on its face, but it shines because of how he interacts with these characters that had been otherwise bit players up to this point. It's a really great 9 out of 10 that is only really bogged down by the B story that just can't carry its weight in comparison to the A story. As far as season finales go, I would argue that Stan's Night Out is easily the second strongest one of the bunch, with joint custody still being the strongest. There's a lot of solid jokes, great chemistry, and phenomenal delivery. It really is a fantastic conclusion to a season. And there we have it. That's our first post-newspaper season down, and man, even though season 3 was probably the closest we get to a perfect season, just due to the length and just fantastic writing, season 4 definitely didn't disappoint, and I'd say there's more than a few episodes in the season that clear anything we talked about previously. Season 4, I would argue, is where we see that line start to be drawn, where Family Guy began its descent and American Dad continued its ascent. There's a lot to love in season 4, and really makes you take a step back and appreciate how we've covered over 80 episodes already. But what did you think of season 4? Did you love it, hate it, disagree with what I said about your favorite or least favorite episodes? Let me know down in the comments below. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, share, and subscribe for all your deep anime and animation deep cuts. Next season, we're going into an even more bizarre territory with some of the best episodes, including something I lovingly call the Roger Trilogy, and some of the weakest episodes we've had since season 1. So look alive, and I'll see you all in season 5. Goodbye, everybody! And we're back, gang! Or if this is your first time with us, welcome! Here we are in Season 5, and it's crazy how far we've come. By the end of this season, we will have reviewed 99 episodes of American Dad. As such, at the end of this episode, I'll be going a little bit more in depth than what we've seen over the quote-unquote last 100 episodes.
All in all, Season 3 and Season 4 were incredibly high quality and a very steady beat of quality. But Season 5, while it does have some very strong episodes, even what I like to call the Great Roger Trilogy, there is a bit of a notable dip in quality in some of the episodes as well. It's not really as bad as we get later on into the later seasons, but it is noticeable. So what works with this season? What fails? And what kind of Rogers are we going to see? There's only one way to find out. So here we are, going live with Season 5. In Country Club. Our A story follows Steve being tasked with singing the national anthem. However, naturally, Stan has to hold him to a higher standard and is super critical of his performance and decides to personally train him. As he trains him, he realizes that Steve will only be able to perform the anthem if he experiences real war. And so Stan takes Steve to a golf course where they reenact the Vietnam War. Season 5 is definitely where we see our first proper absurdist bit in American Dad. We've seen it in seasons prior, but Season 5 really turns up that absurdity. We go away from, again, the political discourse that we've still seen and the mentions of it, just to go, as, pardon the expression, balls to the wall with episodes going forward. We're gonna get a much more violent season and a much more graphic series going forward. Steve has his own squad, including Dick and Buckle, and ultimately falls asleep, leaving his camp vulnerable to the Viet Cong, and Stan is eventually taken hostage. The B story follows Roger obsessing over a pay-per-view show where Barbra Streisand performs Celine Dion and has Francine prepare a dish with a small bird that you have to eat under a napkin so you hide your shame from God. However, Stan won't give Roger the code to order the pay-per-view, so he has to go into the Vietnam reenactment and torture Stan until he gives him the code. And while I know I've talked about this in the past, it is very interesting to see, especially in this season, where the A story and the B story often intersect in a lot of ways, and American Dad has done this since Season 1, as early as, say, Finances with Wolves. But what we're seeing here is actually an evolution of that idea, and something that not a ton of series do. Usually, the A and B stories are just ways to have characters doing whatever they want. However, in American Dad, they like to intersect them several times. Now, of course, there are still going to be those standalone B stories, but it's just really fascinating that here we have Roger, both in the A story, interacting with them in this Vietnam reenactment, and has his own B story where he has his own personal goals for why he's doing it. It's just a really, really neat touch. Steve then develops PTSD from the fake war and tries to go back to the battlefield, but ultimately is able to face his fears and perform the national anthem. However, while he's in the hospital, we get our first introduction to Mind Quad and Mindhunter, played by the incredible Robert Patrick. I just love In Country Club, and seeing Roger consume a godforsaken dish and the just trippy CG 3D effect is just so surreal, and yet so peak American Dad for where we're heading with the series. It may be bold to say, but In Country Club is a solid 10 out of 10 to kick off the season, and one of the best episodes of the entire Fox era. The episode begins with Stan telling Steve that friendship is only worth what you get out of it, so long as you're getting something in return, and proceeds to blow off Roger for a spray tan hangout, and then sends Roger to pick up stamps instead. Haley says that it's wrong he doesn't just hang out with Roger, to which Stan says Roger mooches off of him all the time and that he doesn't need to hang out with him. And honestly, given how Roger has treated the family in the past, even torturing Stan in just the last episode with a Sex and the City movie script, he's kinda got a point. Like, I know there's a moral lesson to be learned, but I really don't think Stan is in the wrong for blowing Roger off here or there. Like, it's just Roger has consistently been this horrible person to the family, and it's reasonable for him to think this. Anyway, at work, Stan is given the task of making sure General Pequeño signs the oil deal with the CIA after he plans on taking him to the mall. If all goes well, he'll get his own helicopter, or as Da Vinci called it, an aerial screw. The B story. Oh my god. Okay. Full disclosure, might be one of the worst B stories in the entire series. The B story involves Francine thinking Snot is drowning and diving in to save him, which unintentionally allows Snot to touch Boob, and Steve is determined to get even. It's a weird B story, and I'm not really sure. It's not good. I was gonna say, I'm not even sure if I would call it good. It's not good.
there's just not anything to really talk about it because it's not really there. It just drags the whole episode down. Ugh. Anyway, Stan goes out with General Pequeño, who is voiced by Ricardo Montalban, who you'd probably recognize as Khan from Star Trek II Wrath of Khan, or as the grandpa in the Spy Kids franchise. This would be one of his last roles before he passed. Fun fact, Family Guy's Mixed Stroke and American Dad's Moon over Isla Island are both two of his last acting credits. The general then abruptly chokes on a hot dog and dies before he can sign the treaty. However, Roger looks just like the general, and yeah, Stan tries to use Roger to forge the treaty. Roger decides to take being a dictator seriously, and eventually his people rebel, usurping him because they won't paint their children yellow again. I'm torn on this episode. On the one hand, it has a lot of really great sight gags and one-off jokes. On the other, it just kinda doesn't fit. Like, the B story is just awkward and is this weird bragging contest between the two, and I'd say it's our first just Snot and Steve side story, but also it's this? This is what we're talking about? It's trying to fondle each other's moms? Not to mention, Stan is wrong for viewing relationships as give and take, but also Roger is not the right character to use for that idea, because we have tons of examples when he's abused the family's kindness. I don't know. Personally, I like the episode, but critically, it just kind of feels like a miss. Moon over Isla Island is probably, honestly, like a 6 out of 10. The family is set to take a trip, and they're leaving Steve in charge of the house while they're gone. Steve decides to have his friends over, and that's when they discover a CIA drone controller and proceed to take the drone out for a drive, eventually crashing it and ruining Stan's trust in him. The B story is the family on the plane, as it can't get off the ground because either A, a drone flew over, or B, Roger is playing a young girl, and so when he asks for a drink, he's not provided one. This causes him to dress up as Stan so that he can get drunk. However, security believes there's a missing girl on the plane and refuses to let the plane take off. Stan eventually does walk off the plane and has refused to get back on, and he and Steve have to hunt down a drone that had been taken by the Chinese mafia. The two slowly begin to trust one another again and finally start to bond. I know I kind of speed ran home a drone, but that's because it's pretty cut and dry. That's not to say it's bad, I actually quite enjoy it, and would say that the episode overall is a solid 8 out of 10. Steve is a great character in the episode, and I don't know, they've gotten much better with how they write Steve's friends, and they feel much more fleshed out. Roger is great as just the character that you love to hate. Stan is always terrific, and there's just a lot of wonderful one-off jokes that just make it overall entertaining. It is kind of odd seeing this episode right after Moon over Isla Island, since it has Roger being the same selfish alien we're used to, which just throws the past episode completely out the window, but it just feels more on brand overall than Moon over Isla Island. You have, again, these really great bits with Francine, Haley, and Roger, but then you also have this juxtaposition of Stan and Steve having a really good heart-to-heart as they try and recover a CIA drone. I mean, even the end fight on the Chinese parade is amazing. I really enjoy Home Drone, and I think you should give it a fair chance. I know I talked about it briefly in Country Club earlier on in the season, but this episode really encapsulates that idea that the B story and the A story are going to constantly intersect in some episodes, because there's always the consequences of the A story impacting the B story of Francine, Haley, and Roger on the plane. If the drone flies over, the plane can't take off, and we keep seeing those instances over and over and over again, which is a very nice touch. It's summer vacation! Steve and the gang are off for camp when they run into Clyde Templeton, played by the brilliant Clancy Brown, who sells them basically Speedos to parade around camp in. Stan, however, after hearing horror stories at work of wives getting bored with their husbands when the kids are away and leaving them, begins to fear losing Francine. He uses Roger as a buffer until Roger decides to move out and become more independent. This is when he starts to drug Roger to make him too sick to live on his own, eventually leading Stan and Francine to entering Roger's mind, and Francine finding out what he really fears. It's a good episode. We get to see again Stan and Francine bonding and seeing how strong their relationship is, while also getting a lot of great little Roger skits, including him being responsible for Biggie Smalls getting shot. Steve and his friends are gullible, and this won't even be the last time they buy something from a trench coat wearing salesman, but it really solidifies them as just grade A losers, and I love how triumphant they are in it. They're just so confident that they're gonna be cool, and then they're not, and it's just handled really, really well. Brains, and Automobiles is a 8 out of 10 that never really outstays its welcome. It's got a lot to love. Again, it's just Stan's insecurities getting the best of him and Francine still being super reassuring, but it's handled really, really well. Again, we have this really grounded idea of Stan's insecurities coupled with a CIA machine that allows them to go into an alien's mind, and that's how we get our resolution. It's still handled incredibly sweetly, and Francine genuinely loves Stan, and you get to see how they interact, and it's just really baffling to me that this is again called the most nihilistic of the McFarlane cartoons when you compare it to, again, Peter and Lois that couldn't have an episode like this because it's set in the canon that they've hated each other. It's just, it doesn't make sense for it. Stan and Francine may fight, sometimes even frequently, but deep down you can tell that they love one another, and the fact that Stan doesn't want to be boring to her and lose her because of it is really touching. Stan demands that Steve grow up and that Steve shouldn't have a kid's birthday party anymore. Stan attributes this to having to grow up when he was Steve's age due to Jack leaving him and his mom and leaving him in the man of the house position. However, Francine decides to get Steve a moon bounce for his birthday, and when they all seem to enjoy it and Stan goes to stop the fun, he ends up bouncing for days, realizing he's never properly let his inner child out. This is also our first appearance of Dr. Penguin, Roger's therapist character who will be coming back regularly. He sells his car, starts hanging out with Steve and his friends, and when he TPs a house, gets sent to jail where he continues to have fun and refuses to leave, leaving Steve to grow up and become the man of the house in his stead. The B story is Haley giving Klaus a haircut, because he misses the sensation, and upon giving him a horrible haircut, he proceeds to try and drown her. This episode is phenomenal. It has a deeper emotional core than a lot of the other episodes in the season, and it genuinely feels like a heartfelt Stan and Steve episode. You feel bad for Stan, and you understand where he's coming from. It's not so much him bullying Steve, as we'll get into in later episodes, or even in earlier episodes that we've seen. It's genuinely Steve loving his dad and not wanting to take this from him, and Stan realizing that it's unfair of him to do this to his own son. And at the end of it, they seem to understand each other more, and it really just, it works. Plus, the Klaus B story is just great. I had forgotten about it before my rewatch, but D. Bradley Baker has really hammered home Klaus as a character, and I genuinely think the Haley and Klaus stories are some of the best, even going all the way back to It's Good to Be the Queen back in season 1. Their interactions have always just seemed the most genuine, and Man in the Moon Bounce is just a solid 10 out of 10. Ugh. Shallow vows. I've been trying to say vows like 5 times. I keep saying vowels. Anyway, look, 4 out of 10. Skip it. It's honestly been a minute since I've said that about an episode, but Shallow Vows is just, yeah, it's not great. Francine decides to let herself go to see if Stan would love her if she didn't put all the work into her appearance. He's horrified by what he sees, and so he blinds himself to be with her. It's sweet till they realize that they should just go back to how they were and bury all of this and ignore it. All while their ceremonies are planned by Jeannie Gold, which is just Roger, who apparently has 2 grown human sons. The B story is Steve and Haley getting a gift for their parents, and when it's not good enough, they are hunted down by Roger in an assassin persona. And admittedly, Roger is the funniest part of this and most episodes, but even then, it doesn't work on so many levels. It's just unnecessary and unnecessarily mean for the sake of being mean. I guess it did give us some of that Franny Fanny, but then like, what else? What else does this episode do? I love this show. This show is one of my favorites of all time, and I can't come up with anything redeeming about Shallow Vows except the most superficial elements. I mean, when we get to the TBS era, we'll see a lot of experiments and wild ideas, but this episode just doesn't feel experimental. It just feels inherently mean and empty. It just doesn't work, and I'm really just not going to defend it because it doesn't deserve the defense. It's not as bad as Deacon Stan Jesus Man, because I'd at least rewatch it again. It's definitely not good either. Stan is emotionally stunted again. All he expresses is anger and decides to stay up and wait for Haley to get home, and she refuses to stop going to concerts and tells Stan that My Morning Jacket is great, which is actually a callback to a previous episode where they mentioned them. Francine gets Haley's ticket back for her and encourages her to keep her rebellious spirit. When Haley goes to the concert, Stan goes to get her back, and when his earplugs are pulled out and he hears My Morning Jacket for the first time, he falls in love with the band to an obsessive degree, even going so far as buying a deep cut album from Norman, who is played by Zach Galifianakis. My Morning Jacket obviously has a cameo appearance in the episode, and basically, Stan won't go back to normal until he gets backstage, and so Francine helps him get backstage with her old rock and roll party skills, and he's able to go and meet the band. It's a fine episode. It has its charms with Francine helping Stan out and encouraging him to let loose, but it really doesn't go deeper than that. It's like a 6 or 7 out of 10 that's just very middle of the road, and I think a lot of that is because it doesn't have a B story. It's just one constant story that honestly could have used that cutaway or two to really break the story up and make it feel just a little bit more natural. It's not bad, it's just not great. Though I will say it is nice seeing this as a breakup of just musical band is guest star in episode. They actually integrate it into the show itself, and we will actually see that a couple more times as the show goes on, even one coming up with a Jeff-centric episode. You know the one I'm talking about. We all like Wax Fang, and we all know why. Haley decides that she wants to start a business and refuses to listen to Stan on what he thinks would be a good idea. Stan has to blow money for the CIA at a strip club where he meets a stripper named Tangeray and is determined to change her life to prove Haley wrong, and he does know what he's talking about. The B story is Steve trapped at space camp where he thought it would be a ton of high-octane action, but is instead just a bunch of boring lectures, so he and his friends plan a breakout, Shawshank Redemption style. Ultimately, Stan starts a dry cleaning company, it goes under, and he begins stripping to make money. And you've seen the episode before. It doesn't really reinvent the wheel or anything. The Steve B story isn't even funny enough to really keep the rest of the episode afloat, and it just kind of stagnates. It's a middle of the ground 5-6 out of 10. That being said, it's important to note that even as the scores may drop for some episodes, there's still a higher quality overall than the seasons before it. If anything, the longer the series goes on, the more critical you have to be. How do you justify a series going on for over 17 years? And largely, the series as a whole does still hold up, but G-String Circus just isn't it. It's okay, but it's definitely not a beacon of what the show can be at its funniest, which is just a genuine shame. It's our first new Christmas special since season 3! Stan and Francine get frisky in church, and when they get out of the closet, the rapture happens. With only sinners left on Earth, Stan begins to resent Francine for holding him back from being raptured, and she begins to see Jesus as he prepares for the post-apocalypse. Time passes and Jesus is on a mission to unalive the Antichrist, and begins his trek to the UN building when he encounters a battle-torn Stan, who reluctantly agrees to help when he hears that the Antichrist has Francine. That's right, it's a Christmas episode that's all about the Antichrist and the Rapture. We're a season away from probably the most iconic Christmas narrative American Dad would run with, but Rapture's Delight is just terrific, and a great send-off to the What If Christmas specials for a while. They will revisit it with what could be called a pseudo-prequel, but it's still kinda something that they leave in the past. They'll come back to it eventually, but they go out with a solid 8 out of 10. It really just works on every level and even has the return of the angel Stan helped get her wings back in the most adequate Christmas ever episode when she gives him his dream heaven after blowing up at the UN. Will Forte actually plays Jesus in the episode, and Andy Samberg plays Antichrist, and it really just goes to show how great the voiceover talent is for the show. The family is cutting back and Francine wants Stan to sell the SUV and get a hybrid, so Stan swears he'll find a way to make some extra money. B's story follows Steve and the boys deciding to help Tuttle for some extra side money. However, they discover that Tuttle has become a shut-in and immobily fat after his wife died. They begin helping out around his house while Stan goes to the track to bet on horses, only to find out Roger is a jockey. Roger tries to convince Stan to buy the horse since he knows it can win the Derby in a week. They start to struggle with the horse and eventually Stan puts his brain in the horse to hopefully be able to win the race, all while Snot gets crushed under Tuttle's weight trying to get the $100 from his back pocket. Stan and Roger go on to win the race and yeah, that's it. It just kinda ends. It's like a 4 or a 5 out of 10 that just feels like padding. It feels like an episode taken from the writing room floor and just sort of juiced together into a 22-minute runtime. It does nothing. It is the null rod of American Dad episodes. Skip it and just don't look back. Oh, I genuinely, I wrote my script and now I'm recording and I forgot about this episode. I legitimately forgot that this episode came after Shallow Vows. But A Jones for a Smith opens with Stan hating social programs. Big shocker. Roger is shown abusing the programs, which causes Stan to get angry and talk about what a crutch they are. It's a weirdly political episode, and I think that's partly why this episode just does not work. It feels so out of place compared to everything else. Steve gets a girlfriend and he's absolutely ecstatic about it, but when Stan has a cold that he's been trying to fight and Francine goes to brunch with Greg and Terry, she gets pulled over in her neighborhood for drunk driving and ends up working community service because Stan refuses to get her out of jail, where she then eventually goes to help the homeless at a soup kitchen. Stan, believing that anything Francine makes is his, takes the soup from the soup kitchen to combat his cold, though while outside he meets a shady dealer who gives him something to help his cold, and yeah, it's crack. Stan gets addicted to crack. Steve gets the blessing of Janine's father to be intimate with her if he can meet with Steve's parents, who one is freshly addicted to crack, and yeah, this is not a good episode. It might be on par with a season 1 episode, honestly. It's hollow and horrid. The jokes don't land, the elements feel stressed, and there's nothing to latch onto, which is such a shame because Janine's dad is voiced by Bryan Cranston, who is back for yet another episode, and it's just disappointing to see it wasted on this of all things. A Jones for a Smith is a 2 out of 10, and not worth watching. It's Valentine's Day in Langley Falls, and as Stan and Francine are celebrating, they're intercepted by a robotic Stan from the future who has come back under the guise of training Stan for the robot uprising. However, he is really here to seduce Francine and take her from him. The B story has Steve and the gang finding a real doll in Toshi's parents' bedroom. It's a sweet episode where Stan realizes he doesn't want to be a machine, he wants to grow old with Francine, but also, there's not much else going on. Stan fights Robo-Stan at Hershey Park, and that's really the only memorable part of the entire episode. Anything is better than a Jones for a Smith, so this episode seems infinitely better by comparison, but it's still just kinda there. There's really only one other bad episode in this season after this one, and it's not even all that bad. It's like a 6 out of 10 to its credit and doesn't outstay its welcome. It's got some good jokes, some more meta comedy than most episodes, and all in all is a fine palate cleanser if nothing else. It's just weird that there's been such a dip in quality right in the middle of the season. But as we turn the corner and enter the home stretch of season 5, we have some terrific American Dad to enjoy. Alright, we're here. This is what I call the Great Roger Trilogy. 3 episodes, one after another, that are easily some of the strongest Roger has ever been, and we start with Return of the Bling. Stan mocks Steve for not having real heroes and proceeds to show him a real hero, the Miracle on Ice hockey team. That's when Roger reveals he played on that very team, and Stan begins to idolize him once he realizes he was telling him the truth. However, when he finds out that Roger was on steroids, he's determined to make him give his medal back, and so they travel to the Olympic headquarters, Lord of the Rings style, to return the bling. The B story is actually the start of an ongoing plot, wildly enough. Haley and Reggie begin to start to catch feelings for each other and start growing closer thanks to a Shaggy concert. Or Shuggy. I actually really like this little mini arc, and it works well for both of the characters. Reggie used to be a human, and he and Haley just generally have a lot in common and build off one another really well. It's not like, say, Brian dating a human girl in Family Guy, where they play it as normal, but you can't really shake that there's something off about it. Here it feels much more natural. I'm talking more about the B story than the A story, not because it's more interesting, but because it's something built on later. That's not to say that the A story is bad at all. It's honestly phenomenal, and it's very much a Stan, Steve, and Roger episode, and I think that's what makes it work so well. There's so many great one-off jokes with the hostel, and how the airplane trip, the conference. Return of the Bling is very much a return to form and a 10 out of 10 episode by and large. Maybe I feel that way because it comes right after May the Best Stan Win and Jones for Smith, but I don't care. It hits all the notes, it has great jokes, and the characterization is on point every step of the way. Cops and Roger is the second episode in our pseudo-self-proclaimed trilogy, and it's all about Roger joining the police force after he and Francine get mugged, and Stan accuses him of not being strong. Roger begs Stan to train him to be good enough to be on the force, and as soon as he joins the force, he immediately turns into a bad cop with the help of his new detective partner, played by Bobby Cannavale of Boardwalk Empire, and I mean, you've seen him in other things. The B story continues the will they won't they romance between Haley and Reggie, where they go on a double date and eventually both dump their partners. Like, obviously Stan has to turn around and help Roger out of the mess he's made for himself, and then credits roll, but Cops and Roger is just another banger of an episode. It has a ton of great jokes, it builds off the characters and relationships, and it just feels so whole. These 3 episodes really are quintessential American Dad. Each one brings a different element that works better than the last. Return of the Bling has Stan, Steve, and Roger traveling around the world and is a more global view. Cops and Roger is all about how they interact with the police, and Roger acclimating to a new environment is much more a local view, and Merlot Down Dirty Shame, the next episode we'll talk about, is an interpersonal view as it focuses on the relationships between the family members. The scope may shrink, but the quality is maintained through yet another 10 out of 10 episode. Merlot Down Dirty Shame opens with Stan and Roger trapped in an elevator and bonding as they work to keep each other calm, and even get matching necklaces to show off that they're now best friends forever. Francine is preparing for a trip to Napa, and Stan says he can't make it, but that Roger should go in his place, and the two are determined to have a good time without Stan. The B story finds Steve being able to lucid dream every time he sees a red ball in his dreams. When he's a jerk to Haley and Klaus, they decide to mess with him and bounce a red ball when he's awake to make him think he's in a dreamland, and he goes mad with power. Meanwhile, Francine and Roger get super drunk on their wine tour and eventually kiss at the end of the evening, causing Roger to freak out and try and bury the news, which gets significantly harder when Stan makes a surprise grand romantic gesture and joins the two on their trip. The best part about this episode is Roger's meltdown and how he just can't own up to anything. He is willing to bury Stan and Francine alive rather than face the consequences for his actions, and it's just peak Roger. The whole episode has some just really great story elements. There's some cringe-in parts, but it actually works on a meta-comedy level, and I feel the story lives or dies by how you feel about Mia, played by Angela Kinsey of The Office fame. If you like her character, you're probably going to hate Roger more, and that makes the episode as a whole better and work. And if you don't, it'll probably be a little middle ground to you. The B story concludes how only it can, and I mean, these last 3 episodes have been so bizarre and out there that they just work so perfectly well as American Dad episodes. They found that perfect line where you can hate Roger and yet still kinda cheer him on. He's not irredeemable, but he's on brand. He's never deviated from what he is, and they figured out how to make such a lovable jerk work so well. Merlot Down Dirty Shame is a 9 out of 10.
So yeah, I said there was 2 episodes that got feedback. Yeah, to be fair, this one is also pretty justified. Here I am talking about Bully for Steve, which, man, look at me go. We're so far in, aren't we, gang? But I completely failed to mention, even though I bring him up in later episodes, this is the first appearance of Stelio Cantos, Stan's bully. Legitimately, I think it's because I think about the janitor werewolf more often than he's picking up so much speed. I am not excusing my failure, just explaining it. So, without further ado, here is Bully for Steve. Stan thinks Steve is too weak and gives up too easily. When it doesn't seem like he's making any progress, Stan does the only thing he knows will work. He disguises himself and bullies and beats up his own son. Meanwhile, Roger is trying to become a crime scene photographer, which is a very loose C story that just kind of lingers along the A story and the B story, and the B story is actually the conclusion of the Haley and Reggie story. The two begin to date, but when they're at the carnival, Haley runs into Jeff and walks off, leaving Reggie as they go to catch up. It's sad, you feel for Reggie, and it isn't ideal, but deep down you get it. He's Jeff, and we're in too deep now with him to ever properly get rid of him. Which is a little foreshadowing, but you probably know why. The A story continues when Francine finds out Stan is Steve's bully and starts training Steve how to fight him. There's also a werewolf sub-joke that keeps popping up, and I cannot understate how incredible it is. It's seriously the funniest joke of the entire season, in no small part thanks to Kevin Michael Richardson's performance as Principal Lewis. The thing that makes this episode so great is that Steve is shown to be weak, but not without resources, and the way he handles his problems, his way, is actually incredibly commendable. The episode as a whole works really brilliantly, and it's just another great example of the modern approach to American Dad. There's not cutaway gags, but there's bizarre things happening in Langley. We've seen them start to build more and more on just the everyday absurdity, and I think that's what makes this episode work so well. Everyone is in on the joke. Everyone is a part of the joke. Bully for Steve is another 10 out of 10. If you like An Incident at Owl Creek, I respect you. If you don't like the episode, you are validated. I'm not a huge fan of it either. An Incident at Owl Creek is an American Dad reinterpretation of the story of An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge. Buckle and Shari are moving to the neighborhood and doing a pool party, so Stan sets up a fashion show to make sure the family knows how to keep the party from imploding. At the party, he tries to distract from Roger saying a racist joke by doing a cannonball, but his stomach starts to act up and yeah, he caddyshacks. Everyone laughs and he's ashamed. The family tries to run away from the shame, and you get a whole episode of them escaping it only to be pulled back in by Barack Obama, who begins to chant cannonball, and Stan opens his eyes to see he's still on the diving board, still getting ready to jump. Yeah, it's literally just a reimagining of a short story and could feel like a cop-out to a lot of people. And it's not that I don't like experimental American Dad episodes. If you can't tell by how enthusiastically I talk about them, I'm actually a very big fan. It's just, An Incident at Owl Creek compared to An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge just feels so drastically different. Where An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge is about a Civil War soldier going to an execution, An Incident at Owl Creek is about Stan diving off of a diving board, and it just doesn't carry that same weight. There are a lot of really good experimental episodes that I'm excited to talk about, especially things like Rabbit Ears or Gold Top Nuts. But An Incident at Owl Creek, I do applaud for being creative. It just doesn't go that extra mile to make itself iconic. It's why I give it a 6 or a 7 out of 10, because it does at least try and do something different. It's skippable in my eyes and is just okay, maybe like it also, I believe, might be the last appearance of the Mamaris. I could be wrong on that, but I do believe they get 100, but we'll have to see. It's Roger's 1601st birthday, which I have to just take a minute and applaud American Dad for staying consistent and remembering character ages, even if it's something absurd like 1600. But with Roger's birthday, he decides that he wants to celebrate it with a good old-fashioned comedy roast. He gets the whole family together for the roast, and they proceed to send good-natured jabs his way. However, Roger can't take the jokes and proceeds to start crying, determined to get his life back on track after the family's harsh jabbing. The family tries to reassure him they were just in good fun, but soon after, weird occurrences start happening where the family's lives are thrown in peril. Roger has started to hunt them down for his ultimate revenge scheme.
Stan gets Roger sent to an underwater prison in Asia, but when he breaks out, proceeds to take the family up into the Chia space station where they can hide out. But Roger manages to sneak onto the station with them, hunting each one down alien style. Alien the movie, not alien like what Roger is. Don't worry, we're almost done. Eventually, he gets the family together and makes them roast each other or face his wrath, and they do, while making each other laugh with how savage they are. Because it's again a roast, and that's what you're supposed to do. This episode is a perfect capstone to an overall remarkable season. The jokes are great, the family feels connected, and it's just a very solid season finale. It's a 10 out of 10 that ages super well and keeps coming back for more. There's a scene where they change the CIA to the Central Human Intelligence Agency, and a robot agent named Frank throws his badge and storms off, and I still think about that. Like, again, the world is wild, and because it's not trapped in a cutaway gag that'll just be left, these wild elements help the world breathe and become a character all its own. Great Space Roaster is great and should be a part of any American Dad watch through, and is honestly probably one of the most solid season finales the show has ever had. And there we have it, that's season 5, and with that we have talked about 99 episodes of American Dad. I know the 100th episode is at the start of the next season, so I just want to take a minute and talk about how far we've come. Remember back in the first season when threat levels were mentioned, or home insecurity where Stan trapped the Mamaris in his backyard because he thought they were trying to blow up the neighborhood? Look at how far we've come from that in just 4 simple seasons. American Dad has pivoted so hard from its initial formula, and still evolving in season 5 into the show that we know today. Obviously, there will be a big transition when we go from the Fox to the TBS eras, but 99 episodes in, American Dad has come leaps and bounds, and I think that's something to celebrate. We've seen huge celebrity guest stars as recurring characters, the Smith family growing more and more complex, the world around them growing more and more absurd to match their daily antics, and through it all, the jokes have gotten progressively sharper and sharper. We have 4 more seasons before the jump to TBS, and come season 6, we'll be looking at American Dad post the 100 episode landmark. I know no one will really care about this, but I think it's important to talk about American Dad through a critical lens. It's the 3rd longest running anime comedy of all time, 4th if you want to argue South Park is 3rd just due to a number of episodes and first episode release dates and whatnot, but not many shows hit the milestones that American Dad has. We've seen it nominated for a GLAAD award, and we've seen all the voice actors come into their own, bringing these timeless characters to life. We should appreciate what American Dad has done because it's a part of the culture of American media, and its success is a reflection on how comedy has evolved through the years, and how instead of sticking to one formula, the writers have been allowed to evolve with it. We still have so many more quality episodes to go over, but I just want to thank you all for being with me as we continue our journey through one of my favorite shows of all time. Admittedly, this season I have gone a little bit more off script. Let me know if you can tell. But I really love this show, and I genuinely cannot thank you all enough for tuning in to each of these season reviews, and I know I'm going to eventually put out a big Fox review episode, but genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, all of your kind words, all of your comments mean the absolute world to me. So what episodes did you like? What episodes did you hate? Think I was wrong about any episodes? Let me know in the comments below. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, subscribe, and tell your friends we're out here. We also have a Patreon, Discord, and Twitch that you can join and follow if you're ever interested. I've been the Anime Academic. This has been Season 5. Now it's time for me to take a dive. But don't you start kicking bricks, because I'll see you all next time with Season 6. Season 6, our first HD season. I'm not saying it's been a long slog going through the old seasons, but it's definitely a nice change of pace going to a full screen experience instead of the old aspect ratio. That being said, this season is still over a decade old, and it's very much a post 100 episode season, and it feels it.
Not in a bad way, just in an evolutionary way. We're going to see everything really take another step closer to what we understand as modern American Dad. Stories are going to be more out there, there's more extreme and bizarre elements, and while there's a couple weaker episodes sprinkled throughout the season, overall it's just another really solid season of American Dad. So without further ado, let's get our kicks in Season 6. It's the 100th episode! I previously touched on how far the series had come in my Season 5 review, which you can find on my channel, and make sure to like and subscribe, hint hint wink wink nudge nudge, or if you're watching this in my compilation video, you just saw it. Hint hint to that coming soon if you're watching it on the Season 6 video. Look out for that, it'll be even better. But American Dad really does take its 100th episode seriously by promising to kill off 100 beloved American Dad characters, and even has a little counter at the bottom of the screen. I know I keep bringing it up, but it's really interesting that Family Guy in its 100th episode, Stewie Kills Lois / Lois Kills Stewie, Stan and Bullock actually show up. They did a whole celebrities talk about what episodes were their favorites, and it was a whole celebration. American Dad just kinda has this episode, and that's really it. It's aware that it's a 100th episode, it's celebratory, but it's entirely just American Dad, and deep down I actually kinda really respect that. Anyway, the story of the episode is simple. Jeff and Haley decide to run off and get married, so Stan and Francine offer a bounty to whoever can find the two and stop them from getting hitched. Steve and Roger team up as Wheels and the Leg Man, and we see a whole myriad of classic characters hunting the two down, wacky racist style. Avery and Reggie fight in a field, Principal Lewis gets some screen time, it's just great. Eventually, Jeff takes the money and agrees to not marry Haley, and then runs off with her and does it anyway, tricking Stan and, in it, earning his respect. There's also a scene where Brett Morris from Dope and Faith gets hit by Billy the Bullet and says he was Stan's satanic best friend in episode 302. Now, for those of you that don't know, season and episode orders are usually written in 3 or 4 digits. So an episode order for, say, Season 8, Episode 4 would be 804, which means Dope and Faith is canonically the 2nd episode of the 3rd season, despite the fact it's listed as the 3rd episode of the season. Does it matter? No. But I have evidence that my season listings actually have some reasoning behind them other than just my preference. So, you know. There you go. Obviously, my win aside, there's a ton to like about 100 AD, but it's mostly in the jokes, and I'm not about to break down every one and why I like it so much. Compare 100 AD with Pilot. Look at how far the series has come and see how much more wild and yet familiar it is. The political satire is all but evaporated away, and now it's just a wacky family getting into insane adventures, and the series just feels that much more free because of it. They take out 100 characters, and in a way, it's like a cleansing bus crash fire that allows it to rise like an American phoenix. They're burning away the old ways and letting the new ones settle their roots. 100 AD is a brilliantly burning 10 out of 10 that shows why American Dad to this day just has so much heart and creativity. It was built on a foundation of care, compassion, and a family that at the end of the day loves each other and wants to be a family. And then we get Son of Stan. The A story is Stan and Francine arguing that they could raise Steve better with their own individual parenting styles rather than together, while Roger continues to hunt down Haley and Jeff on their honeymoon to take the money Stan paid them in the previous episode. Francine then has Steve cloned into 2 separate Steves so that the two can test and see which one is the better parent. Francine's Steve, the more traditional Steve, becomes even more of a sex pest pervert, and Stan's becomes a grade A psychopath, while they both agree that their unique parenting styles complement one another and they need each other to raise their family. There's really not much to talk about with the episode. It's like a 6 or a 7 out of 10 that is enough of a continuation of 100 AD that I'd be willing to call it one of the 4 2-part episodes of the entire series, but that's really about it. It feels like it's wrapping up loose ends more than anything. I don't know. I've never been particularly a big fan of Son of Stan, though I do like the Roger bits quite a bit. Meh! It's Halloween in Langley! Stan has to compete with Buckle for the best haunted house in the neighborhood when Buckle reminds us that he was a Disney Imagineer, which I just gotta say, great continuity. Those one-off jokes matter throughout American Dad, and I don't know, I think it adds an extra layer to the show. If you pay attention to it, there's so many small details that just keep coming back and feel so deserved. You feel like you're getting an extra layer to the show. The B story follows Steve and Akiko, Toshi's sister, going trick-or-treating and him developing a crush on her. Toshi then begins to hunt the two down. While they're having their fun, Stan decides to one-up Buckle by getting actual serial killers from the CIA and putting them on display, only to have Roger break them out and they start to terrorize the neighborhood. Steve and Akiko go to a party and Toshi eventually hunts them down when Akiko leaves with another boy, forcing Steve to leave with Toshi. Honestly, I really enjoy Best Little Whorehouse. It's a solid 8 out of 10. That's a great little Halloween episode, and we really don't get a ton of those throughout the series run. It's a nice touch that didn't need to be as entertaining as it was. Ah yes, Stan's Food Restaurant. Stan is overly critical of the restaurants he and Francine go to, and when she confronts him about it, he tells her about the restaurant he was taken to after his dad left and how it impacted his life. They then run into Roger, and he encourages Stan to follow his dream of opening his own restaurant. The B story has Steve running into the new girl at school who promises to go on a date with him if he can find a date for her best friend, and wait, doesn't that sound a little familiar? If you said that's just a season 1 B story done again, you'd be absolutely right, except instead of it being an ugly girl, Steve brings Snot over to go on a date with a doll, and yeah, it just kinda escalates from there. Roger then helps Stan build his restaurant, and when they begin to have creative differences, the two open competing restaurants, and eventually Roger ends up burning down Stan's restaurant to collect the insurance money. The B story goes to some pretty uncomfortable places that I don't really feel like getting into and revisiting all these years later. It does get rougher to watch each time. That's not to say the episode is bad by any means. It's definitely still an 8 out of 10 with a lot of great jokes and flashback scenes. We also get, I'm pretty sure, the first appearance of Quilo, the Laotian chef, but also a wild thing and something I can't believe I didn't notice before. I've been watching American Dad since it first started in 2005. I've seen Stan's Food Restaurant easily over 10 times. I didn't notice until like last year that Roger's persona in this episode is just Gordon Ramsay. They never draw attention to it. He never does like a voice for it or anything. It's just super passive and it shines because of it. Honestly, Stan's Food Restaurant feels like such a good first episode of a season. It feels like the first proper American Dad episode of season 6, where 100 AD and Son of Stan were more of like a 2-parter, more of a 1.5-parter, and then you have the Halloween special. Stan's Food Restaurant feels like the actual first fleshed together episode of the entire season, and it's a really solid outing. Francine is upset about Stan pushing off their issues, and he proposes that they go to a therapist, only it's actually a hypnotist that he makes repress her memories. The hypnotist Sal is actually voiced by Jason Alexander, aka George Costanza on Seinfeld. When Stan goes to get a sandwich, he blows Sal off yet again, and has always refused to do anything nice for him, so when he returns, Sal makes Francine remember everything Stan's had him repress for years, including her desire to be a stand-up comic. The B story follows Steve winning a new fish and giving it to Klaus, who makes it his bride, only she doesn't talk or do anything and eventually ends up eating their kids like a fish, does. Roger ends up becoming Francine's agent, and before long they book her on her own sitcom where Stan fears he's going to lose her to her newfound popularity. He begins to change and does everything she wanted because he doesn't want to lose her, and she explains she just wanted to talk about them with him, and they make up on the set of her show. It's a very wholesome and sweet conclusion to the episode, and I'm glad we get those moments where Stan and Francine reconcile and the relationship grows stronger because of it. It's nice to have an anime couple that don't want to kill each other. White Rice is an all-around solid 8 out of 10 that delivers on everything it's trying to achieve. The B story is pretty light, but overall the jokes still land really wonderfully. It's an American Dad Thanksgiving! And this might be one of the worst episodes of the entire show, bar none. Stan's half-brother, who is Native American, visits with his family, and Stan and the family try and impress them with how incredible their house is because they think he's poor. What they don't know is that Stan's brother ended up finding a silver mine on the land their grandfather gave him, and is actually insanely rich. I just want to say, it's not a bad episode because of Stan's brother or anything. He's actually played wonderfully by Lou Diamond Phillips, but it's to the service of one of just the most uncomfortable episodes episodes. The Smiths get invited to Rusty's house for the following Thanksgiving, get humbled, and try and take their house from them. It's just really not great. I will say it's the second appearance of the airport security guard voiced by JB Smoove, who would make several more appearances throughout the show as different characters, and Stan's grandpa's voiced by Ed Asner, who would also play different roles. But that's really the only things of any merit to the episode. Like, the Smiths are just unapologetically horrible, and it fails on every level. There Will Be Bad Blood is like a 2 out of 10 that you can just kinda skip over and never look back at. Stan is tired of Roger always getting away with his schemes when he has to follow the law and be an upstanding member of society. He's elated when he gets jury duty, and when he sees that Roger is the one on trial, he makes it his mission to see that he's put behind bars for his crimes. The B story is... okay. Jeff is... There is really no easy way to put this. Jeff needs to smoke the Mary Jane, or else he has too high of a libido and ends up churning the butter, as it were. Chronically. He chronically churns butter. I'm not getting demonetized over a B story. So yeah, Francine tells Jeff he can't smoke in the house, and he starts to lose it, and they have to figure out how to fix it. Meanwhile, Stan manages to get Roger sent to jail, and Roger proceeds to break out, causing Stan to chase him down and get him to face the consequences of his actions. It's a really clever idea for a Stan and Roger episode that I'm surprised hasn't really been done before. You could argue Office Spaceman kinda did it, but here it's very much Roger's personas having real-world implications, and it's become obvious that Roger's committed a ton of crimes under these different guises. It's actually really neat that he's found the time to do all this, and that will be built on later on, but it's just really, again, they have so much freedom to write Roger how they want to, and it just kind of shines because of it. Meanwhile, this is all while Francine eases up on the house rules and crushes a 2-liter while hanging out with Jeff so that he doesn't have to get certain thoughts while staring at bottles of Aunt Jemima. All in all, The People vs. Martin Sugar is a wonderful 9, even 10 out of 10, that while I wish it didn't just briskly conclude, it works for the story they're telling. Also, Steve has like one line in the entire episode, but it might be the funniest line that the entire episode has. It's really just crackerjack writing that shines through. It's another Christmas episode! Only this time it's not the Rapture and it's not a what-if scenario. No, this is a very real Smith family Christmas. Stan refuses to acknowledge Jeff as part of the family and shuns him whenever he gets the chance. He also decides to get Steve a gun for Christmas, and they take it to go shooting, where Steve accidentally shoots what they think is a mall Santa, until they begin to get very cryptic messages that reveal that they actually shot the real Santa, and he's healing at the North Pole to come back and get his revenge. The B story follows Roger being guided by a liquor store owner, voiced by Clancy Brown, to find Bob Todd Williams, the greatest moonshiner that ever lived, and proceeds to learn from his wacky mountain ways. And sure enough, as soon as Christmas comes around yet again, Santa's armies come for the Smith family. Stan and the clan retreat to Bert's plane, turned house up in the mountains with Roger, and they begin their counteroffensive, fighting off hordes of elves, flying reindeer, and polar bears, while Santa tries to coax Jeff to join him and slay Stan. However, Jeff betrays and stabs Santa to save the family, because even if Stan hates him, he's still family in his eyes because he's Haley's dad, and he wouldn't let anything happen to him. It's really sweet, and while Stan does kind of come around, it's really more a celebration of Jeff as a character and really humanizes him. Season 6 really is the season of Jeff becoming a solidified main character and them figuring out what to do with him, and I genuinely love it. I think they've taken the proper time with Jeff to give him plenty of B stories and inclusion in the family that makes this feel much more natural. For Whom the Sleigh Bell Tolls also starts the evil/vengeful Santa arc, where the Smith family will continue to run up against Santa in varying degrees throughout the years. Believe me when I say it's a 10 out of 10 Christmas episode and one of the best that American Dad can provide. It's so out there, but makes so much sense for where American Dad is right now. I love this episode so much, and what it sets up and how it's built on later is just so brilliant. Like, this is how you make a foundation for a recurring arc. Much like the Golden Turd that we talked about previously, that really, it's had some cameos, but it won't really appear for another few seasons. Here, For Whom the Sleigh Bell Tolls, the actions and consequences of this episode will actually play into future Christmas episodes in the next 1 or 2 seasons. It's a phenomenal episode that you should not skip. Francine is bored with her day-to-day life, and after Roger gets bad gas from dinner and effectively gasses the house, the family gets put up in a 5-star hotel where they can take a break and live a little. Francine decides to have some fun with Roger and takes on a whole new persona as Sarah Blanche, and begins pretending to be a concrete salesman. The concierge in this episode is actually played by Hector Elizondo, and we also get the return of J.K. Simmons and Will Forte in bit roles. There's also a character that Steve interacts with in the B story that I'm pretty sure is the first appearance of the amazing Alan Tudyk in the series, but he will become a much more recurring character actor as the series goes on. The B story follows Steve being enchanted by a painting and trying to go into a hypnotic trance so he can go back in time and find out who the woman in the painting is, only to discover that it was himself. Francine realizes that though her life may be mundane from time to time, she wouldn't trade it for her family for anything and goes back to get her old life back. All this while Stan is stuck in the hotel room trying to figure out what socks to wear. The episode is absolutely terrific and is worth watching and rewatching time after time. There's just so many elements that work, and I don't know, there's a magic to Fart Break Hotel. It reminds me a lot of Ice and Men, where you have this side story that's going on, and it works so well because Stan isn't a part of it. American Dad without Stan, the American Dad, does some really cool things. Like we saw in Escape from Pearl Bailey or Bar Mitzvah Hustle, where we got Steve-centric episodes. Now we're getting a Francine what-if scenario. It's got great Roger bits, it's got great Francine, great Steve, and again, like Hector Elizondo elevates the episode entirely. I don't know what it is, it's like he loved the show or he loved the character he was playing, and he brings such a dynamite performance that it feels so lived. Much like Forrest Whitaker when he played Agent Turlington, it feels like they're not just guest characters going, "That's right, I am American quarterback, I don't know, Peyton Manning, and I too love The Simpsons." It's just their characters, and they play those characters so well that this episode that could have fallen on its face and been like, oh, well, that's just, Scott Grimes playing the concierge. Here you have Hector Elizondo crushing it. Absolutely. I don't know. He adds a magic to the episode that I can't ignore, and I had to talk about. The episode as a whole is a solid 9, maybe even 10 out of 10. It really does not have any faults. Stan and Francine begin to feel old, and so they try and pick up new hobbies and go to shows, but when they realize they don't have any friends, they eventually meet a young couple, Tom and Cam, played by Anthony Michael Hall and Sarah Chalk. However, the young couple are super active, and Stan and Francine struggle to keep up with their active lifestyles. The B story is, okay, like the A story is great, don't get me wrong. The A story is solid, it's got a lot of really funny bits, but the B story is so amazing because literally nothing happens. Steve and Roger get a cotton candy gun, and when it doesn't work, they decide to call in and get a refund and stay on the line for days, only to remember that Roger bought the gun with Terry's credit card, and they effectively wasted all that time for nothing because Klaus tricked them into thinking it was worth it, which might be the greatest Klaus scheme of all time, and I love it so much. Vindictive Klaus is just amazing. He knows how to put the fear into people, and I gotta give him credit where credit is due. They know how to make Klaus both the smartest and dumbest person in any room, and it's brilliant. Anyway, Stan and Francine begin to try and sabotage Tom and Cam to get them to slow down, and it ultimately backfires and they realize they don't need to be anything they aren't. I didn't want to go too in-depth on the episode because the A story can be a bit sensitive for people, so definitely watch it at your own discretion, but the jokes are brilliant and the delivery is top-notch. I cannot emphasize enough how well Scott Grimes, Seth MacFarlane, Rachel McFarlane, and D. Bradley Baker have gotten their voices down for Steve, Roger, Klaus, Haley, and of course, Francine is always terrific, done by the incredible Wendy Schaal. I mean, they've had over 100 episodes, but it's just important to note
that they are nailing these voices, they're nailing these characters, and it's elevated because of it. The whole cast is terrific, but Klaus's evolution here really is something for the books. Stanny Boy and Fantastic is a solid 8 out of 10. Roger gets the lead in a play called A Piñata Named Desire. Meanwhile, Stan says that he can do anything that Roger can do and proceeds to show that he can't act when he bungles a CIA undercover mission, and Roger catches him in the act. Stan then proceeds to take Roger's acting class to learn how to act and gets cast in A Piñata Named Desire as well. The B story follows Steve and the gang realizing they're too old for sleepovers and decide to throw one last hurrah. We get little entourage, we get Ronnie, played by Terry Crews, and Nick Kroll playing a jamais salesman, and everything about this episode just kinda works. Stan and Roger especially have this very solid, competitive, and yet nurturing relationship in this episode that really keeps escalating in on itself. And as it builds, eventually, Stan and Roger eventually perform together, and their built-up tension overflows on stage, and yeah, things happen. A Piñata Named Desire is another dynamite Stan and Roger episode that really shows why that dynamic works so well. Like, think about it. When's the last time there was a genuine and bona fide Brian and Peter episode in Family Guy? An episode that, better or worse, just focused on those two. There's so few and far between, but American Dad keeps its revolving Roger door swinging, so you always remember the dynamics and how the different characters play off of each other. I think A Piñata Named Desire is essential American Dad viewing and a hearty 10 out of 10. The B story can lag a bit in places, but honestly, Barry really kinda saves it. Like, I haven't talked much about them, but Eddie K. Thomas has progressively just been giving better and better lines as Barry, and at first the delivery may have been jarring. Now you almost wait for Barry to say the funniest line in the group or even the episode. I think Home-a-Drone is when it really started to pick up steam, and he really hasn't slowed down. I know he's a very minor part of the episode, but it can't be ignored. I mean, also, who doesn't love the little entourage, though? Oh, yeah! Look, we've had a good run, right? Where other seasons have peaks and valleys, Season 6 really just has a crater. Outside of There Will Be Bad Blood, we've had a delightful, magical season full of great stories, wonderful jokes, and an elevated idea of what American Dad can be. And now we're at You Debt Your Life. Stan saves Roger's life yet again and feels he's finally done enough to make up for Roger saving his life back at Area 51, and so Stan and Roger get into a fight and eventually Roger moves out, only to be replaced by a new tenant, Andy Dick, played by Nick Kroll, which is surprising because, I don't know, you would think Andy Dick would have done it. I mean, obviously he can't do it anymore, but it's not like he was a big star at the time. Also, Nick Kroll is in a lot more this season than I remember. It's just really interesting to me to see him popping up like this. Good for him. I may not like everything he's done, but I can respect that Kroll hustle. The A story is really nothing worth talking about and just kind of drones on, but the B story is pretty great. Steve gets tasked with working the PA for the morning announcements and goes mad with power as the students believe and do whatever he tells them. However, not only does Steve, but everyone forgets that they're holding the button and effectively have a ton of hot mic incidents. You Debt Your Life is not the worst episode of the season. It's tolerable, it's fine. The B story really saves the middling A story, and it's maybe a 5 out of 10. But that's the thing about a crater. This is just the decline. We're not at the bottom of the crater yet or anything, buddy. Hey, bud. Welcome. This is it. This is the bottom of the crater. This is the worst episode of the season, bar none. I can defend an element of any other episode of the season and of the last season, but I Am the Walrus deserves nothing and gets nothing. I would not write these scripts. I would not take this time if I didn't love American Dad from the bottom of my heart. And I genuinely believe that more people should celebrate this show. I've studied animation and its impact on society. I've watched countless shows, and I still think American Dad is one of the funniest and best written shows out there. And still, I think I Am the Walrus might be one of, if not the worst episode of American Dad of all time. Stan feels he needs to assert his dominance around Steve to make sure that he doesn't forget who runs the house, and so he begins sleeping with Francine in front of him. Oh, but don't worry, the B story isn't any better. Jeff and Haley decide to go to relationship counseling with Principal Lewis, who proceeds to hold them hostage while they clean his house so that they can bond and understand the importance of teamwork. Kevin Michael Richardson is legitimately the only good thing about this whole episode. I detest that I Am the Walrus exists. Like, there's an episode in the next season I just struggle to watch because it's so haunting, but at least there's some merit to it. But this is unnecessary. I Am the Walrus is a 1 out of 10. It hurts to say it, but yeah, it's one of the lowest points of the entire show. If you like it, I don't hate you, and I'm sure there's a way to justify the episode, but in my book, there's just nothing to like about it. Truly, it is the bottom of the bottom. And now, as we climb out of the crater that is I Am the Walrus, we have School Lies! Stan tries to get in with Senator Buckingham to hopefully get a promotion at the CIA. The senator is played by the late great Burt Reynolds, and Stan has Steve go to the same private school as the senator's daughter until Steve begins sneaking out, so he replaces him with Roger. Steve, on the other hand, joins a female gang, the Chicas Fricas. I really, really love how Steve is just so passive in this episode, and it's all because the school got contaminated with some kind of chemical. It's never really established, but there's so much charm in the absurdity of this episode. Like, a janitor gets swallowed by a sandworm. Roger comes home from school beaten black and blue, and he reveals to Stan that he sold the senator's daughter to a drug dealer, and so Stan has to get her back and choose between his family and his career all over again. School Lies is a perfectly fine middle-of-the-ground episode that doesn't really do anything spectacularly. That being said, anything after I Am the Walrus would probably be better than what we got with I Am the Walrus, and School Lies is probably closer to a 6 or a 7 out of 10 that you can watch a few times, but it does kind of outstay its welcome. It's got some great seed delivery and some good shock moments, and it even has a really great guest appearance by Ron Perlman, but it's, you know, outside of the really ridiculous jokes, the episode itself is just kind of there. It just feels kind of bland and in place. Hey, we've trudged ourselves out of that crater. We did it, gang. I'm proud of you. Welcome to License to Till. Steve and the gang help Snot harvest his uncle's cabbage patch, where one of the cabbages is voiced by H. John Benjamin. They start to work on it when Roger and Klaus make a bet at the mall on how long it would take Roger to make Steve cool at school, which delivers one of the greatest scenes featuring a Mickey Avalon song ever animated. The B-story is Stan trying to prank Francine to add some surprise and spice back into their marriage. Steve eventually abandons Snot and the gang when they need him the most and steals the tractor to ferry the cool kids around from party to party. And as he's getting ready to take them, he loses a lens from his glasses and Snot comes to the rescue, so he'll come to the rescue at the Cabbage Patch until they actually run out of gas. Francine does eventually get Stan back with the pranks, which is honestly so great to see, but they both take it to such a degree that they end up crashing the car into a neighbor's garage and need to call a truce. It's also tragically the end of The Tiny Assassin. License to Till is a very hit-or-miss episode. You're either going to absolutely love it, you're going to quote it, you're going to have the Mickey Avalon song stuck in your head and be singing along time after time, or you're just going to totally hate it, can't stand it, and not put it on any list. Personally, I'm just bored by it. I personally think it goes on too long. It doesn't really do anything, and I'm not a huge fan of Snot and Steve's centric A stories. It's just not for me. I never really got it. It's like a 6 or 7 out of 10, though. That just feels like you've seen it before, even when you haven't. We open to a flashback where we see a very young Snot is in love with Haley and how Steve has been the leader of their group since they were little. Snot is still infatuated with Haley in the modern day, but obviously she's married to Jeff, but he's not going to let that stop him. He takes out all his bar mitzvah money and puts on a grand display to try and win Haley's love, and ultimately fails and spirals into a deep depression when he's introduced to Steve's cousin, Jenny from the block, who, yeah, is just Roger in disguise. However, Snot comes back with an air of confidence he didn't have before and reveals he's no longer a virgin and becomes the new leader of the group as they plan their new friend excursion. The B story follows Stan wanting to live a life just like in Bewitched, the only problem being he can't handle his booze. He progressively loses more and more control and his grip on reality, as Steve loses his group and confronts Roger, who tries to reclaim his leadership, even proving Snot was still a virgin because Roger got creative with a stress ball. Eventually, Roger and Snot make up and are about to give it another shot when Jenny is hit by a bus and killed. This, of course, just being Roger moving at super speed to try and make it look like Jenny had died. The B story can be wrapped up summarily with just, it was witches.com. Jenny from the Block is a satisfying exhale after driving past a waste treatment plant. You know every inhale after this point is going to be okay. The episode is a solid 9 out of 10 that feels like a return to form as we round the corner on the last few episodes of the season. It's also more of Snot being involved in the A story that will become more and more prevalent as the series continues, but I actually don't have a problem with it here. It fits the character, it feels like a proper Snot story, and it doesn't feel like they're just trying to shoehorn in elements that they couldn't find for other characters. Greg and Terry remodeled their house and brag about the strengths of their relationship, which causes Stan and Francine to get jealous and a little competitive due to their belief they're a super strong couple, and so they plan a kitchen renovation of their own. The B story follows Steve and the crew getting picked up by Principal Lewis when Barry shows he can count cards, and he decides to use them to make money at an underground casino. It's really nice that we're seeing more and more of Principal Lewis. Next season is when we'll really get to see Lewis as a main character, but seeing these hints of him being a major part of the show has been terrific to see. Naturally, Stan and Francine start to disagree and ultimately build a wall in the middle of the house, separating the renovations from each other, and that's really about it. They begin to miss one another, tear down the wall, and agree that they have a strong relationship, just not when it comes to renovation. Meanwhile, the boys get kicked out of an underground betting den when Principal Lewis is found out, and it's just the same as like 21. The episode is really just kind of there. There's a funny musical number. Kevin Michael Richardson does a terrific job yet again, but honestly, the stories are there for the sake of the jokes. The jokes are super solid. There's tons of things to love about the comedy in the episode. It's just there's not really much of a core to the episode. It's just two good, albeit predictable stories covered, almost smothered, with great comedy. Homewreckers is a fine 8 out of 10. You ever see a little show called The Office? We actually get an intro, cold open, and a special Office-style intro for the CIA. The episode is really clever because not only do they have the interview segments you'd expect in an episode of The Office, but also the wobbling camera effect of a mockumentary-style show, which honestly I'm very impressed with being in an animated series. Lorraine shows up again, played by the great Niecy Nash, and we also get 3 Dutch agents that are totally not spies, led by Ken Jeong. The B story follows Roger drumming up business for Steve's birdhouse business, however he uses shoddy materials and causes the houses to implode to Steve's horror. Francine talks with Bullock and actually ends up getting a job at the CIA. When she starts stealing attention away from Lorraine, Lorraine retaliates by throwing acid on her face, disfiguring her. Stan, seeing his wife upset and her face half missing, sacrifices his thunder buns to give her the skin graft for her face. I'm skipping over a lot of the episode because it really needs to be seen and appreciated. As far as parodies go, Flirting with Disaster is just so perfectly done. It takes elements from The Office, absolutely, but you can see how it could just as easily be a traditional episode of American Dad, and the fact that the B story isn't done in The Office style makes it feel that much more intentional. I encourage everyone to check it out, even if they, like myself, can't really stand The Office, because it's just a clever way of spicing up the story, which is great considering what will come in Season 7, including one of the most divisive episodes of the entire show. Flirting with Disaster is a great 9 out of 10. The Roger and Steve B story is a little rough to watch with the Bird family, but I don't know, I think because it's so over the top and Greg and Terry's reaction is just so blasé, it works perfectly. And here we are, the season finale, Gorillas in the Mist. The A story follows Stan getting upset that he has to be a parent all the time and responsible for Steve. But when Steve sneaks out to go on a houseboat party with Stan and the two have a good time, he starts to ease up and the two become more friends than father and son. The B story follows Roger trying to prove to Haley that it's easy to become a country music star and goes about setting up the ideal country lifestyle with an ugly wife and a trailer and everything. Eventually, Stan and Steve's lax relationship gets Steve stuck in a gorilla enclosure, and Stan and Steve realize that the relationship works when Stan puts his foot down and is the adult in the relationship, and Steve understands that his dad is only like that because he cares about him. As episodes go, Gorilla in the Mist is decent enough. It's probably around an 8 out of 10. It's not really a strong season finale, but there's definitely worse episodes to go out on. It's not threatening joint custody or even Great Space Roaster as the best finale episodes of the seasons, but it's a decent enough outing, all things considered. And there we go! That's Season 6 in a nutshell. Overall, the season takes its move to full screen HD and runs with it. Each season has felt like an evolution off the one previously, but Season 6 and Season 7 especially feel very expansive and expressive. We saw Jeff take more of a central role in the family, the inclusion of the literal war on Christmas, and even got a pseudo two-parter. While yes, there was the crater and a Thanksgiving special we won't talk about again, Season 6 gave us some outstanding episodes of American Dad. But what were your favorite episodes? Least favorite? Was I wrong about any of them? Let me know in the comments below. We only have 3 more seasons before we're out of the Fox era, and it feels so surreal to be so close to the end. However, that doesn't mean we don't have a ton to talk about with Season 7. A controversial episode, a network-wide event, and an episode starring Saul Goodman himself? Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun. And like always, if you enjoy the videos, consider liking, subscribing, joining our Patreon, Discord, or Twitch, or even following me on Twitter. And remember, don't go to heaven, we've still gotta talk about Season 7. Goodbye, everybody! Ahoy hoy gang, if it's your first time with us, welcome! And if you're coming back, we love to have you here, and I hope you're all ready to dip a toe into Season 7. I think Season 7 is much more balanced than the seasons before it. While there are episodes that may not perform, a lot of them are incredibly solid. We don't have, say, the crater of Season 6 or the absolute valleys that existed in the earlier seasons. We're 7 seasons in. We're over 100 episodes into American Dad, and it still doesn't feel like they've lost any momentum. I think that can largely be attributed to the fact that they're willing to keep the show so fresh by experimenting with the formula that the show is built on. They have so much freedom because they don't keep themselves tethered to a singular format. So without further ado, tell somebody named Kevin we're talking about Season 7. When I was a kid, there was a song that was pretty popular called Crazy by Gnarls Barkley. For those of you that don't know, Gnarls Barkley was a duo group of Danger Mouse and CeeLo Green, and was really my first introduction to Mr. Green. Why does that matter? Well, Hot Water is a musical episode narrated by and starring CeeLo Green as a murderous hot tub. Stan is stressed and needs to relax, and so Principal Lewis takes him to a hot tub salesman who sets him up with a used hot tub that takes the edge off. He and Francine begin to enjoy it and break out into song. However, as Stan gets addicted to the tub, Francine eventually can't take it anymore and takes the kids and runs away to stay with Mama and Baba. This is when we get the greatest song in American Dad history. Remember back in Season 2 when I mentioned Scott Grimes can sing? I actually had my entire YouTube music algorithm messed up because I went down a Scott Grimes rabbit hole. But it's true, the man has some serious chords and he absolutely delivers with the smooth R&B audible magic that is Daddy's Gone. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't mean to nerd out, but this is the season premiere and it's packed with actually just solid beat after beat. We also get Principal Lewis taking on a much more central role in the series, and he'll be a huge part of these early season episodes. We get the first inclusion of Marguerite, and I'm sorry, I probably be more professional with the rest of the episodes, but I just need to profess my love of Hot Water. It's very much an homage to Little Shop of Horrors, and okay, 10 out of 10.
I get a ton of people hate the episode and it ends on a very dark note, but just the creativity on display is next level, and we can't ignore the effort that went into it. I mean, how many shows dedicate themselves to that kind of originality? It's a legit musical with original music that are all solid bops. I don't know. I know people don't like it, but man, you can't fault it for trying something new. I mean, especially looking at what we get later on, it doesn't make sense that, again, American Dad keeps getting put down. How many musicals are in Family Guy? Much less how many musicals aren't derivative of other musicals. Yes, it is an homage to Little Shop of Horrors, but it doesn't have the exact same beats, beat per beat. It isn't matching that same story over and over and over again, and then just throwing in snide jokes. It is its own American Dad episode, but you can tell where the inspiration came from. And I think that's something that really needs to be championed, is that here we are, 7 seasons in, and they're not resting on their laurels. They're still trying to reinvent that comedic wheel. And I mean, I know there is the rumor that this episode was supposed to be a potential series finale for American Dad because they didn't know how much more time they had. And I can see that, but also, I don't know. I don't buy into it personally. It could very well be true. Don't get me wrong. We're going to be talking about other potential series finale episodes because they've had it rough. American Dad has had it rough, okay? It's one of the only shows in the history of animation that's had a situation like this, but man, it's just, looking at Hot Water, revisiting Hot Water, there is just so much to love. I keep singing the songs. I have sang the songs since I first watched the episode premiere. It's got so much charm, and I get why people hate it. I understand that it is against the grain, but Rabbit Ears and Gold Top Nuts are 2 of my favorite episodes of American Dad. I'm weird like that. I'm sorry. I'm nerding out. I'm rambling, but I love Hot Tub. It is so good. And while we're on the subject of against the grain, it's time to talk about a very special event. It's time for Hurricane. So, Fox had an idea where they would have the 3 McFarlane shows interact by having a narrative spread across all 3. That, of course, being Hurricane Flozell, hitting Stoolbend, then Quahog, and then finally, Langley. This became known as the Hurricane event. If I remember correctly, the planned event had to be delayed due to an actual hurricane coming through, and understandably, it would have been seen in bad taste. Anyway, it starts with the Cleveland show and ended with American Dad, and would be one of the only times Peter Griffin actually shows up on American Dad, even though Stan has more than a few appearances on Family Guy. Overall, and I actually went back and watched the Hurricane, Seashore, Seashell Party, and Hurricane to give this review, American Dad unbiasedly is the funniest of the 3. Cleveland Show is a decent enough second, and Family Guy is just an abysmal third. Where Cleveland Show and American Dad have the family coming together to fight the storm itself, Family Guy has Meg tearing into the family for their abuse through the years, then swallowing her feelings when she realizes the family needs a punching bag like her, which is just a horrible message. I say that, and I am perfectly aware that there will be an episode of American Dad with basically that same message, but it works in American Dad because it's not a child that they're targeting with this. It's Klaus. And, you know, all things considered, it makes sense for Klaus to be that character. Anyway, the Family Guy one also has a B story of Brian taking shrooms and tripping to some genuinely horrific imagery. Juxtaposed between Cleveland Jr. not believing in God and Stan believing himself too much and his old college javelin, it just feels so out of place and horrid. That's, it's not to say that Cleveland Show is too much better, but it's, it's forgettably okay. I have not gone back and revisited the Cleveland Show all that frequently. I watched it when it initially aired. I may talk about it, but it's a pretty difficult show to talk about without talking about the problematic elements to it. But there's a lot to really appreciate about Cleveland Show that I don't think we really can see anymore, that we don't talk about anymore. I mean, the Cleveland Show is a show that got David Lynch, of all people, as a recurring character. You had Bryan Cranston. It has so much. Robert Rodriguez was a guest character. There's Kanye West, Will.i.am, back right after graduation. I mean, there was a lot to really appreciate about Cleveland Show way back in the day. And it's just, it just kind of falls off. But for the sake of the Hurricane event, the Cleveland
Cleveland show special was, as the kids say, mid. And when we talk about the American Dad portion of the event, there's just really not a ton there to talk about. That's not to say it's bad at all. It's actually a very solid episode. We get Kristen Schaal as a special guest for the episode, playing Roger's date, and honestly, the story is basically just the house gets flooded, the family are trapped and have to escape, all while not listening to Stan, who keeps getting them into more and more danger. Eventually, they make it out. Stan confronts Cleveland as their house was dragged to stool bend, and then Peter shows up, they get into a standoff, and the event ends. The only thing I really took away from watching these is that American Dad understood the assignment. The episode feels thematic, has dark tones, the hurricane itself is very much an outside threat to the family, and they have to come together and face it, and it works. Overall, Cleveland show's hurricane special is light and non-committal. Family Guy is just dark and depressing, showcasing horrific graphics and very little, if any, jokes. And then American Dad brings it home with dark comedy that would only work in the series, as it kind of references Poseidon Adventure, but not quite. And I think that's what I love so much about it. It takes all these bits of homages, but it never dedicates itself all the way. As a whole, the Hurricane event is maybe a 4 out of 10, and you really only need to watch it if you want to get the last joke of Hurricane. But Hurricane is a solid 9 out of 10 that shows American Dad has never been stronger or weirder. Now that we've got the 2 special episodes out of the way, it's time for our first traditional episode of the season, A Ward Show. Steve has been hanging out with Principal Lewis, who's been using him to get his debt in order, and the B story follows Stan and Francine planning a parents-only vacation to the biggest water park in the universe! However, before leaving, they sign to make Roger Steve's legal guardian, and he quickly stops Steve from hanging out with his grown principal, which, yeah, honestly, kinda just makes sense. Steve resents him for it and runs off with Principal Lewis, while Stan and Francine quickly get bored at the water park and get creative with the rides, trying to find some sort of excitement. I'm not gonna lie, this episode is not for the squeamish. If you know, you know, but let's just say Stan and Francine injure each other in a way previously unthought of. It will make you recoil in abject horror. All while Principal Lewis decides that he's going to drive himself and Steve into a ravine instead of not being allowed to hang out with his buddy. The family ends up in the hospital, and yeah, that's kind of just it. It's really nice seeing Principal Lewis actually being front and center in an A story, and it won't even be the last time it happens. All in all, A Ward Show is solid. It's got all the elements you expect from American Dad at this point, just cranked further up. Roger's persona is excellent. We get really great references, really sharp jokes. It lands on a lot of things that you would see a lesser show stumble on. There are cutaways that don't feel like cutaways. And that's, again, American Dad has learned how to handle this formula to give you a joke you weren't expecting to laugh at. We're also getting more and more violent as the series goes on, and once this violence hits that absurdist degree, it just really starts to shine. It's an 8 out of 10 that comes with a very important viewer beware label. Oh boy, this is an episode. Stan is desperate to be the best man at a friend's wedding since he's never been one before. He decides to hook Principal Lewis up with the Superintendent Riggs, who was in the previous episode as well, but she's actually played by Angelica Houston, who most would recognize from her role as Morticia Addams in the Addams Family movies. She would actually play other characters in the series as well later on. We also see J.B. Smoove return as a new character in Principal Lewis's prison husband, Tracy, who argues that Lewis can't get married because he's already married. Prison rules, and so Stan has to beat up Lewis to take Tracy so he can get hitched. The B story has Roger finding an old witch in a clothing store that crafts him the best shorts ever made that make him look way less frumpy. He then decides to go down to Miami, where he gets Ricky Martin to fall in love with him, and when he finds out Ricky's shirt is also magical, steals it and gains the ultimate Miami bod. The whole B story is just classic Roger. Like, overall, the worst Stan is not the best, and it's not the worst, but it's still solid American Dad. I think the B story helps the A story a lot with being so drastically different, and pulling your attention away long enough for the A story to feel like it naturally progressed to those new points. It's an 8 out of 10 that keeps that steady flow of quality. Honestly, Season 7 is probably the most steady baseline season, and I think these first 4 episodes do a pretty spectacular job of showing they're not phoning it in. even if some ideas sound like the recycled plot ideas, there's always those one or two unique elements that elevate the episode as a whole. There's always those bits that make you realize that they are aware that these are old story ideas, and they are refreshing them by adding in these new twists. They're being aware, they're calling back to previous instances, and it's very clever, but you really only pick up on it the more you watch. I truly have yet to regret taking on this undertaking, because it has allowed me to revisit some truly quality episodes. Buffy's own Sarah Michelle Gellar guest stars in this episode. When Stan and the guys at the CIA start talking about the virtual bodies they can pilot, he starts to get an idea on how to make Steve more popular. He inserts himself in a girl body and proceeds to hang out with Steve and build up his confidence, while his crush Chelsea, played by How I Met Your Mother's Allison Hannigan, watches from afar. The B story follows Roger playing a limo driver who gets screwed over by a bunch of frat bros, and so he comes up with an over-the-top revenge scheme as he hunts them down one by one over $20. You're probably aware of the A story. You are almost definitely seen it. You have seen it in a short where Stan is doing all these really explicit dances in front of his son, and this, that, and the other. What really saves this is the B story. Roger hunting down these frat bros in the most absurd ways, all because they stiffed him unfair. It just works so much better because, like I've said before, you always have your generic story with a little bit of a twist, and then you usually have just a completely absurdist story to juxtapose it against. And I think that Virtual Insanity is a perfect example of that. Because at its core, it's just Stan trying to reconnect with Steve, but it's through virtual technology at the CIA, much like how Steve's afraid of growing up, so they get him a growth serum back in 1600 Candles. Here, again, you just have Roger hunting these guys down for no reason. He's attacking them on a plane. He's just going after them. But predictably, Stan takes the virtual dates too far, and eventually Chelsea loses interest and Steve comes out still alone, but the confident nerd we all love him for being. There's not really a ton to talk about with Virtual Insanity, it's just kind of there. Obviously, there's parts where it can be uncomfortable, but honestly, I found myself wishing the virtual date girl story was the B story, and Roger getting revenge was the A story. It just seemed more fun, but that's not to say that both aren't done well, as they can be. All in all, it's just a 7.58 out of 10 episode that is really saved by the Roger story, and, it's a little bit of a dip, but it's not really a big one. It's just, it's noticeable. Stan runs into a crush from the CIA boot camp and starts trying to reconnect when Roger gets jealous and starts weaseling his way into their relationship, while Francine is understandably upset about the whole situation. The agent takes a vested interest in Roger as he dons the persona of Dan Ansem Handsome, as does a bounty hunter hired by Bullock, who are both on his trail because he's an alien. The bounty hunter is actually played by Shannon Sharp, playing Shannon Sharp. The B story has Steve realizing his day has been super lucky after wearing Haley's underwear and begins taking them to walk around in every day. Eventually, Haley finds out he's been doing this after he confesses to her that they've been stolen by Snot, and proceeds to hunt Snot down and beat him up to get her lucky panties back. All while Stan has to save Roger from two alien hunters hunting him down, and realizes that he has a great life and that crushes aren't always as great as they seem. It's a fine episode that can be a bit long in places. It's not amazing, it's not awful, there's some really good bits. Again, some American Dad episodes are just built around jokes, and you can tell that there were a lot of really weird, but in a good way, cringe episode markers that they were going for. There were a lot of jokes that they had that they could just throw in there that weren't necessarily attached to any narrative. And this definitely felt like a dump episode where they could get as many of those obscure or weird jokes onto the screen as possible. It's fine. It's like a 7.57 out of 10, which isn't bad. We're not hitting I Am the Walrus levels or anything. It's just, it's there. However, after it, we have another great Christmas episode coming up. In a weird weird twist, we actually have a pseudo-prequel sequel to Rapture's Delight. It's Christmas time, and Stan has been chosen to play Santa in a church play at the mall, while Roger was given the role of Jesus since he had washboard abs. However, as Roger constantly mocks Christianity, he upsets Stan, who proceeds to beat up Jesus on live television and ultimately gets excommunicated from the church. Meanwhile, Haley and Jeff talk about starting a family, and Haley is vehemently against it until Jeff comes home with a boy named Nemo, who they decide to raise together, and yeah, he's just the Antichrist in disguise. Stan starts working to get back into the church with the help of Roger as super positive Asian Roland Chang, and Steve becomes a weird demonic bug thanks to Nemo's influence. They also discover that Roger's pimp cup is actually the Holy Grail, and by the end of the episode, Stan is back in the church and the family is together once more. All in all, it's a weird Christmas episode. Not in any bad way, but comparatively, it's pretty tame. There's no rapture, there's no Santa coming to get revenge. Of course, they're still trying to kill the Antichrist, and there's still the element of supernatural holiday cheer, but it feels much more down to earth in a good way. It feels much more personal, and like there's much more grounded consequences. Sure, yeah, absolutely, there is an Antichrist character, but the story is very simple. I don't know. I think Seasons Beatings really shines because it's just the family versus Nemo. It's a 10 out of 10 episode that is easily one of, if not the best, Christmas episodes American Dad has ever had. Though personally, I think For Whom the Sleigh Bell Tolls inches it out. And again, that's 100% personal. You can absolutely like this one more. It's a very, very tight race. When Stan gets beaten up at a movie theater and Steve goes to get an usher instead of actually helping him, Stan begins to think Steve isn't brave or strong and begins to shun him. Meanwhile, Francine is afraid that she's pregnant again, and they actually bring up Stan's weird vasectomy he got in a previous season. Stan sees it as a win and begins preparing for the new Smith to hopefully be someone he can count on and a better son than Steve. Steve asks Roger to help him prove that he's brave, and so he becomes Greater Chimdale County Man, and the two go out to try and film his heroic deeds. However, when it comes time for the big reveal, Roger passes himself off as the hero instead of Steve and steals the thunder, leaving Steve to go out and try to improve himself yet again, eventually showing Stan he is the brave hero he wanted him to be. The bare bones of the episode are simple to understand and easy to explain, but what makes this episode a 10 out of 10 is that the jokes are next level. Maybe Baby is in this episode. It has some of the best Roger cuts. The stuff with Sully Sullenberger is terrific. Like, the episode is greater than the sum of all of its parts because it takes what could be a season 1 or 2 idea and elevates it to what we expect from season 7, with insane jokes and wild diversions from the norm, including reciting the Pina Colada song several times over, as well as including a bit with Quagmire of all people, which is really kind of interesting to see a post-character assassination Quagmire showing up in American Dad of all places as Dr. Vadgers. The Unbrave one is outstanding and really shows how the season has this cohesiveness to it. There's a steady tone to the season, and outside of 2 episodes, I think it maintains itself incredibly well. The Unbrave one just has this energy to it, that they're not afraid to cut away and continue conversations or completely subvert expectations, but not in a way that makes you feel like they're unearned, but rather they are doing it for comedic effect. These have a consequence. You can tell that they didn't write themselves into a corner and then had to switch it up. They had a cohesive plan for the episode, and that's what makes this absurdity work. When you write out the absurdity instead of expecting it to just be translated, it just shines. Stan starts his summer job working at the country club, hoping to one day be able to afford membership. His work buddy is actually played by Cheech Marin, and will also get a special appearance by the surprisingly incredibly funny Gabourey Sidibe and Hulk Hogan later on, who would both star in Brad Neely projects, which, man, I could talk about some Brad Neely projects. Gabourey Sidibe, for a lot of people, she's precious or a dramatic actor. She is actually an incredibly funny woman. Like, she is very, very talented on getting those comedic timings down, and I think truly Hark Slop and Sloppy-O Pee-Pee-O Show and China, Illinois best accentuate how talented she truly is. Stan is determined to show Steve that he shouldn't take the easy way and that hard work and perseverance pay off, and so he gets Steve a job at the country club. However, Mr. Vanderbilt appears and Stan can't tell it's Roger in disguise, but Steve can, so Roger explains that everyone has that one personality of his that they can't see through, which has sparked speculation ever since. Steve becomes Mr. Vanderbilt's personal assistant and starts living the country club lifestyle. We also see Dilligan, who hasn't been a major character since Halius. Stan proceeds to get into a fight with Mr. Vanderbilt for a chance to save employee Swim, and then loses when he's bribed to become a member of the club anyways as thanks for throwing the match. The B story is less interesting but still fun, with Francine and Klaus trying to figure out what Francine's catchphrase is until they settle on "things are getting too spicy for the pepper." Again, broad strokes, but there's a ton to love about Stanny Tendergrass. It's some of the best Stan, Roger, and Steve writing out there, and you can tell everyone had fun with writing and playing the characters. Cheech Marin, much like Hector Elizondo in the previous episode, really brings an extra touch that elevates his character from more than just a celebrity guest star, and actually feels like a nice inclusion. You could tell that he wasn't just playing himself, he was playing this character. He was using this as an escape, and he really does shine. He is an incredibly talented voice actor. Stanny Tendergrass is a solid 10 out of 10 that sings because it jumps from scene to scene and never gets complacent expecting you to laugh. Heels and the Leg Man front and center this time. They have a fake detective agency but real cases, and we actually see Lorraine again, still played by Niecy Nash, after she threw acid on Francine's face. Anyway, Steve can't deliver bad news, Roger takes the make-believe too seriously, and Stan has time off and is bored out of his mind, so he decides to bond with Steve by joining the agency as Papa Wheelie, which is actually a callback to an earlier episode. The B story is Francine and Haley taking cute pet pics of Klaus to submit to a website to hopefully win a prize. The agency then begins looking for what a key could go to, and understandably Roger gets fed up with Stan trying to insert himself over and over into the case, and eventually has Steve attempt to kick him out. I don't want to go too in-depth on this episode because I feel like the twists and turns actually make the episode better, and I do encourage each and every one of you to watch it on your own. That being said, the cast for this one outside of Niecy Nash is really just the core voice actors, and their range should be celebrated. It never feels like they're talking to themselves, just as different characters, and you can tell everyone is very much trying to make the episode work. The episode is another 10 out of 10, which might be our first 3 10 out of 10 in a row, but it's really well deserved since these episodes are just so strong and strike at the core of what American Dad is. Wilson the Leg Man keeps going on a bit that could have been left on the writing room floor. They have fleshed out Wilson the Leg Man as characters. You understand that when you hear that bow 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 bow, you know what you're getting. You know the nonsense, because they never really solve any cases, and if they do, they're incredibly nonsense cases. These episodes feel like they could be in the Fox or TBS eras, and it just goes to show how aware the writers are of what makes this series so special, what makes it sing. Then there's old Stan in the mountain. Stan is mean to the elderly and refuses to admit that he could ever grow old, and so an old man hexes him to become old. Meanwhile, Roger has Francine help him with a mission that he never quite fills her in on. The episode is like a 5 out of 10. Stan is mean for the sake of being mean. It's a story you feel could be done better, and yeah, no, I can't stand this episode. To its credit, though, I mean, the B story with Francine and Roger, where he has not been completely honest with her, hits time after time after time. I was watching this episode and I was dreading it because I remembered I hate this episode. I hate Old Stan the Mountain. But I had been looking forward to the part where Francine helps Roger and he just keeps going, I haven't been entirely honest with you. It's this episode. I have been missing it and I've been wanting to rewatch it for so long, but it's tethered to just such an obnoxiously unfunny episode. It does nothing, which is funny because the next episode, I think, handles the idea that they're trying to establish with the A story better and actually sticks the landing. And it's just not much to say, not much to see with it, but it's so unfortunate because that B story is really, really good. It's not anything deep or substantial. It's just, yeah, no, it's really kind of disappointing. Old Stan in the Mountain, it feels like a come down in season 7. It's just like, it's middling, it's okay. There's only 2 episodes this entire season that are like this. It's Old Stan in the Mountain and another one we'll get into. But overall, again, season 7 is strong. Do not let my disfavor of this episode tear away from the quality here. Every show is going to have 1 or 2 bad episodes a season. It's gonna happen. And Old Stan in the Mountain, yeah, it's skippable. It's not that great. Steve is proud of his grades, and Stan wants him to be more athletic. We've seen this before. However, this episode, they focus on Stan's run as a wrestler when he was younger, and his record while he gets a wrestling team put together at Steve's school for Steve to eventually follow in his footsteps. While the team is doing well, Steve continues to lose, and a star is born, Barry, who begins to creep dangerously close to beating Stan's record, all while Principal Lewis bets on Butterball Barry's matches. And as Barry gets closer and closer, Stan has Roger come in and pretend to be a foreign exchange student to beat Barry and proceed to keep winning until he almost takes Stan's record. Stan goes back to high school to compete against him and keep his record intact, while Francine laments that she doesn't care and just wants him to stop talking about it like it's his entire world. It's a much better episode about preserving one's vanity than Old Stan in the Mountain. It really accentuates how Stan holds on to these achievements for just way too long, and how while Roger does like the spotlight, he does also still care about the family and wants to do things to help, say, Francine move past this point. There's not really a B story. Everyone is sort of involved in the A story to some degree. And overall, I really enjoy The Wrestler and think it's a solid 9 out of 10 episode. We're also getting more credit scenes, like not after credit scenes, but instead of just cutting to black, which I think is a very nice touch, they actually add in those 1 or 2 extra jokes that play off references earlier in the episode. It gives the show a chance to sprinkle in just that one last joke to make sure they can catch you with that last laugh to carry you into that next episode. Klaus is a trained therapist that no one talks to and instead turns to Roger's persona, Dr. Penguin, who gives the entire family bad advice, telling Steve to hide his new relationship, Stan to pretend to like Francine's cooking, etc. The system works until Klaus forges a summons for military service and Roger leaves to clean latrines, Hurt Locker style. Ron Perlman would go on to be another guest in this episode. While Roger is gone, Klaus begins to tell everyone to be honest and breaks up the family even more. They don't really come back together until Roger returns and just says what Klaus was saying, but louder with more authority and respect, which causes the family to actually listen and follow through, mending their petty squabbles. The episode is okay. It's interesting to see the B story being directly set up by the cast during the A story. And it's also nice to see Klaus being the central focus of the episode as just Klaus the fish. It's been very common that if Klaus is the main character, there's probably a body switch scenario going on. So it's kind of nice to just go back to him just being a fish. And the B story it's hit or miss. If you've seen The Hurt Locker, I think it lands a lot better for you, and that's honestly probably one of Jeremy Renner's better movies. It does work as a parody, and one of the smartest things American Dad does is it doesn't expect you to get every joke, and it doesn't force you to get every joke. If you haven't seen the movie, you have Roger being this grizzled military man who cleans bathrooms. That's his whole persona. If you've seen The Hurt Locker, you begin to get a lot more of the more specific details that they've added in. It's not like Family Guy Cutaway in Blue Harvest or something like that. It's actually an homage, much like what we saw in Hot Tub. They know the source material and they're building off of it in a way that it stands up even though the episode is over a decade old. The episode as a whole is a 7 out of 10 that holds up only because it's a more inventive episode than most, especially with the dedicated parody to The Hurt Locker. Skip it, skip it, skip it, skip it, skip it, skip it. Oh god, I hate this episode. It's so messed up. Steve gets a dog. It gets gravely injured and Stan is willing to go to any lengths to fix him up after he bonds with the dog. Skip it. The B story is Jeff and Haley getting with an attorney to figure out a will and their assets in case anything were to happen, and you find out he was previously married, and just skip it. 2 out of 10. Skip it. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine without it. Skip it. It is not badly written. It is not badly acted. It is not controversial or racist or anything of that nature. Skip it. It is horrifying and doesn't work. Just imagine season 7 only has 17 episodes. See? 2 sevens. Everybody wins. Skip it. Don't do it. I know you think, oh, he's having a gaffe. Don't worry about it. No. That little chicken leg, baseball glove having dog haunts my nightmares. I am trying to do you a civic service by telling you to skip this episode. I am doing my charity for a millennia, telling you that this is an episode you do not need in your life. Stan's best friend is there is no defending it. There is no standing behind it. Like, okay, sure, it's got the dad from Just Shoot Me in it. Hey, isn't that great? Oh, it's bad. It is so bad. It is, oh, no. I refuse this episode. Is it as bad as Deacon Man Jesus Stan? No, not at all. That one is still just problematic and awful and horrible. Threat levels is also just weird, but at least it's the first introduction of the golden turd. This, nothing. There is nothing redeeming about this. This is bad. This is no, absolutely not. Did you skip Stan's best friend? I will not leave this alone. Skip it. Don't you dare go back and watch it out of spite. I know you. I know that's what people do, but don't you do it. Trust the internet, stranger. Skip it. Less money, mo problems, however, is absolutely amazing. The A story is Stan and Francine proving that they can live off minimum wage to prove to Jeff and Haley that they could make it if they actually tried. The B story is Roger and Steve trying to test drive a Ferrari after Klaus brags about them never being able to do it. Obviously, Stan and Francine fail because haha, late-stage capitalism is slowly killing us all, and Roger and Steve proceed to shut the fish right up. 10 out of 10. Oh, should I go in depth on it? You want me to talk a little bit about this episode? Why this episode works so well? I can do it in 2 words, okay? I can summarize 23 minutes in 2 words. Bob Odenkirk. Bob Odenkirk, who most people know from Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, is actually one of the sharpest comedic minds of the modern era. Between his time on SNL, The Simpsons, Mr. Show, Tim and Eric, I Think You Should Leave, he has a healthy understanding of comedy, and he has like 8 roles in this episode where he just shines. I love Bob Odenkirk and have since I was a little kid discovering meta-comedy for the very first time. But revisiting this episode and seeing all the voices he does, how his delivery cadence changes from character to character, it elevates each one to the next level and brings out this unique display of what meta-comedy is and why it works so well. He's able to create these unique characters that if you listen and pay attention, you can still hear that bass line of his voice, but it's very, very subtle. Like, there's Cheech Marin and Hector Elizondo, and then there's just Bob Odenkirk at the upper echelon of guests. The episode is elevated time and time again by sharp writing that totally makes you forget about Stan's best friend. Every time I watch this episode, there's a new part I find that brings me to tears, and I'm left wheezing from laughing too hard. Less Money, Mo Problems is a masterclass in peak American Dad, an essential viewing for anyone interested in the show. The kidney stays in the picture is not essential viewing. Haley blows out her kidney with a night of drinking with Francine and a friend and needs a new one. Francine reveals to Stan that Haley may not even be his, so they go back in time to try and figure out if Haley is Stan's daughter or not, and yeah. I don't know. I don't like that they question her paternity. We've just been given so many times that she looks and acts just like Stan that they didn't need to do this. We have seen how she went from being just basically a mini Stan into developing into her own person. She looks like him, has the same mannerisms, and so to effectively have this rug pull is, I don't know, it felt kind of undeserved. It felt just mean for the sake of being mean to Stan. Yes, it did line up with Francie's partying ways and everything. It just, I don't know. I wasn't a huge fan of it, but this will also come up in later episodes, albeit briefly. The one saving light of this episode is Roger. He has a ton of brilliant moments throughout, including the acid dance and him grooving to Hip to Be Square by Huey Lewis, but overall the episode is just okay. It's like a 5 out of 10 that's just kind of there. It does also show off the science guys at the CIA again, but it's not nearly as great as, say, their first appearance or anything. It's not Stan's best friends level of skip, but it's just not essential either. It's just kind of there. It's the episode that joke is from. Ricky Spanish is weird. Basically, Roger finds the perfect costume locked in the back of his closet, and he doesn't remember why. But when he and Steve go out with him in it, the entire city hates him, and it turns out that Ricky Spanish is a monster who has terrorized the people of Langley for years. Now, that's all fine and good. That's not the weird part. No, the weird part is the Beast story where Stan and Francine are visited by a man that used to be a kid in Africa that they'd send money to every year, Tunji, played by Wayne Brady. They then spend most of the episode trying to get rid of him and get him back, and there's even this really weird chase sequence that I don't know, it's unsettling the more times you watch it. It's just kind of a cosmic cringe, if you will, something that makes you look into the universe and go, why? Anyway, Steve is convinced they can rehab Ricky Spanish, and when he gets set up for one last heist and abandons Steve, it's clear there's no redemption for Roger's darkest persona. We also get a weird cameo by Werner Herzog, of all people, describing a butterfly crawling out of a cocoon in a jar full of farts. The man has a sense of humor, I'll give him that. Ricky Spanish is not bad. It's just one joke that's stretched very thin, but it's a very strong joke. Like, they take a lot of moments to cut away and give you that Ricky Spanish. And there's just that kind of, not nuance, but element of they know what they're doing, and they do go over the rule of threes, absolutely, but they go over the rule of threes to such an absurdist degree that it works. It's almost like they circle back around, and Ricky Spanish starts to work again. It's just that it never really sticks that landing, and so overall, it's like a 7 out of 10. It's wild that after Toy Hory, we just have 2 more seasons to go, and we're at the end of the Fox era. Anyway, Steve has a vivid imagination and loves playing with toys. Stan thinks he needs to be a man and stop playing with toys and decides to take him to Mexico to get him laid. This eventually leads to them being caught by the cartel, and in order to survive, Steve helps Stan pretend and keep him calm to eventually make it out. The B story has Roger hunting down the best wine for some steaks Francine got. Like, that's it. That's the whole episode boiled down. It's got some frankly good graphics that only work in American Dad, and just overall, it's a fine conclusion. It's nothing groundbreaking, nothing memorable like Joint Custody or Great Space Roaster. It's just kind of there, which deep down, I kind of feel it's disappointing, because season 7 has otherwise been great, and then to have this episode that just kind of feels like it keeps going, it never really has those moments where you're like, oh, that's so funny, I'm so glad we get to cut away to a different part of the story so I can catch my breath and come back in. It just kind of keeps going. Just keeps, I'm gonna say it insists upon itself. I know it's a weird thing to say, but it's the best thing I can come up with, is it insists upon itself. It keeps going, and then it ends. It's, I don't know, it's maybe like a 6 out of 10. It's okay. There you have it, Season 7! So, what episodes did you like in Season 7? What episodes did you hate? What episodes do you think I was just totally wrong on? Let me know in the comments below. Overall, there's a lot of high quality to appreciate about Season 7, and it has some of the strongest episodes so far. Absolutely, there are some episodes that miss the mark, but I think it's still an incredibly good season that's well worth your time. We actually have less than 40 episodes until we're crossing over into the TBS era, and it's just surreal that we've come so far so fast. With only 2 seasons left, it really makes you look back and reflect, because the same show that gave us Stan of Arabia also gave us Hot Tub. 2 drastically different musicals. Remember that? Remember how Stan of Arabia was our first musical episode? It's just amazing to see how far we've come and how much further we have to go. And remember, if you've liked what you've seen so far, consider liking, subscribing, or sharing the content. We've also got a Discord, Twitch, and Twitter where you can find even more to enjoy. Thank you so much for watching, and I know you can't wait, so stick around for Season 8.
And here we are, Season 8. If this is your first time with us, welcome. And if you've been with us since the beginning, hey, we love to see it. Thank you so much for checking us out as we look at one of the last seasons of the Fox era. It's hard to believe we've covered so much ground so fast, but the season is definitely the beginning of the end. It's around this time that viewership started to drop, and one could argue there's quite a few episodes that were, if not divisive, just didn't have the same appeal as the earlier seasons. So, what worked? What failed? What gimmicks will we see this season? It's never too late to cover Season 8, so let's dive on in. Love, AD Style, has a very interesting mix of stories. The A story follows Roger turning Roger's place into a piano lounge, and when he hears Haley singing in the vents, he hires her to sing at the club, and quickly, obsessively falls in love with her. The B story follows Stan trying to sell his SUV that has a blue book of $10K for 15 grand, all while Jeff is on an Alaskan boating show trying to survive. The episode isn't skippable for one reason, and one reason alone: Rachel McFarland's singing. This episode feels like it was made as just a showcase for her talents, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that this far into the series, but all the elements around the club scenes just feel unfinished. That being said, the club scenes themselves are terrific. They're obviously making a very dedicated reference to the Fabulous Baker Boys, starring Bo and Jeff Bridges, and I don't know, again, these could have just been static shots that didn't really do anything, but they take the time to add new camera angles and sweeping shots, and it feels like there was actual love put into the animation. Much like the creativity shown in Flirting with Disaster, the fact that American Dad is willing to experiment with all this, even in episodes that you would otherwise write off, is incredible. The Stan B story doesn't really go anywhere and just kind of spins its wheels. The Roger stuff is more uncomfortable than anything, but you can tell they really did put a lot of care into the episode, just not into all of it. It's not the best, it's not the worst, but Haley's singing makes it like a 7.5 out of 10. The family goes on vacation because Francine is tired of Stan working all the time. However, when she finds out that Stan is working on vacation and has to unalive their activities director, played by, and I'm going to mutilate this, Peter Serafinowicz, instead of stopping him, she decides to help him so that they can get it over with. We also get a B story of Haley and Jeff losing the spark in their marriage and doing anything to get it back, including swinging, and a C story where Steve leaves the kids club with a very charismatic boy who he can't just stop listening to, even if it means he keeps getting injured. The boy played by Rupert Grint of Harry Potter fame. There's also a D story of Roger as an old woman dating an older man who ends up cheating on him/her, and yeah, I gotta be honest, Love AD Style felt like a half-baked episode that was almost rushed out. But Killer Vacation? Now that feels like an American Dad episode. We get 4 stories that all have an appropriate amount of time for their individual narratives, and each one lands pretty well, all things considered. Killer Vacation feels like what the season premiere should have been, and then just have Love AD Style sandwiched somewhere later in the season. However, it's very obviously a Valentine's Day episode, and it's meant to have a lot more inherent charm to it. I don't hate Love AD Style, I just feel like Killer Vacation is where it should have started. Killer Vacation feels like the first proper episode of the season, and it hammers home everything that makes it work so far. Killer Vacation is a very competent 9 out of 10. Can I Be Frank With You seems very unsuspecting at first, but it's a very special episode that even has a special appearance by John Hamm playing John Hamm. Don't be a hero, folks. Anyway, Francine is tired of Stan hanging out with his CIA crew constantly and wants to hang out with him too, so Roger develops a suit for her to be able to pretend to be Frank, who Bullock becomes suspicious of as she and Stan begin to bond. Ultimately, Stan has to take out Frank, and when he discovers it's Francine, he tries to explain why he needs separate time away from the family. Now, you've seen the episode before, if only in principle, but the B story? Now that's where the magic is. See, Snot's uncle is a music producer who wants Steve and the boys to be in a band. Only it's not any ordinary band. This is B12, a 12-boy band that is ready to take the world by storm. Until a band with 13 boys is introduced and Snot's uncle unalives himself. B12 is a terrific little iconic B story
That adds to an overall entertaining episode. It's nice to see Bullock being jealous for a change, and you actually kind of get a sense of friendship and camaraderie at the CIA hangout space, and even seeing Francine just desperate to hang out with Stan as Frank is really kind of charming. Now, of course, obviously Stan still cares about Francine, he just likes having that bit of separation. And it's a very respectable episode. It's not as great as Killer Vacation, even with the memorable moments and the John Hamm scene, which is amazing. It really does elevate the episode as a whole. But Can I Be Frank With You is a very respectable 8 out of 10. After Stan's stepdad Hercules dies, his mom moves in with the family since she couldn't afford to live on her own, despite her desire to. She moves into Roger's attic, and Stan proceeds to attempt to kick him out, claiming he's not nearly as close a family as his mom, which, fair. The B-story finds Steve and the gang going on one of their famous hikes and encountering a crashed plane. Inside, they find a dead writer and the script for a new Fast and the Furious movie, but don't think it's real due to how many gay undertones it has. Later being shown that's where the movies get their intense action from. When Roger and Stan's mom begin to fight, they eventually fall in love and get hitched, making Roger Stan's new stepdad, and he takes on the role in a delightful way. The two begin to rebuild an old car together and he helps him mow his lawn. However, Stan finds documents on the upstairs computer that he and his mom are going to Niagara Falls, where it appears Roger is going to unalive her. He races to save his mom, only to discover it was his mom trying to kill Roger for the life insurance money, so that she could finally live on her own. I actually really enjoy American Stepdad. It's nice to see a story where Roger isn't the active antagonist against Stan or the family, and we actually get to see the two of them bonding. The B story is fine, and I think it fits the boys really well that they go through something like that. The whole episode just feels right. It feels familiar. And it's almost a feel-good episode of American Dad, where sure, there may be some animosity, but it's still sweet to see Stan ultimately having that bonding with Roger that he needed to have with someone in a parental role. American Stepdad is a solid 9 out of 10. Stan is upset at how close Steve and Snot are and is determined to split them up, even going so far as to put Snot into witness protection. However, while in Witsec, Stan begins to bond with Snot and starts to understand why he and Steve have such a deep-rooted friendship, ultimately leaving Stan to reunite the two. The B story, however, has Jeff working for Roger in what I think might be our first Roger and Jeff story, which is an outstanding touch and something we will get plenty of down the line. However, this story finds Jeff working for Roger for some extra cash inside the house. But on his way home down the hall, he's assaulted by Roger in disguise. It's never quite clear if Jeff knows it's Roger that's mugging him over and over again, but the way they portray literally a hallway as a dilapidated neighborhood riddled with crime is just so American Dad. Jeff is mugged again and again, with Roger getting more and more violent each time until Jeff finally stands up for himself and takes matters into his own hands. Why Can't We Be Friends really hangs on if you like Snot as a character or not. If you find him annoying, you'll find this episode just drags on for entirely too long. Personally, I get it. The air guitar scenes drag, the sleepover scene is almost 3 minutes long, and it just feels like they were padding rather than doing anything substantial. The episode is saved by the B story, which, yes, could probably be inserted into any other episode, but I'm very glad it's in this one, because I lit up every time Jeff and Roger were on screen. It's nice going from Jeff being a somewhat relevant character to a main cast member over the history of the show, and while this season will challenge that, it's still a nice touch. Why Can't We Be Friends is a 7 out of 10. Steve's babysitter frankly has the worst luck imaginable, and we follow her escapades as she gets injured in a soccer game and then gets infected, and so anyway, she can't babysit Steve, so Stan and Francine can go to their horse show. Haley offers to babysit Steve instead, and they reluctantly agree. Steve overhears Haley mocking him, and so he and the boys are determined to go to a popular kids' party by procuring alcohol from a druggie played by Charlie Day. The B story follows Roger as a carriage driver trying to get Stan and Francine to the show while taking the carriage on the highway, and hijinks ensue. Eventually, Haley apologizes, Steve has to drive them home, he forgets to give a receipt to Charlie Day's character, yada yada yada, and
yeah, that's the episode. I'm really not trying to skip through the episode, but it's very much just a play on the babysitting movies of the 80s and 90s, with just as many dark twists as possible. If you enjoyed those kinds of movies in that era, they're going to be really funny references. There's, references to Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead and The Babysitter's Club. There's evidence of there being a lot of jokes and different elements to the episode. The performances are solid. It's just, I don't know. Adventures in Haley Sitting just doesn't work for me. It's a very middle of the road 5 to 6 out of 10. Francine was stuck in a well when she was a baby and it became a national headline. A firefighter went down to retrieve her and never came back up, but he saved her in the process. Francine begins to feel survivor's guilt about the incident and feels like she hasn't accomplished anything with her life worth the sacrifice that Henry Watkins made for her. However, she discovers he's still alive at the bottom of the well and gets him out to return him to his old home. Henry Watkins is actually played by Will Forte, who makes his return to the show, as does Nick Kroll. The B story follows Roger and Stan trying to develop male stripper shoes so men have shoes that they can look hot in, even going to a cobbler to have them custom made. They then go to Toshi's dad for funding, which is actually going to be a pretty frequent thing going forward, and it's kinda weird they keep pushing Hideki into the forefront. Like with Jeff, it feels natural. With Hideki, it feels like they knew they had a character that could work, and they just wanted to use someone they'd already established over some new wacky character. Over time, I think this works better as they flesh out more of why Hideki is so eccentric, but it's a pretty rough first outing with him. Francine eventually learns that so long as she's happy and proud of the life she's lived and the family that she's grown, that's good enough for the man that gave up his life to save her. He then dives back into the hole and Hideki takes Stan and Roger's idea as his own. It's a very American Dad episode, but I think it's important because it shows that Francine has human emotions. It shows her grappling with survivor's guilt, which is very, very heavy for a cartoon like American Dad. It's melodramatic in parts and steadily creeps that line that we'll see the TBS era cross more than a few times. And it does work for Francine's character, but honestly, having Henry surviving and being this really weird and awkward character kind of brings the episode as a whole down. Overall, the episode is a 7 to an 8 out of 10. It's the Lent episode! Francine wants everyone to give something up for Lent to try and better each other, all while Roger throws a giant Mardi Gras rager at Roger's place. Bullock hears of their deal and decides to insert himself into it. Whoever breaks their Lent promise first will lose a finger. Meanwhile, after a drunken night of debauchery, Roger only has a single pasty to remind him of his Mardi Gras match, Made in Heaven, and begins his royal quest to find the fair maiden to whomst it belongs. He travels across the land with Klaus, his squire, trying to find the fair bosom it fits upon. The Smith family begins sabotaging one another to get each other to break first so they can go back to their Lent promises, eventually Francine stepping up to lose the finger since she had already lost her respect for the family. The family then coming together to save her from her fate. The B story continues until Roger finds an enchanted fairy tale cottage and, yeah, pasty belonged to an actual cow. I don't care if I spoil this. If you think on it for even a second, like that's the obvious, dumbest, most Roger answer to the whole equation. It's a frickin' cow. On the one hand, I want to be mad about it. On the other, it's an alien and a fish going around to find who a pasty fits after a Mardi Gras party. It's so surreal, it works. This episode is really elevated by the presence of Patrick Stewart as Avery Bullock. I know Bullock has been in tons of previous episodes and he's going to keep showing up even in the most recent ones, but just seeing how wild he is in this episode really helps it bring it home. Like if it were anyone else, it would feel out of place, sort of the opposite of the Hideki in the last episode. I really enjoy Finger Lenting Good, and I think it's probably one of the strongest Francine episodes since Vacation Goo or even White Rice. She's also just gotten a ton more stories lately, and it really works due to Wendy Schall's incredible talent. Finger Lenting Good is a solid 8.5 out of 10. Roger's graduating college! The only problem being he transferred all his credits from a fake college where he was also the dean. The only person that comes to celebrate him is Francine, and everyone points out that his victories and trophies are worthless because he didn't earn any of them. He then pretends to train for a marathon, cheats to win, and abuses Francine's kindness, causing her to stop caring about him. This causes Roger to double down on an archaeological dig site and attempts to convince her he's found a lost civilization. The B story follows Steve needing to ask Stan questions for a report, but when he refuses to talk to him in person, he opens up hauntingly over the phone. Cuba Gooding Jr. is played by Wayne Brady, who reappears in the show after his performance as Tunji in Ricky Spanish. It's another one of those there isn't much to the story because it's meant to be bare bones to get to the jokes. Unlike, say, a Family Guy episode where you usually have the opening shenanigans that one way or another lead into the actual plot, American Dad will do these episodes where it's a very simple episode idea, but just jam-packed with quality jokes and scenes. Like the Steve B story with Stan has some of the most quotable, haunting moments in American Dad history, but the story itself is just kind of, you see it coming a mile away. You know the points that it's going to hit. I don't have much to say about the episode proper other than it being one of the best Roger and Francine episodes, and the B story is one of the strongest because of how dark it is. The Adventures of Twill Ongenbone is easily a 10 out of 10 episode that hits all the notes it needs to hit while still presenting that absurdity we've come to expect, but in a much more digestible way. It may very well be the best episode of the entire season, and I'm here for it. Blood Crieth Unto Heaven is one of the most experimental and delightful episodes of American Dad ever. It's a play loosely based off Stan's childhood trauma with interludes presented by a live-action Patrick Stewart. I don't want to get into the story of the episode too much because I think it should be seen and appreciated, but what makes this episode so special is how committed they are to the joke that it's literally a play. Cheap props, wild characterizations of familiar players, and just this overall air of thespian charm exudes itself from the episode that could have just easily been a traditional American Dad episode. I love this. I love how experimental it is. I love how it delivers on the jokes and how right from the intro they are committed to it just being a play and the dialogue slipping. I mean, it's just, man, I love this episode. 10 out of 10. Must watch. Don't skip. Just watch and enjoy. This is what makes American Dad so special. This is an episode that showcases the magic of the show. Where Family Guy would just make a ton of movie references and laugh at their own jokes, American Dad takes the time to put on a play. Venture Brothers didn't do it. Dr. Katz didn't do it. There's such a clever charm to the episode that is just... I'm sorry, I'm gushing, but the first time I saw this episode, I was confused and bewildered, but as I've gotten older, I've become almost enchanted by it. Like, we've gotten so cynical about adult animation and things like Hoops or Brickleberry, and I don't think we celebrate these kinds of episodes enough. My God, I'll sing the praises of Blood Crieth Unto Heaven for years before I talk about Hoops for a second. It's one of the main reasons I wanted to make these videos in the first place. How many other animated series can you think of that actually put on a whole play? Not a musical episode, I mean an actual honest-to-God play. I've seen hundreds upon hundreds of shows, and just none stand out like American Dad. I just wish more people could see and experience the magic at the core of this amazing show. And so, in case you lost it in the sauce, Blood Crieth Unto Heaven is a brilliant, hilarious 10 out of 10. Mariah Carey is in this episode. Mariah Carey. Yeah, that Mariah Carey. She's in a very small role as the replacement waitress, but she's here. Anyway, Stan complains about money and Roger reveals one of his personas, Max Jets, is getting out of prison soon and he's super rich. The family then begin clamoring for the rich Uncle Max Jets' money when he falls in love with a waitress who only loves his money, and the family plans on taking him out before she can marry him and take the money they think is rightfully theirs, only to find out that Roger was going to take out Max Jets as Jerry Jets and take the money that he would inherit and run off with Gina the waitress. Yeah, like, all I want for Christmas is you, Mariah Carey. I can't emphasize enough how weird that is. Blood Crieth Unto Heaven, not a single new guest star. Max Jets, Mariah frickin' Carey for like 20 seconds. It's wild. I'm sorry. It's just, yeah, Mariah Carey's in this episode.
There's really not much to talk about it. It almost feels like a paint by numbers episode. It kind of drags the waitress joke on for too long, but it really does exemplify Roger kind of keeping the money in his persona's like lineage. He's passing it on to himself, and it almost kind of gives him an excuse for why he's been around for so long and how he has personas that can sort of pass on to one another. But that's me giving this episode way more credit than it deserves. That's me going in depth on an episode that's really just, I don't know. It's the Smith family having one of those times where they're all just the worst again, and they have a justified reason for being that way. They all feel that Roger being horrible to them justifies them to getting the money that one of his personas might have when he feels he should unalive that persona. It's like, yeah, that kind of makes sense, but where's the joke? Where's the elements that make it better? And it just doesn't really deliver on any of them. I don't know. Max Jets featuring Mariah Carey, which I still can't get over. It's like a 5 out of 10 episode. It's fine. Look, Naked to the Limit one more time is not a great episode. Jeff is an idiot. He is so dumb. The dumbest. And in a way, it's endearing, right? In a way, it's almost like a Who's On First, but with just Jeff. Jeff has that Labrador stoner energy that just makes him likable. And I think that's largely in part to Jeff Fisher knowing how to play the character. Like, he does a great job playing a burnout without them feeling like they're a waste of space. Anyway, when he finds out Roger's an alien and starts blabbing about it, Stan decides either Jeff or Roger needs to be unalived. The B story? Oh, why, it's Steve hasn't gotten his ass yet and starts packing ham in his pants to show he's got some premium buns on display. Doesn't sound like much of an episode, right? Feels like they're gonna have an actual conclusion that rewrites everything and we can all go back to the way things are, right? Nope. Roger calls home, an alien ship comes for him, and he pushes Jeff inside a tractor beam, and he is the one taken away. Jeff's gone. He's been abducted. It won't be the last we see of Jeff, but this is one of the few episodes that actually has consequences. Other than this important plot point, though, the episode as a whole is just kind of okay. It's like a 6 out of 10 that doesn't do anything. There's even a send-off clip show for Roger as he makes peace with Going and then just, yeets Jeff in instead of him. Like, that's the point. That's obviously the subversion of expectations. I have to wonder if the Brian Dies Family Guy event had some inspiration for this, where they, take Brian out of the story for, I think, like 3 episodes, and people got tattoos. It was like, Brian is dead, rest in legend, you absolute G, and it's a dog with a martini glass in it. I think that might have been poking fun at it, but I don't know, obviously. I don't have that kind of ESPN to figure that out. But yeah, no, this entire thing could have just been avoided if Roger listened to Stan. It would have been so easy. But no, they got rid of Jeff. Rip, you tubular dude. Hey, remember Tearjerker from like 5 seasons ago? It's a sequel episode! This time, Agent Smith has to square off against Black Villain, who is just Principal Lewis, and look, I'm not gonna lie to you, Tearjerker is the better of the 2 episodes. For Black Eyes Only just feels like it coasts from scene to scene, where Tearjerker felt like a solid narrative. It's confusing, like I don't understand what happened to For Black Eyes Only. It feels like there was an idea. It feels like there is something deeper there than what we got. And instead, it just feels like it's a bunch of references to like the Daniel Craig era of James Bond, and they're not like full-on jokes either. It's very subtle nods. It's not bad. It's got Octavia Spencer in it, but it's just kind of like, that's it. It doesn't feel like much of a James Bond parody as much as it does a quick joke pull where they're just shotgunning as many jokes out as possible and going, ha 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 ha, this is comedy. It's like the Roger Moore of Bond parodies. I don't know. The episode is like a 6 out of 10. I wish I had more to say about it. It's a frustrating episode. It's not the worst episode of the season. It's not horrid at all. It's just like a nothing episode. It's like an uneventful episode.
Sandra Oh reprises her role as Toshi's mom. That's still wild to me. She does a phenomenal job. Anyway, Francine and Hiko get into a contest to see who's more talented, Steve or Akiko. The B story has Stan and Roger fighting over badminton while Haley deals with Jeff being taken by aliens, going through the 5 stages of grief. Stan and Roger decide to speedrun her through the 5 stages of grief so that they can have a line judge. Francine discovers that Steve is exceptional at spelling, as is Akiko, and the two enter the spelling bee while also crushing on one another. It's like they aged Akiko up to make it a functional idea, but then, yeah, the two decide to throw the spelling bee to support one another, and Francine and Hiko agree that their child's happiness is more important. It's a very bizarre episode that just runs with all kinds of jokes as fast as it can, and the shocking thing is, a lot of them stick. Like, I don't revisit this chunk of episodes frequently, but Spelling Bee My Baby has a lot of charm and very sharp comedic timing. Like, Scott Grimes and Wendy Shaw play off of each other incredibly well in this episode, and there's just a lot of really quick jabs and gags that if you don't pay attention, you'll miss them. But if you're paying attention, if you have those eagle eyes, you're going to keep getting joke after joke after joke after joke after joke, and it's almost like a blizzard of comedy. It's worth seeing it if you've never seen it before. It's a solid 8 out of 10 that I cannot defend enough. Like, I went into Spelling Bee My Baby going, oh, I don't watch this episode a lot, it's not that good, and then walking out of it like, oh my, this is actually really funny. And why doesn't Francine deliver these jokes as frequently? It almost felt more like a TBS era episode than it did a Fox episode. I would expect this out of season 18 more than I would season 8 or season 9 or season 7. This is much more that new style of American Dad. Not to say that it's bad. Again, new seasons of American Dad are just as good, if not better, than the old seasons. It's wild to me. I really like this episode, and you should definitely give it a chance. I don't know how to feel about the missing kink. Look, here's the B story of it. Snot gets to date Haley since Jeff is gone, they go on a date, and then he gets miserable and depressed because he liked the chase and not the actual act of dating Haley. See, isn't that, cut and dry? No, what isn't? The A story. Francine feels like Stan isn't adventurous in the bedroom. She wants him to be more aggressive, and so when Steve is punished with a spanking, she volunteers to take his punishment for him, eventually sabotaging him just so she could be punished in his stead, all leading up to her helping Stan discover his kinks through a musical number that also has Mariah Carey in it. Mariah Carey, are you a fan of American Dad? I need to know your thoughts. I need to come on the show. I will talk to you. Why are you in multiple episodes in one season? Marguerite also returns. Not as impressive as Mariah Carey. That's just, what? I don't get it. Basically, Stan comes up with a whole new kink experience and learns it's okay to have a kink. I don't know. It's a complicated episode. I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10 and move on. Like, okay, you know what saves the episode? The whole kink showcase that Principal Lewis and Marguerite just watch in abject horror. Much like Spelling Bee My Baby, the jokes are there and they're solid, but also, it's a wild episode. Like, I have to wonder if these episodes are why American Dad got put not necessarily on the chopping block, but definitely the red flag for broadcast television. These are episodes that, again, you expect from the freedom of the TBS era, but this is very much still Fox. This is coming on after The Simpsons and Bob's Burgers and Family Guy, and then you have an episode where Stan is figuring out his kink, and it's a showcase of all the most niche elements out there. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's a very tricky episode to navigate around. Francine runs into her friend, and when she sees Stan go wild singing Taking Care of Business, not only does she try and make sure she avoids him, she tries to turn him into a bland, normal husband, and when he gets concussed on a mission to Doug and Buster's, she sees her opportunity. The B story has Steve working for Roger as a paperboy and sees how he plays the system. It doesn't really do anything. It just ends with Francine being a horrible person that manipulated Stan into being something he isn't, and Steve and Roger not really accomplishing anything.
It's the definition of a do-nothing episode, which is such a shame. The season has become such a mixed bag where you have some of the best and innovative episodes and just some of the most boring episodes that are just kind of there. I don't know. This is like a 5 out of 10. I don't want to go lower out of kindness for Wayne Brady killing it again, and some of the jokes are still really solid. But when the core story just isn't that great, the jokes can't save it. It's disappointing, but, you know, the season is not bad. Overall, it is not pound for pound the worst season of the show. I don't even honestly know which one that would be. There can be arguments for which season of Simpsons or Family Guy is the worst, but outside of like season 1 or 2 being the worst of American Dad, there's never like that significant drop where the whole show has fallen apart because of it. The boring identity is just boring. The Doug and Buster scene is great. The Navajo part is fantastic, but overall, it's just, yeah, it's there. It has a pulse, I guess. It's whatever. The CIA is concerned Bullock is losing it as he starts to mentor Stan and gives him more than questionable advice. The B story has Steve getting a new bully, Louise, played by John Leguizamo. That's right, Bruno from Encanto is in this episode, and nothing else. You pull up John Leguizamo's IMDb and you'll find like 233 entries that are literally just Bruno from Encanto. Anyway, Stan tries to protect Bullock from being decommissioned, and Steve runs to Roger for help with his new bully and basically gets Stelio to beat Steve up so Louise won't want to, and then Louise and Stelio Cantos team up to beat Steve up with Roger's help. The episode is kind of saved by Stan just genuinely caring about his boss, and Patrick Stewart does a great job like always, but then of course they rip the carpet out from under you. The episode is just one giant subverted expectation. All in all, it's, you know, it would probably be like a 6 or a 7 out of 10. It has some talent, it has some charm, but the episode just kind of drags in parts. Remember when Jeff got sent to space? American Dad does. This episode is just a Jeff episode. Jeff is on the alien saucer and has to find a way home to Haley. However, the saucer is shaped like a mall. Michael McKean plays Emperor Zing, a former lover of Roger's who runs the ship like a ruthless dictator that proves love isn't real. Jeff is determined to prove him wrong and wins his way back home with the help of Sinbad, played by Sinbad. He's brought before the council where they summon the Majestic by playing Wax Fang's Majestic, which is a smooth jam. Jeff proves that the Majestic only shows the darker events and relationships and intentionally avoids showing the romantic moments under Zing's orders. Jeff and Sinbad manage to escape, with Sinbad becoming a Force ghost as they get on a ship and fly off trying to find a way home from galaxies far, far away. I know I speed ran through the plot of the episode, but it's not bad at all. As standalone episodes go, it's actually one of the strongest and definitely one of the best episodes of the season. Jeff Fisher really gets time to just be Jeff, and we get to see a lot more of him than we had before. Sinbad is great in the episode, and it really just kind of works. I enjoy Lost in Space, and I'd be lying if I said that it didn't get me into Wax Fang, which just absolutely kudos to American Dad for having a phenomenal soundtrack. It's just, like, the fact that this episode just focused on Jeff, who had been a side character up until, like, a season ago, has such heart, such charm, which, again, I know I keep saying this, but, like, Family Guy would never. Simpsons would never. Not only are they giving a character a side arc in an area where no other characters are going to properly interact with them, it's a fun, emotional, and well-deserved 10 out of 10 episode. And here we are, the Season 8 finale, Da Flippity Flop. Remember when Klaus was an Olympic skier before his brain got put into a fish? American Dad does. Anyway, they find Klaus's original body, and Klaus desperately wants to be put back into his old body so he can show off Da Flippity Flop, a ski technique downright deadly for anyone less skilled than himself. Stan refuses for no real reason other than it being a hassle, and Klaus gets super depressed until Stan finally agrees to put him back into his original body, only it's decayed to the point it's falling apart, so Klaus decides to put himself into Stan's body, and Stan into his fish body, and so he can see how bad of a life he really had. Stan has to then get Klaus's decaying body to stop him from doing the ultimate ski technique and save his own life. It's a weird one. The B story, though? Roger turns the attic into a gym and tries very, very, very aggressively to get Steve to sign up. It's incredible. It's one of the best B stories in the entire season, maybe even the entire show, just because of how nonsensical and yet relatable it is. It feels like a Brian and Stewie episode from early in Family Guy, but with the absurdist humor that American Dad does so well. The B story is great. There's some good points to the A story, don't get me wrong, but overall the A story is almost a letdown in comparison. It's like a 7 out of 10, all things considered. It's kinda odd that this is the season finale. I just personally feel like Lost in Space would have made for a better finale episode since it continued the Jeff storyline and actually put some hope for the future at the end. The Flippity Flop doesn't feel like Tears of a Clooney, Joint Custody, or even Great Space Roaster. It just feels like it's kinda there, which seems to be a problem with quite a few episodes of this season. They just didn't know where to put them, what episodes would work in the best order. Honestly, even just saying that, Flippity Flop does have a lot of good jokes, it has a lot of good charm, and I think 7 out of 10 might be too harsh on it. Bicep Crow easily pushes it to like an 8.5 out of 10. And there we go! That is Season 8, everybody! How did you like Season 8? Anything you think I was wrong on? What were your favorite episodes? Least favorite? Let me know in the comments below. Season 8 truly was a mixed bag of sorts. We had some terrific episodes like Blood Crieth Unto Heaven, Lost in Space, and Twill Ongnenbone, and we had some absolute struggle bus episodes like The Boring Identity. It's kind of disappointing to see this fluctuation again after having so many just superbly strong and well-balanced seasons one after another. Now that being said, you could have absolutely loved episodes I wasn't a fan of, and you're totally valid for liking or hating whatever episodes you do. That's part of the charm to American Dad, but this season just seemed too random for the sake of random overall. We have just one more season before we're at the end of the Fox era, just 23 more episodes before we switch over to the TBS era. And it's surreal to think that we're so close to this major turning point in the history of American Dad. And so, like always, thank you so much for joining me on this little adventure. And remember, we have a Discord, Twitch, Twitter, and Patreon you can join, and we're always excited to see what you guys think of these videos. So let's salute American Dad and see if it leaves the Fox era like a fine wine in Season 9. See you next time, folks. And here we are, the last full Fox season. Yes, there would be 3 episodes that would air on Fox after the season: Blog Snart a Love Story, Roger Raises the Bar, and A Boy Named Michael, all ironically Roger episodes, but I'm choosing to include them in the TBS era for a number of reasons that will be abundantly clear when we look at the first season as a whole. Season 9, much like Season 8, is a grab bag of quality. Some episodes are great, some are bad, and some are wildly experimental and thrive because of it. It's just so surreal to come to the end of a generation. Season 9 ended in 2014, and with it the idea of American Dad needing to appeal to a broader broadcast TV audience. We've seen cracks in that facade so far with some of the experimental episodes, but it won't become more evident and pronounced until we take a look at, honestly, probably Season 11. It's just night and day how different the two eras of American Dad are. And looking back at Season 9 in hindsight, it does make sense how we got here. So without further ado, what worked, what failed, and what straddled the line here in Season 9. Steve and Snot are bullied nerds. They get beat up and decide they should just clone themselves dates. Their clones come out as kids. They then raise the kids they wanted to eventually take to the dance and get lucky with. There is no B story. This is all the episode is. This is the whole episode. I hate this episode. I think it's genuinely one of the worst of the whole series. Like, ha ha ha, Snot and Steve are parents now and understand the importance of letting your kids leave the nest. But like, okay? They stole someone's DNA, cloned it, raised these kids because they thought they'd be able to date them, and then it backfires. And then Snot goes off and runs off with them and Steve has to stop him. Like, I'm glad this is the season premiere. I'm glad this is where it all starts, because we're getting the worst, and I mean the absolute worst episode out of the gate already. Like, in no uncertain terms, this is the worst episode of the season. It's Weird Science gone horribly, horribly wrong. It's just not good. It's maybe a 4 out of 10, and even that I feel is generous. And that's looking at this in a broad scope. There's just like, yes, season 9, the animation looks fantastic. There's a ton of really good jokes throughout the season, but in this one, it's just empty. It's hollow, which is weird because Steve-dedicated episodes like Escape to Pearl Bailey are usually pretty strong. So to have this is just, they're again hoping you really like Steven Snot, because if you don't, this episode drags, and I've never been a huge Snot fan, so it's just dragging me all the way to the end until I'm just a torso, and no thank you. Francine is unsatisfied in bed, and Stan is super cocky about his lovemaking capabilities. This is a season, folks. Strap in. As Francine starts to get pent up and buries her resentment, it takes on the form of a violent specter. A poltergasm. The house gets haunted and starts to fall apart, with Roger trying to help Stan understand that he's the problem and he needs to better satisfy his wife. You know, there's a B story to this episode. There wasn't to the last one. Really kind of helps break the episode up, make it feel like it has natural segments. And you want to know the funny part? This B story, if I explain it, sounds horrible, and yet it might be one of the funniest of the entire series. Klaus is off to Atlantic City to go see a motivational workshop. He gets to his room, asks the bellhop, put the do not disturb sign on his door, turns on the hotel directory, and then throws out his back, trapped with the same ads playing on a loop over and over and over again. Poltergasm is admittedly really fine. It's solid for what it is. Compared to the last episode, it's night and day. Roger's persona is Ruby Zeldestein, which, fun fact, is a play on Zelda Rubinstein, the actual actress that played the psychic in The Poltergeist. Like, there's those small touches that make the episode feel thought out. And every time we cut to Klaus losing his mind more and more, just the absolute absurdity of the scene makes the episode that much more fun. Poltergasm is a respectable 8 out of 10. Do you know what the difference between a government bond and a man? Alone matures. Benji! Steve desperately wants to prove he's a man to his dad to go on the big CIA hunting trip. When he does manage to convince him to go, he takes out a deer and begins to feel remorse as everyone celebrates him. He then takes their 2 children and raises them as his own to get revenge on the CIA for their barbaric, yet sophisticated hunting practices. Remember seasons ago when I talked about the magic of American Dad? How the A story would be something totally ludicrous, and the B story was usually something more sensible with an exaggerated twist, and how I'd keep bringing it up in an almost repetitive way? Take the last episode, for example. A story, a poltergasm that's destroying the home. The B story, Klaus throwing out his back and going insane. Buck Wild, Steve raises vengeance deer and proves he's a man. The B story, Klaus and Roger begin a cross-country drive in a 93 Sable to see the odometer turn over at 100,000. They get fat off of junk food and struggle to see such a momentous occasion. And you know what? You know what the worst part is? It's hilarious. It is genuinely a bona fide great episode. The A story handles Steve and Stan great. The B story is a brilliant Roger and Klaus adventure. There is a lot to love, and it's one of Steve's strongest episodes where you understand his motivations and he really comes into his own. Buck Wild is terrific and a well-executed 9.5 out of 10. Just the turning of the odometer alone is hysterical to me. It's just so simple, but all the extreme turns sell it more and more. I don't know, there's a magic in seeing a fat alien push a car while a German fish cheers him on. Francine feels like Steve is growing distant from her and wants to bond with him over gardening. But when he gets caught shoplifting, she decides to teach him the tools of the trade and he quickly becomes her star protege. The B story follows Stan after stepping on a rake and having it slam into his huevo rancheros, having a super high voice, which is super convenient, as Roger, Klaus, and Haley have started up a Russian balalakia trio and are missing a singer. Stan begins to sing, Steve and Francine begin to steal, and the musical culture of Tsarist Russia was preserved for 23 minutes. Eventually, Steve does get caught again and shipped off to a worker camp for other shoplifters and is trapped while Francine has to go and get him back. The neat thing is, it's just Francine using her skills and not having Stan involved at all. Much like My Morning Straitjacket, where you saw that her old party skills, or her old, in this case, smuggling skills, come in handy time and time again. Like in this episode, Francine is very capable, and it shows she's more clever than people think she is. It's also just a great Francine and Steve episode, like we saw in Spelling Be My Baby. The characters work really, really well together, again thanks to Kristen Schaal and Scott Grimes' absolute talent. And it is very nice to see that she is more capable, even if she forgot Matilda. Crouch Walkers is a very hearty and entertaining 9 out of 10, and it's just nice to see that meta comedy shining through. The lingering shots for comedic effect, the more absurd ideas treated as totally normal. I don't know, I'm feeling nostalgic as we close out this era, like a journey coming to an end. Mariah Carey is in another episode. Why? Is she just the biggest American Dad fan or something? I have so many questions. Anyway, it's another Thanksgiving episode that is admittedly much better than There Will Be Bad Blood. Stan is upset when Francine invites her family to Thanksgiving and he doesn't get to lay around and do nothing, and feels like he's steadily being pushed out of his own home. The B story has Mama trying to set Haley up with a Chinese bachelor who she secretly is crushing on. Stan eventually ends up at a football game where he breaks bread with fans of a rival team and realizes the holiday is just about spending time with your family, which, like, yeah, duh. Moving on. It's a Thanksgiving episode. It makes There Will Be Bad Blood look like an episode of Border Town in comparison. Maybe I'll talk about Border Town one day. Maybe I'll just let it sit on the trash heap of history. But I'll never forget those Santa Ana winds. Is Kung Pao Turkey the best episode of the season? No, absolutely not. But it's not complacent, and it's nice to see Mama and Baba after so long. The jokes are well executed, and ultimately it's still a very respectable 8 out of 10. But yeah, Mariah Carey is in the show again as Laura. Like, okay, when Forrest Whitaker was on, he played Agent Turlington. It was just the same character. But she's been in like 3 or 4 episodes as completely different characters. I don't get it. She's like Will Forte or Nick Kroll or frickin' Chris Diamantopoulos, and I'm pretty sure I butchered his name. It's just, I have questions that I know I'll never have answers to. But, like, why is someone that is so big so frequently on the show? I wish I knew. It's not even the first time or the last time we have big voice actors and big stars in the show. It just baffles me that people don't talk about this. I mean, there's a season in the TBS era where The Weeknd comes on and he's the joke. They spend 23 minutes just making fun of The Weeknd, and it's amazing. This show needs more attention. This show needs more love. What other show has Mariah Carey in like 3 different episodes as a completely different character? What's going on here? Snot's dad dies, and so Steve and the boys decide to make an independent movie about grief as they travel cross-country with a sepia filter to help Snot get to the funeral. The V story is very, very brief and really only shows up at the beginning and the end of the episode, but it follows Stan and Roger working with Hideki, Toshi's dad, yet again, as he teaches them to trust their guts. Whenever their guts rumble, they have to act on the impulse it's telling them to do. Snot doesn't really want to deal with everything he's going through, how Steve tries to frame it as a movie, and Steve finds himself falling for a manic pixie dream girl voiced by Zooey Deschanel, which is so on the nose it hurts and shows they understood the assignment. Her performance is outstanding, and she definitely knows how to play that type. Stan, Roger, and Hideki come up with a cake cutter, make a fortune, and then turn on each other in the end. I think this is a much better Hideki B story than the last one. It may end in roughly the same place, but I don't know, I feel like it's handled better. The A story with the independent movie bits, however, is really, really great and has all kinds of really deep cut jokes about the genre as a whole. They don't pick one movie in particular. This is a jarring criticism of the whole thing, and I think that's because they didn't pigeonhole themselves and they have a lot more ground to work with because of it. The slight nuances, the metaphors, the deep undertones, and the rich indie soundtrack just make this feel so much more aware than, say, we make fun of 500 Days of Summer, aren't we creative? Like, Independent Movie understands what makes those movies so laughable. It's like they understand film criticism and are critiquing it in their own way. Independent Movie is a solid 9 out of 10 episode that shows the writers still know very much what they're doing. They haven't lost the thread on the characters, and honestly, it gets the taste of Steven Snott's Testubular Adventure out of your mouth. Independent Movie is phenomenal, and you should give it a watch, especially if you have any interest in film criticism whatsoever. It's so nuanced, it has such a great weight to it. Like, it might very well be one of my favorite episodes of the entire season. Haley wants to hang out with her friends at the club, but doesn't have a good fake ID. Steve can make incredible fake IDs. They work together to make and distribute fake IDs while Stan tries to hunt them down to figure out who's trafficking these fake IDs around town, and they find out they're in direct competition with one of Roger's personas, Kevin Ramage. There is no B story, but there's a lot of moving pieces to the main story, and I think that's what makes this episode so strong. It builds a very solid Haley and Steve episode, which we genuinely don't have a ton of, much less an episode where the two actually bond and develop as characters. We will get more of this in the TBS era, but it is nice to see these one-off episodes here and there during the Fox period. It also introduces not one, but two antagonists in Roger as Kevin Ramage, and Stan, who, while he has no idea it's actually Haley and Steve, is just doing his job to hunt down Gutenberg. It even has Nancy Cartwright making a brief cameo as Bart Simpson for just a single one-off joke. Faking Bad is a really solid episode that sets a solid pace and maintains it all the way to the end. It's something that I would call a perfect 10 out of 10 episode, with just how multifaceted it is and how it handles each of those elements in the air so well. It paints each character so vividly that you walk away remembering these major segments of the episode. It's easily one of, if not one of the strongest examples of Season 9 in its entirety. Faking Bad is an excellent 10 out of 10. It's a Christmas musical episode! When Steve starts acting up and showing he's a bad boy for Christmas, the Krampus comes to punish him after being released by Stan from the copperpot Jack stored in Stan's basement. The Krampus initially being played by Danny Glover. The B story is Haley getting a job so she can buy the perfect Christmas gift for her family, a tub of popcorn. Krampus takes Steve hostage until Stan brings Jack to him. Krampus' singing voice is actually the late great Charles Bradley, and I mean, I wouldn't mention it if he wasn't just such a great inclusion. I mean, each song is brilliant. When Jack runs off, Stan has Roger take him to the North Pole to try and convince Santa to help him find Krampus. This Santa being the same one they fought and for whom the sleigh bell tolls, and continues that narrative. Santa eventually agrees to help Stan if he helps him take out Krampus. Meanwhile, Steve finds out that Krampus actually cares about the kids he punishes and just doesn't want them to ruin their lives by misbehaving, all through a brilliant duet between Charles Bradley and Scott Grimes. I mean, it's smooth like butter, and it kind of upsets me that other shows don't make this kind of quality. It's really funny how passionate Haley is about working for the airport to get the family literally just a tub of popcorn. After Steve and Krampus make up, Stan and Santa raid the castle while Jack has a change of heart and goes to save Steve. And as Krampus lays dead at the feet of Santa, Jack becomes the new Krampus, which will be a new normal for the series. Minstrel Krampus is a 10 out of 10 and one of the best Christmas episodes American Dad has ever had. Between incredible songs, great jokes, and just a wonderful Christmas story and vibe that builds on the older episodes. This episode is amazing, and I can't believe I'm saying this. It could very well be the best episode of the whole season. There's just so much to love. Merry Christmas, everybody! And I know I keep mentioning it, like I keep saying this might be the best episode of the season, but that just goes to show how high the quality of Season 9 truly is. There's so many great episodes that, yes, there are some duds, and yes, you can see why overall public appeal had been down for some time, but it doesn't mean the quality of the show had gone down. If anything, it had outgrown its boots, it had outgrown its term on Fox. When Roger gets in a car crash at a red light because he was framing the perfect shot, he gets concussed, and when he comes to, he's able to see into the future. The family takes a trip to the safety museum, and when he guides them all to safety after it catches fire, the family begins to be dependent on his visions to know that everything is going to be okay, even going so far as to not leave the house unless he's around, to the point that Steve forgets language. It's a very easy episode to explain, but like some of the best episodes of the series, that does not mean it's bad at all. Oh no! Vision Impossible is an easy 10 out of 10 because of all the jokes just absolutely encasing this admittedly simple plot. We get the return of Mind Quad, a great merging of Haley rescuing a baby raccoon and Steve getting a Bowflex, and a ton of protein powder. The safety museum is like a 4-minute long gag that just keeps working the more they focus on it. And it's just, the dialogue is the sharpest it's ever been. You get, again, that absurdist idea, and there's not even a B story to it. It's just this almost comedic take on what could be a Twilight Zone episode. You know, man gets the ability to see into the future, everyone becomes dependent on him, but it's done in a very comical take, and again, they're not addressing it as a Twilight Zone episode. They're not calling attention to it. They're just treating it as a normal thing that can happen to Roger if he gets concussed when he's hit by a car. And just the subversion of those expectations at the safety museum, the evolution of the characters going forward, is just, Vision Impossible is super, super strong, and it's really just a solid example of what happens when American Dad is at its strongest. The family decides to take a trip to Familyland, but Francine is upset when everyone splits up to do their own things. However, her tears trigger Roy Family to be brought back to life, and he traps all the families inside Familyland. Stan trapped in Wild West Land, Steve in Cartoon Land, Roger in Space Land, etc., etc. Haley in Princess Land, like the only one I didn't mention was Haley, and I'm in too deep to not include her, so yeah, excuse the etc., etc. I will refer to all of them and their locations. And then Francine makes cookies, the sun travels through the vents, and everyone wants to come back together and love each other as a family again. It's a fine episode. I like the different lands, and Patrick Stewart is great in this as Bullock, who has a kink for families having a good time, which is just bizarre enough to work. But the Roy Family bits do go on for a little bit too long, and I believe that's Mike Hentelman that's playing Roy Family. And he's an excellent voice actor, but every time I hear him, I think of, again, Border Town and Family Guy, two shows that he worked on pretty heavily. And so it's just, it almost feels like a downgrade. Again, it's not. It feels like it, but it isn't. The jokes are still there, the comedy is still sharp. It's just, overall, Familyland almost feels more like a Family Guy episode that got reskinned for American Dad than the other way around. It's tolerable. It's a very comfortable 8 out of 10. Stan achieves his 100th kill! Man, we've come a long way from the 42-year-old virgin. Anyway, Stan goes to sleep and begins sleepwalking and helping out and doing good to make up for being a bringer of death. It's another Dr. Penguin episode, by the way. Stan continues to sleepwalk and takes over an orphanage before his night self starts drugging his coffee to keep him asleep so he can keep on doing good deeds. Stan begins to grapple with his sleep self and all the good it's doing, eventually learning that he should be nicer, and eventually has to be reconditioned to be able to take a life again for the good of his family. He finally makes peace with his conscience. I'd say the episode is better than Familyland and works as just a Stan episode. There's no real B-story or any antagonist other than the just classic Stan versus Stan, man versus self argument. He's literally struggling with his own conscience, and I think the writers handled that wonderfully. It's much in the same vein as National Treasure, Franny and the Well, where we take an episode to really highlight something that can be kind of dark and unsettling on other characters, but presented in the world of American Dad is very suiting. Here, Stan is grappling with the fact that he needs to kill. He needs to take away life. Something that you wouldn't get with, Cleveland, the cable installer, or Peter, the brewery worker. Stan has a very real moral crisis, and here his mind is fighting against him. And I think that's something that's really neat and something that should be explored more. Cock of the Sleepwalk is an excellently done and fantastic 9 out of 10. While on a trip, Stan and Francine fall in love with the adventures of their stewardesses and become stewardesses themselves to follow along on their escapades, each of the girls having their own talents as they team up to stop Mark Cuban. Actually played by Mark Cuban, who's trying to blow up the sun. The B story has Roger swapping faces with Steve so he can romance a girl for him, but he doesn't trade back with Steve until he's done with her and has had his fun, and she admits that figures isn't really working out for them. I feel like this episode would have been better if it was just the Naughty Stewardess's story. Like, they all have these characters, and we've had 3 episodes in a row that didn't have a single B story to them. Why do one now and have it just be this really awkward Steve and Roger one? It hurts to say, but this is one of those rare occurrences where a Steve and Roger B story brings the episode as a whole down. The Flippity Flop was great almost solely because of the Steve and Roger Jim story, and now it just feels so weird and jarring. I don't know. It brings down what otherwise would have been a 10 out of 10 episode just from the absurdity of it alone. Unfortunately, despite the Naughty Stewardesses fighting their way through, the episode is a 7, maybe an 8 at best. And that's not to say the Naughty Stewardess part isn't funny, and it doesn't even feel it feels like an intentional backdoor pilot. For those of you that don't know, backdoor pilots are when they insert pilots of other shows into more successful shows as a hope to sort of catapult them into their own interests. Like, you have an idea for a hospital show, so you include the hospital in a cop show, and then it gets its own spin-off, much like the Chicago Fire, PD, and Medical, as well as some of the Grey's Anatomy spin-offs. The Naughty Stewardesses feels very much as an intentional back-end pilot to a show that would never exist, an homage to those attractive female spies of the 70s and 80s eras. And the fact that they actually got Mark Cuban, billionaire and Shark Tank member, to come on the show is just, again, baffling. Like, people keep bashing American Dad over and over again, but it has one of the most star-studded rosters of the 3. Like, it's wild to me. And American Dad, honestly, don't skip this episode. The Naughty Stewardess part is still worth watching the Roger and Steve elements. It's just like, even at their absolute worst in these episodes, there's still something to walk away with and appreciate in American Dad. Stan thinks Steve and the boys are too soft and sheltered, so he sets them up in the holodeck at the CIA to survive the elements. However, their technical know-how allows them to manipulate the system and trap him in it instead. The B story has Haley buying the star of Roger's home system and declares herself his leader since she now rules an entire galaxy, all to show that Roger can care about something. Anyway, after Steve decides to turn the tide on Stan after taking over the holodeck, the system backfires and they have to work together to stop it. Stan and Steve bond over beating the zombie monster, and he realizes Steve can handle himself more than he previously thought. You've seen the episode premise before, but I gotta admit, I enjoyed how unique it felt. Steve never meant to hurt his dad, just scare him, and that new respect between the two feels earned. It also allows Steve to see what his father went through, to see what hardened him so much and why he keeps judging him for being the soft little nerd boy that everybody else loves. It's much in that same vein of Man in the Moon Bounce, where Stan doesn't want Steve to get hurt. Everything he's doing is making sure that he's prepared. He doesn't want him bullied like he was. He doesn't want him to feel neglected or defeated. He wants Steve to be able to stand on his own 2 feet like he was forced to due to the absence of Jack. It's really kind of, there's a lot of heart behind it. It's not vindictive, it's not violent, it's not, manipulative for the sake of being manipulative. Stan does mean well. It's a humanizing episode for both of them while also showcasing a ton of great jokes both in the A and B stories. I Ain't No Holodeck Boy is a solid 9.5 out of 10. Stan takes a pill to try and be able to listen to Francine. However, it backfires, and instead of being able to understand her, he becomes a woman. Meanwhile, Roger and Klaus decide to go into business together and decide to sell Stan suits that he won't need anymore, and that's it. That's the whole episode. I don't know. Stan Goes on the Pill just never really worked for me. It's not that it's bad. If anything, it's a personal take. The jokes are still super sharp and it's formatted well. It just doesn't feel like it goes any deeper. It just feels very surface level compared to everything else we've gotten this season. And I don't know. I think comparing it to I Ain't No Holodeck Boy, it's just kind of there. It doesn't feel like Stan and Francine's relationship is elevated at all by him taking the pill. And it's just some sort of readjusting to this new normal. And of course, the kids being roped into it. It's just, I don't know. It's weird because it's sandwiched between two really, really solid episodes, and just the pill episode doesn't seem to work. I don't know. For me personally, it's like a 6 out of 10, but if you enjoy it, I'm sure there's plenty of reasons to justify that, and I respect that entirely. It's not, Stan's best friend. It's not Deacon Stan Jesus Man. It's just... Personally, I can't stand it. Personally, I can't stand snot. That's a me thing. That's a me problem. Now, episodes like Jenny from the Block make me forget that because it's just a perfect episode, but it's just playing with this element of Stan being almost feminized, much like we saw in Helping Handies, I believe it was. It just, I don't know. It doesn't... They don't go all the way with it. They don't commit, and I think that's what makes it a problem for me. If they had gone harder into it, if they had pivoted harder and made it more absurd, I think it would have done a lot better. Stan goes undercover at an Occupy rally, and after Haley gives him intentionally bad advice to blend in with the young crowd, he gets taken hostage and she believes reprogrammed when he starts giving to charities and helping out otherwise liberal activities. Meanwhile, Roger bought entirely too many remembrance candles and didn't sell them all, so he has to find a use for all these candles he'd never use again. He and Steve begin to relax in the candlelit attic, and they become quickly enchanted by the flame. Haley tries to get her dad back to normal, and he reveals he's been in super deep cover as the whole scheme was a way for the CIA to test new missile defense systems. Honey, I'm Homeland is a wonderful Stan and Haley episode that keeps building and going deeper with its ideas, rather than Stan goes on the pill, where it was very, very surface level. You see Haley trying to sabotage her dad, loving him, wanting her old dad back, and even trying to take out his kidnappers later on. You see Haley again understanding that her dad is the way he is because of everything he's gone through, and she understands that he needs to be that sometimes. Much in that same vein as Holodeck Boy, this is a Stan and Haley understanding each other episode. This is a way for their bond to deepen. Throughout the series, we've seen Stan come to peace with who Haley is and love her for who she is. And now it's sort of the same with Haley loving Stan, and we get even more of that later on in this season with She Will Survive, but Honey, I'm Homeland is an excellent example of it. Like, it's so refreshing to see a cartoon family that loves one another, akin to Bob's Burgers. Again, they love each other, they have no problem messing with one another, and they will absolutely be the antagonists of each other's stories, but at the end of the day, they do come together, they do protect one another. And I mean, the episode is a 9.5 out of 10 overall, with fantastic performances by Adam Devine, Phil Lamar, and Kathryn Hahn. When Stan isn't in the inner circle, he gets upset and tells Haley to get a job so she can pay rent. She becomes a bartender at Roger's place, where Bullock regularly visits, and starts feeding her info that Stan uses to weasel his way into Bullock's inner circle. Klaus tries to show Snot and Steve Das Boot, but when they hadn't heard of German folktales, and yeah, it's a whole rabbit hole. It's really funny that the Klaus bit starts to spiral, but does get a little overdone in parts. Haley starts to slip and begins to drink on the job, and while Stan feels guilty, he keeps pushing her to get more and more information from Bullock. Eventually, they get chased down for knowing highly confidential secrets, and Haley is able to threaten Bullock to save their lives, showing Stan she can care for herself. And it's literally just the same message as the end of Holodeck Boy. Like, Honey, I'm Homeland is the way stronger Stan and Haley episode, and it was right before this. If you watch She Will Survive in a vacuum, it's an okay episode though. And it's not to say that She Will Survive is bad at all, it's just Honey, I'm Homeland feels much more Haley learning to understand her father, and Stan understanding Haley is much more in the vein of She Will Survive, which we've seen it done better, and honestly, the B story is what detracts from it the most. it's overplayed. The other art style of the German folktales works once or twice, but when you get 3 or 4 times in, obviously Steve and Snot are just completely exacerbated by this, and it just doesn't go anywhere. It just goes on way too long for my personal taste. I'm not going to call the episode bad, because I'm sure there's someone out there that loves how Klaus goes on these tangents, but overall the episode is like an 8 out of 10. What an episode. Stan rubbernecks. He gets caught by Francine rubbernecking and checking women out from the corner of his eye on the sly. We also get McGee for the first time, who will be a recurring character later on in the series. The B story has Roger and Klaus sharing a glass of wine on the family's new couch and spilling some, so they try and hide it. Stan rubbernecks while driving and gets into an accident and tries to hide his rubbernecking ways. The family's insurance agent is played by Terry Crews and would pop up later on in the series as well. The agent is hot on Stan's trail, determined to make sure he figured out what really happened. But when they find his phone, they realize he's been rubbernecking. Is this episode technically another musical? There's like 3 or 4 songs in the episode, but they're all very solid. It almost feels like a stealth musical, and not in that weird Bob's Burgers Great North kind of way, where the song is just kind of shoehorned in there because why not? It'll go great on the album and make people go, oh yeah, I remember that episode. That's the one with the moose. Rubberneckers, I feel, is a divisive episode. You're either gonna really love it or really hate it, and there's not much in between. I personally enjoy how off-the-wall Rubberneckers is, and the musical numbers, especially the insurance one, get me every time. Just again, the creativity we see in this show is second to none, and for me, Rubberneckers is at least a solid 8 out of 10 that knows to not outstay its welcome. No song goes on for too long, no joke is run for too long, and honestly, it's such an exaggeration of events for an otherwise harmless thing. Rubberneckers is an excellent episode that you should definitely check out. Steve gets a job at a grocery store, and when Stan gets fired, he ends up working under Steve and realizes that he shouldn't have been so harsh about doing things the right way after trying to wreck his permanent record. The B story has Roger trying to beat a hipster guitarist at a playoff. Fun fact, the hipster guitarist is played by Robin Thicke, and his dad, Alan Thicke, also has a guest role. Not to mention Cedric Yarborough and Stanley Tucci both have guest appearances. And I love me some Tucci. Anyway, yeah, it's just kind of there. I've seen this episode like 5 times and could not tell you what happens in the episode other than the guitar contest. Like, it's such a vapid episode personally. It does nothing. It's the null rod of American Dad episodes. Like, as far as Steve and Stan relationships go, again, you had Holodeck Boy not 3 episodes prior, and then you give us this? This is nothing. This does nothing. This is fahui. It's just, I can't, I don't know. It's not as bad as Snot and Steve's Testuvier Adventure or anything like that. Like, it's inoffensively fine. It's so middling, it's okay. It's an episode you've seen before, even if you know you haven't. And if you spun around and put on the spot to describe it, you can't. It's maybe like a 5 or a 6 out of 10 if I'm being absolutely generous. Permanent Record Wrecker is the episode you fall asleep to. It's one that is so inoffensive, so uneventful, it just does nothing. We have just 2 more episodes left in our push to the end of the Fox era. Haley wants to be a journalist and open people's eyes to the real stories of the world, something that will be played on later in one of the best episodes of American Dad ever made, Hot Scoop. And so she begins her journey to work on a brand new local news show with Genevieve Vance, and it's just Roger. The B story has Steve asking an anonymous question during sex ed, and when the teacher reads it aloud, she immediately recognizes his handwriting and he gets embarrassed in front of the whole class. There's also a callback to Merlot Down Dirty Shame in the same scene, where they remind us what a San Diego thank you is. Haley comes up with a plan to have Steve go missing so that she can piss a missing kid story to Roger so she can do her Garbage Island expose. However, Roger takes the story and runs with it, accusing Stan and Francine of taking their son out. We also get TJ Miller selling us on beer water, because you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him party. The Mamaris are in the background at a Steve vigil. I swear I do not remember them being around this long, and yet here they are. When Haley brings Roger to Steve, Steve throws Haley under the bus to ride the popularity of being a formerly missing kid, eventually leading to Haley exposing Roger in front of an audience and calling her out for sensationalizing the story. News Glance is a phenomenal episode that really wraps the whole family except Klaus into it. The jokes are sharp, Josh Groban makes a cameo, and as far as, I guess we could call this one of the last episodes of the Fox era, it feels like a solid send-off to a lot of characters. This would be the second to last episode of the full Fox era season, and I gotta say, News Glance is a 10 out of 10 that carries its weight and carries it all the way to the end. It's the last season finale of the Fox era. Haley is able to reach Jeff's spaceship and promises to wait for him no matter how long it takes, as he and the ghost of Sinbad struggle to find a way home. All this after Haley found a good man to take care of her and help her through her depression, played by the always delightful Pete Holmes. Haley is willing to try and make a long-distance relationship work. Meanwhile, Stan and Roger try and keep Matt, Haley's rich boyfriend, in the family by having Roger play Ramona and try and seduce him. Jeff and Sinbad manage to find a wormhole home to Earth, but when they get there, Haley has wasted her life waiting for him and the entire family has moved on as the house has fallen into disrepair. Jeff decides to go back in time through the wormhole and break up with Haley so that she stops waiting for him. I think the longest distance relationship is why I had such a problem with the previous season, ending on to Flippity Flop instead of Lost in Space. The episode feels like a season finale and almost in some ways a series one. It cuts the ties between Jeff and Haley that had been there since the very first episode of the entire show. Sure, I'm probably adding more weight to it than it needs, but the longest distance relationship is one of the strongest season finales yet, and it may be of all time. It's willing to call back on your feelings and your emotions of Jeff and Haley throughout the entire series. Look at how they've grown. Look at how they're entirely different people than the burnout stoners they were almost 200 episodes ago. This is truly a 10 out of 10 episode that really goes that extra mile in showcasing what makes American Dad so special. How many other shows have a season finale that not only calls back to, but also adds on to previous episodes? Not even finales at this point, as Lost in Space was the second to final episode of the last season. It's just the longest distance relationship is a poignant note to end the season on. And there we go. That's it. Not only is that season 9, but that's the last full season on Fox. While yes, there would be 3 episodes after this that I did mention earlier, and they do fit better in season 10 as a whole, and I'll be covering them when we open the chapter on the TBS era, season 9 just felt like a grab bag of quality. You had a lot of really solid episodes and some that just felt downright repetitive after a point. You could almost tell that they were starting to run out of steam at Fox, and though cancellation usually isn't viewed as a revitalization of a series, I think the move to TBS allowed the series to mature and develop itself for a much more niche audience. We've gone from a show that had episodes like Stan of Arabia and Camp Refugi, turned to one that has episodes like Minstrel Krampus and Rubberneckers. Gone are the days of biting political satire and cutaway gags. There's no Deacon Stan Jesus Man in these parts. American Dad of Season 9 is largely unrecognizable compared to its earlier season counterparts, and we have to remember the show had been on the air for almost a decade at this point, and this isn't even the true and proper halfway point of the show. This is just the end of an era. When we turn the page into Season 10, be on the lookout for the last breaths of that Fox spirit, and see how the show very subtly transforms. And, as we look at it, with Season 18 releasing at the time of this recording, who knows how many more of these videos I get to continue to make. I just want to thank you all so much for watching this far. Truly, all of your support and wonderful comments have kept inspiring me to push on further with this project. I am going to release an entire Fox era video, hopefully soon, which will just be all the previous seasons in one massive video, with some upgrades thrown in there. I've grown a little bit from Season 1, if you couldn't tell, and I plan on making sure that everything is up to that same universal quality. But anyway, What episodes did you like of Season 9? What episodes did you hate? Was I wrong on anything? Let me know in the comments below. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, share, and subscribe. Thank you all once again, and I have had a ton of fun making these videos, and I truly hope you've enjoyed them. But don't worry, I'll be back in no time when I start to cover Season 10. Good night, everybody. Now, this is the end of the American Dad seasons on Fox. But I am no thief, nor am I no liar. I promised you every episode of the Fox era, which means we're not quite through just yet. I will be reusing this in the Season 10 video, but those of you that stuck around this long will get a very pleasant surprise. I give to you the last 3 episodes of American Dad on Fox. It's a Roger's Place episode. Roger opens the bar, and when he overworks himself and has a heart attack, he decides to sell the franchise to a company. The B story is Steve and the boys are tricked by a woman into doing housework because she tells them she's a registered sex offender, and they think it's all foreplay. The episode is really interesting in how it focuses on Roger and how he slowly burns out on the idea of franchising what was so special to him. It was Roger's Place. I know I'm definitely reading too much into it, but it's touching in a way to see Roger standing behind something and that he feels a connection to something, almost even playing off of the theme of I Ain't No Holodeck Boy, where you see it bugs him to lose something. And like this episode is just solid all the way through. The A story shines exceptionally well, but the B story is consistently funny throughout. The boys' dialogue in this episode is top-notch, and it is just great to see. This is easily one of the strongest first episodes of a season yet. There's just a ton of things that work. From the fluidity of the reality to the really meta shots. How do these people go to Roger's Place? Doesn't Roger live up there and now it's a restaurant? Don't worry about it. You just believe it even if it makes no sense. There's even this weird sub-story where Stan is constantly stealing toilets and toilet paper, which no matter how you justify it, it's hysterical. Roger Passes the Bar is a 10 out of 10 episode and downright baffling. Like, this is one of the last 3 episodes to air on Fox, and it's still a super high bar of American Dad quality good stuff. They weren't phoning it in and instead give us one of the strongest Roger episodes out there. Like, I know it's second nature at this point, but Seth MacFarlane really does a great performance as Roger, and his talent really does help define the show. I know it's an obvious thing to state, but it's still something to admire. Klaus is also starting to develop into the Klaus we're much more familiar with in the new seasons. He's starting to form his own identity, and I'm really excited to explore that. American Dad is the only show where I'm excited to talk about the evolution of a goldfish. Roger and Stan try and break a recliner so they can get a lazy boy when Greg and Terry announce that they're adopting a boy from Russia and that they're going to make a documentary about the whole thing. The Smiths are invited to a baby shower, and when Roger experiences such a posh lifestyle at Greg and Terry's compared to the one he's enjoyed with the Smiths, it has him pretending to be a boy named Michael and moving into Greg and Terry's, while Stan attempts to be as trashy as possible to embarrass him that much more. Greg and Terry are just shown as super vapid and really only concerned with looks and status, with Greg being much more high-strung and Terry being the one that slacks when he gets the chance to. This is actually the last time Mike Barker played Terry, as he would later leave the show as it went into the TBS era. So it's only fair that one of the last Fox episodes is one dedicated almost entirely to Greg and Terry. Liev Schreiber also guest stars as himself for just a few lines, and it's just great. In a lot of ways, A Boy Named Michael is a perfect send-off to a couple that has been a part of American Dad since the very beginning, while also giving us pizza poppers! You get to see Roger appreciate the freedom of being with the Smiths, to not having his entire life controlled. I mean, all things considered, the Smiths are very accepting of everything Roger has done. They're the perfect family for him, and he's the perfect alien for them. They also have Mike Barker playing quite a few side characters again as a proper send-off to someone that's helped shape the series for so long as not only a voice actor but also writer and producer. You also get probably the only tolerable way of listening to Life is a Highway as Steve just absolutely belts it out.
A Boy Named Michael is another terrific 9 to 10 out of 10 episode that teeters that line of absurdity like only American Dad can. No one knows how to explain what Stan is doing and they're confused, but they're not going to leave him to do it on his own. Anyway, Greg gets super stressed when Roger doesn't fit in skinny jeans and Terry proposes a trip to their lake house, where we get one of the surrealist moments of the entire show. Roger and Libby watch The Seventh Seal on the DVD player in the back. The Seventh Seal is a movie starring Max von Sydow of only Star Wars fame and nothing else, and the movie's about a man playing chess with personified death. Like, it's literally just an animated scene from the movie. No gag, no extra joke if you don't get the reference, just, oh, they're watching a black and white movie, how artsy, blissfully unaware it's specifically The Seventh Seal, still heralded as one of the best movies ever made. That's what puts American Dad over the top. They're subtle, but that deep-cut media references are so intentional, it's mind-boggling. Like, I know I'm nerding out about the Seventh Seal of all things, but this can be seen all the way back in Season 1, as well, with callbacks to movies like Sunset Boulevard. There's copious examples, and I think it just adds that extra touch and that extra flair to American Dad. Stan isn't punching Orson Welles and taking a sled or anything, they're just nods, and their subtlety makes them succeed. Eventually, Terry and Roger try to unalive each other, and Roger is ultimately saved by Stan and realizes that the Smiths are his real family. A plot you've seen before, but it's still nice to see Stan usually on Roger's side and counting him as a friend and family member, though he was here to save Terry. These last 3 episodes really seem to follow Roger in all of his relationships. Roger passes the bar, focusing on his relationship with Roger's place and his identity. A Boy Named Michael, focusing on his relationship with the family, and focusing on his romantic relationships. Honestly, all things considered, I could not imagine the Fox era ending with any other episodes. It's our last intro cutaway of the Fox era. When Stan is singing his intro, a naked Roger shows up, not in a disguise, causing Stan to turn around and head back home. Anyway, Roger is being super clingy, and the family can't figure out why, until eventually discovering that he's been attracted to a new alien that's crash-landed on Earth. At the end of a series, you celebrate usually with a down-to-earth story with maybe some recurring characters to pop in and interact with the family. Maybe you just have a good family story where at the end of the day they all come together and smile at the camera as it pans away. American Dad is not like other series. And in their final Fox episode, they get, and this is true, Kim Kardashian to play or blog snarst. Now, I know she's a Kardashian, and there's all kinds of social discourse with that, but it can't be understated how she has become an absolute cultural icon. And to have her not only come on the show, but to play effectively a caricature of herself as an alien is mind-blowing. Like, I have to wonder if she's an American Dad fan. Please, if you see this and you're a fan, let me know, because I need to know. We're at a point where I have to guess guest stars come onto the show because they love the show that much. We've got Pete Davidson, Lucy Liu, and Timothy Oliphant all in the TBS era alone, and looking back at the Fox era, there's been incredible guest voices ranging from everywhere from Forrest Whitaker and Elijah Wood to Mariah Carey and Werner Herzog. Kim Kardashian, especially 2014 era Kim Kardashian, is a monumental name to have attached not only to your show, but to its last episode. And, you know, I'll say it, her performance is actually really good. No voice actors or guest stars really feel like they're phoning it in just for fame or publicity. It really does sound genuine. Now, does that mean it is? You can really only know by asking them. Maybe they're just that good at acting. But I don't know, I can think of so many robotic Simpsons cameos that just felt like, hello, I am famous person from famous thing, and I'm disappearing in 2 seconds after my line. American Dad was not cursed with the insane popularity that The Simpsons, Family Guy, or South Park had. It was allowed to just be American Dad. And I don't know, to hear Kim Kardashian actually trying as she plays this character feels almost endearing. It feels like she's really giving it her all because she, like so many others, just enjoys the show. I don't know. I really kind of love that. Anyway, back to the story. Yeah, Roger and become a thing, and then he gets fed up with her wanting his attention and effectively the relationship, so he tries to help the CIA hunt her down, eventually revealing that Blogsnart was, in fact, the origin of Kim Kardashian. And as she walks off, Stan literally closes the book on American Dad on Fox. Oh, and the cherry on top of the episode? We got one last Golden Turd segment. Now, of course, it wouldn't be the last appearance of the Golden Turd ultimately, but it was the conclusion of its Fox run, with the son of the cop couple, first shown all the way back in Failure's Not a Factory Installed Option, being played by Corey Stoll of House of Cards and Ant-Man fame, as he gets the turd and embraces political corruption. It's much shorter than the previous entries and very much feels like the end of the epic, wrapping up loose ends here and there to make sure that this truly was the end-all be-all. Like, the incredible thing about these episodes is that outside of Roger passing the bar, neither of these episodes have a B story. They just focus solely on Roger's stories. Blog Snart is a solid 9 to 10 out of 10. Feels like the end of an age, and at the end of the day, a true and proper send-off. And there we have it. The end of the Fox era. In a way, it's symbolic. It's the evolution of what American Dad was. This was the limit of what they could do on Fox. We've seen it grow and mature and develop into such a unique and incredible series that would have never come to life if Family Guy hadn't been originally canceled. Sure, it owes a non-zero amount of its success to its predecessor, but it definitely figured out how to stand on its own 2 feet. It was progressive for its time, challenging norms, pushing boundaries, and constantly growing. It went from political satire and cutaway gags to turning the entire world into the joke, to shaping down-to-earth lessons out of wild stories. American Dad is one of the few pieces of media that doesn't feel trapped because the writers never let themselves get written into a corner, which really shows the importance of good writing and how vital writers are to our favorite projects. Hint, hint, wink, wink, support the WGA, nudge, nudge. We've seen Roger evolve as a character, from being just an alien in an attic to being used as a drag icon due to the absolute myriad of characters, personas, costumes they've donned. We've seen Steve and Haley grow, Jeff get more fleshed out, and we all have one of our favorite CIA boys, and most importantly, we've seen Stan. We've seen how he's grown, developed as a character, even been given updated morals just by living them. Francine, honestly, has just been pretty stellar from the get-go. However, her stories have grown in caliber exponentially. It can't be understated how talented the crew is on this show. The voice talent is really unrivaled, and I don't know, it just feels like there's not enough people celebrating these amazing projects. As we turn the corner on the TBS era, we're going to see a much more unique American Dad. An American Dad that takes your attachment to it and runs with it. You're watching because you trust them. And while there are episodes that definitely toy with that trust, I would argue if you're a real American Dad fan, like genuinely from the bottom of your heart, you enjoy, at minimum, 10 episodes of the TBS era. Everyone has their own 10, but I think that's a very fair ground to place it on. The meta-comedy is thick, but from the evolution of Klaus to the introduction of one of the best-rolled elements ever made, Bazooka Sharks, there's so many incredible things I'm excited to talk to you about. And I just want to take this one last moment to thank each and every one of you. I started this project, and then my appendix literally ruptured. I was on bed rest for a month, and the only thing that kept me sane was scripting this entire project out. And then I was able to put it out. Season 1, 2, 3, they pulled average numbers, and I was still proud of them. 4, 5, 6, you start to feel your spirits sink, because sure, the numbers were still kinda there, but thanks to the incredible support of my partner, my friends, and just the dream I've been chasing for years, I kept going. And then, Season 8 took off for no discernible reason. I went from having 100 subs to almost 500 at the time of recording this, and it's only been a couple weeks. I have had the highest number of views I've ever gotten in my decade of making content across all kinds of platforms. The irony of being an anime channel that has found some kind of success from American Dad videos is not lost on me. And yet, when the views started going up, I was terrified it was because it was a joke. Because these videos were so awful that people could just point and laugh at them. And then the comments started coming in. Your sea of kindness has not gone unnoticed. I wake up to so many great comments, to so many great people tuning into the videos, and genuinely, I am so lucky to have been able to entertain you all. I'm not saying all comments are good, because of course not, but I have been brought to joyful tears more than a few times because of all of your kind words. Like, the script for this series is already at 140 pages, so I have not been slacking, I promise. And that's just up to this point, teary monologue and all. I am a strong man. I really don't know when I'd have another long video project like this where I could do any of this again. I didn't want to gush at the start of the video or anything. I figured I'd just leave it here at the end, but I can't thank you all enough for giving me the hope to continue projects like this. I have so many other projects that I'm excited to work on when this is over. I hope you stick around to see that magic. And with all that being said, that's going to wrap up our video, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Keep fighting that good fight. I believe in you, and I know you can get through whatever hardships you're facing. Watch American Dad, experience it for yourselves, and let it bring you a moment of peace in the maelstrom we call life. I've been the Anime Academic. Make sure to check out our Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, and I even have a Discord. And if you're looking for a narrator or a voice actor for any project, never hesitate to drop me a line. Was I wrong on any episodes? Was I right? Let me know in the comments below. What were your favorite episodes of American Dad? Your least favorite episodes? And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Thank you again so much for watching, and we will meet again when I cover Season 10. Good night, everyone.